I think so, yeah. It looks to be some waves, and I think it'll fill in more later on when we get the incoming tide and that. It should get really good.
So obviously this is a speciality event, and it's called the Perfect Chapter. We call it on when we get the good day. And this looks like a pretty great day, right? We've been looking at this swell for a few days now.
Definitely. I think, like you say, this Storm Eunice has been raising havoc on the Atlantic coast here, and it's found its way down our way. So
trying to blow the British Isles away up there.
There you go.
But down here in Portugal, we've got a little bit distance from that, so we get the benefits we get the swell, but we also get offshore winds and clean conditions.
There you go, and this is the perfect place for it today.
So we are talking about invitational surfers coming from all over the world and the best of Portugal as well. We've had some great additions to events down the years. Let's remind ourselves with some highlights of what went down. Last time we were here, actually, 2020 was an incredible event with some big barrels, and barrels is very much kind of like the thing that we're looking for out here.
Definitely. There was an Anthony Walsh win on the last one. And it was, there's something about these events that really attract me a lot. It's just the fact that no one's really running after points for the final ranking at the end of the year. So everybody is just, glory. I mean, everybody just goes charges, and it's not like they're trying to get that one little wave to get through the heat. So it's a different layout.
Looking at a package of 2020 here, as you mentioned, Anthony Walsh taking that one out. Of course, some of the great names from Europe and beyond, from all around the world. As well, of course, some legends from here in Portugal and in Europe. Beautiful conditions at this beach when it comes together. But it's sheltered here from the main swell. We do need a bit of a hefty, meaty swell to get in. And when it comes together, this place, people know about Super Tubos, but a lot of people sort of regard this as kind of like the premium barreling beach break in Portugal.
Yeah, I think Super Tubes might be more of just it's a certain point, there's a certain takeoff place. And Carcavelos is a bit more... It's kind of all over the place sometimes, so peaks will change depending on tide and that. What they do have in common is they're both super powerful beach breaks. I mean, the impact zone is really heavy, neither one of them. So
we picked up some vision of Oitavos, a previous winner of this event. We're going to talk about some of the previous editions of Perfect Chapter winning up in Nazaré. But this one last time out, legends like Corey Lopez, a lot of former CT talent, and it's cool to see that blend of some of those international surfers that maybe we don't see that much of anymore, and then kind of like the best of Portugal and some of the youngsters, the youth as well.
Exactly, some of the young kids coming in. This event originally started as a national specialty event, and it ran that way from 2012, which was in Peniche, 13 in Peniche. The 2014, it came down to Carcavelos, and in 2015 down here in Carcavelos, they invited international surfers, which I think brought a lot of flavor to it. It was a lot more exciting to watch from then on in.
And this was just people getting absolutely hosed down the beach in 2022. February, I believe, pretty much bang on 2 years ago, just before the world went quiet and everything got shut down. We had that one big swell, we had the Nazaré event, and this event ran like a couple of days later and absolutely lit this place up. And people putting it all on the line.
There you go.
Super heavy. I mean, this wave, it looks really dry and shallow. There's not a lot of water there.
No, and it is. And, sometimes even just after a wave, trying to get back out into the lineup is, it's a short impact zone, but it's consistent. I mean, you get slammed hard there.
Anthony Walsh, of course, a tube specialist.
On the Victory.
Out of Australia. Spent a lot of time on the North Shore in Hawaii as well.
He amazing. I don't know if you that year he did that whole contest pretty much with a GoPro either in his hand or in his mouth. The whole contest. It was pretty amazing. It was nice to watch. It was just like I say, it's a special event, and he was having a good time and just enjoying the surf. Between him and Corey Lopez, Aritza Arambud and Nicolau, was a really good event. The last one that was up.
Well, I saw Walshy walking through the parking lot this morning, looking a little bit chilly.
Yeah, he's pretty excited. It looked like it.
He got in late last night, but he'll be well up for defending his title. You mentioned Corey Lopez as well. We've got Clay Marzo over here for this one as well. So some amazing talent from around the world.
Right, yeah. It's good to see Clay here. I haven't seen Clay in any contest for quite a while, it seems like, huh?
He was saying he hasn't traveled for a bit. Of course, talking about previous editions, we've got to mention, of course, Ricardo dos Santos and his contribution to this event, and just what a legend he's been. What he was down the years and surfing here, and it was great to have him part of this story as well. That's something that will go down in history.
Yeah, there's a Australian kid that's in this. Does he have a... Let me grab a list here. Excuse me.
Tem me funcionado bastante, assim, tipo, tem vezes que eu entro no mar e falo, passou já do limite, para um pouquinho, respira, tenta fazer.
a nice
Private
tribute
side.
there to Ricardo dos Santos. Gone but not forgotten.
That was 2015. That was an unexpected death of Ricardo Santos. They actually did a documentary about that, Paul. It was called The Chapter of All Saints. And it won quite a few awards around the world on it. But, it's a sad event. And I think that year Bruno Santos won it, who's a good friend of Ricardo. So it was...
And another incredible tube rider. And just on that note, talking about our roster of talent and some of our surfers around there, we've got Bruno Santos, of course, former winner at the pipeline. He's over here for this event. We've touched on names like Clay Marzo, like Corey Lopez, who's back, and of course Anthony Walsh, our defending champion. Just incredible talent in for this event. It's going to be epic.
And there's another. I'm not familiar with this guy's surf. I looked a bit on Instagram last night. Russell Birk.
Absolute
Yeah,
charger.
he looks pretty sick. I'm looking forward to watching him also.
Yeah, absolute charger in heavy water.
I know Nicolau was in this event. He's injured from a little fall he had at Nazareth. Not like people get injured up there very often, but
No, it's easy way.
It's piece of cake. But anyways, he's injured. I think they put Guillermo Fonseca in the contest in his spot. On the Portuguese side, we've got Guillermo, we've got Thiago Pires, we have João Guedes, Santiago Graça, who's a young kid, is on this here. Kieran Jabor, he's Brazilian but lives here in Portugal. Pedro Buman, João Mendonça, another young kid from down south who's an amazing surfer. And Pedro Monteiro, Miguel Blanc. So we've got Portuguese sides looking pretty strong too.
Some amazing talent. Let's have a look at a clip and see what we're expecting, what some of our expectations are for this event and what we can look forward to.
Bom, a minha expectativa no campeonato é das melhores. É meu primeiro ano como aposentado, então tenho mais tempo para treinar.
Just think it should be a fun contest.
Strong north winds, good tides too throughout the whole day. Hopefully that Carcavelos can show how special it gets.
Looking at the footage from previous years, I'm expecting perfect 4 to 6 foot beach break barrels left and right.
É um evento que eu já venci no passado, então gostaria muito de repetir.
Acho que posso fazer estragos no que toca a tubos. Vai depender um bocadinho das condições.
Carcavelos é incrível e o sol vai entrar, portanto, estamos só à espera desse dia que vai dar altas ondas de certeza.
You're tuned in to the morning show presented by Electrikfatbike for Perfect Chapter 2022, Capitulo Perfeito. As it's known in Portuguese, 16 surfers from around the world and the shores of Portugal are making their preparations, getting some vision on the ocean this morning. Sunrise, had about 20 minutes, half hour of light, and looking like some nice waves out there, Nick. Of course, we do like to geek out quite heavily on the surf forecast. Surfers tend to kind of watch swells and little patches of wind in a distant place out in the ocean and get excited about it. And we've been excited about this pretty much since Monday last week. In terms of optimal conditions for this wave, what are we hoping for tide-wise? It works through the tide. So a fair bit of tidal swing as ever in Europe. We had the big snow moon, the full moon as well, a couple of days ago. Beautiful. I saw that rise over the coast, over Costa de Caparica, just down to the south this morning. Absolutely beautiful. Of course, the moon having a heavily influence on the tides here in Europe. So that big swing, and we're hoping, as Nick was saying, that when we do get the turn on the tide in a couple of hours' time, that will just help this swell in, because for people that aren't maybe familiar, we're actually basically looking south at the moment, so we're kind of sheltered, right, from the prevailing swell, which is from the northwest. Pretty much classic conditions for Carcavelos. And that swell basically just does a total 180 and wraps all the way in. Of course, we can benefit from swells that come more out the southwest as well, more head on, but this one wrapping in, as you mentioned, that clean offshore wind, the north wind, kind of like is like the onshore throughout the coast of Portugal, but down here, straight offshore, making barrels. Hey, you've spent a bit of time along this coast, Nick. Not quite as much time as the fort. You've not been here quite as long as since the medieval times, but yeah. But like down the years, this is a place you've enjoyed, right? You had some nice experiences here early on in your time in Portugal. So coastal community blessed with surf. Coastal community blessed with surf, but also incredibly close to the city, right? Like you can get that little train and ride in. You're in downtown Lisbon in what, like 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Super close to the heart of the city.
Oh yeah, definitely. Carcavelos is right there. As the school goes out for
surf lessons up and at 'em. Do you reckon that would have been a breakfast before the lesson, or maybe they went to the come back in? I think you don't want to go out on a full stomach, do you, for your first experiences at Carcavelos?
It's pretty wild. A lot of schools these days in Portugal.
It's a year-round pursuit here. A lot of people getting out there to share the stoke, and while they're doing their surf lessons there, they might pick up an absolute legend of the sport getting hosed out of a big barrel out the back. Let's see how that goes down. Still waiting for a call to see exactly what's happening in terms of our competition this morning, but we're just enjoying early morning scenes on the beach here as that sunlight warms things up. It is February, it is winter, Nick. Portugal's generally mild for Europe, but it's pretty fresh down here this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty chill. I think it'll warm up, eh? The wind's going to keep it a little chilly all day, but it's a nice sunny day anyways, though. Huh?
We're going to be enjoying ourselves and hopefully getting treated to a tube fest, and that's basically what this event's been about down the years, right? It's fairly easy people to understand. You know, we talk about criteria and you can get complicated with it, but I guess from the easy point of view, get barreled, get deep.
Yeah, oh yeah, get barrels, good solid waves and that, and that's what, you know, the places that have been picked have always been places where that is the main factor. Barrels, super tubes, Nazaré here. I think that's Russell Birk there, right?
Yeah, there he is,
right?
along with Corey Lopez
Corey,
there.
yeah.
And Russ Bjerk, an absolute charger in heavy water. He's been spending a bit of time in Portugal down the years. Good friends with Nick Von Rupp. Unfortunately, unable to surf in this event, Nick Cloud, but Russ spent a lot of time over here in Europe. Enjoys Portugal a lot, and I tell you what, in the barrel, particularly on the backhand, the way he can knife in under the lip, super impressive to watch him. Of course, Corey Lopez, absolute standout as well. I think some of his ways that he surfed.
Yeah, definitely. And they're matching up with Guilherme Fonseca and Tiago Pires in this one. So we have the Portuguese legend, Tiago.
Any updates from Saka? How's his form? How's he doing?
I think he's been surfing a lot lately. Eh? I saw some amazing barrels in Cochas not too long ago. But yeah, he's in it. He's in the groove.
And I think that's kind of one of the keys for this event down there, as it makes it so fun, is that sort of blend of the legends, you know, the OGs. Lopez, how many years is he on the CT? Maybe 12, 13 years in the top 10 or right up there. And of course, you know, we've got youngsters out of Portugal, been able to take them on. We've got Tiago Pires, like the ultimate legend out of Portugal. Super cool kind of blend of talent and kind of careers.
Oh yeah, and it's just a lot of fun, I think, an event like this, because you do mix it all up. And not everyone's not running around after their, you know, points to qualify.
So a leisurely stroll down the beach this morning to head out and kick things off for our first heat, which will be coming at you soon, as we are watching some nice vision. Guilherme Fonseca from up in Peniche, close to Peniche. That's where he's from.
Yep.
And a good tube rider as well. Seen some good clips of him.
And a hell of a good person, eh? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
He'll be enjoying the look of these barrels. Interesting to see the boys go for the boots this morning. It's still pretty fresh out there. Maybe 4-3 in boots is probably the go. So the mildest winter in terms of continental Europe, but still it is bang in the middle of winter, and it is fresh and a pretty decent option, I reckon, to go for the boots. Let's check out our heat presentation for the first heat. We'll see Corey Lopez taking on Tiago Pires, Russ Bjerk, Guilherme Fonseca So a nice spread of 2 Portuguese, an American and an Australian setting things up for our very first heats.
Corey's participated, I think, in 3 or 4 already, hasn't he? Yeah. He's never won one, right? But I think he's been in 3 of them at least.
He is consistently enjoying coming back to Portugal for Capitulo Perfeito for the perfect chapter. He looks fit as well. He's always had that kind of slim physique, Corey, and it looks like he's keeping himself in pretty good shape.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how old is Corey now. Do you know?
I'm gonna say 30-something, but
There you
maybe he's a little bit older than that. There's
There
the man,
he is.
Tiago Pires, getting ready, getting the singlet, and a big fan favourite in Portugal and across Europe. As he'll have a very good read on conditions down here, based just up the coast in your hometown of Ericeira.
Excuse me?
He's based in Ericeira, your hometown?
Oh, he's in between Lisbon and Cidade, actually. He spends, back and forth. But, yeah, for me, he's always been in Cidade.
And once he gets that jersey on, it smiles on the beach. The jersey goes on, the game face comes on, and those competitive instincts. But as you mentioned, it's a slightly different way of doing this here. It's not really points and thinking about the context of your season. It's basically going out and having the best possible surf you can. It's kind of you against the ocean.
Exactly. This is this round. Also, the first round is a no losers round, so no one really takes the bite this early. So you always have a second opportunity to get out there. Let's think about Socket. Tiago Pires, he started his surfing all started down this way back in the day. He started early days at a place called São Lourenço up in Ericeira, and then it was mostly around here where he started to kind of develop his skills in that. But
just another incredible location, a spot of coastline on a very wave-blessed region of Portugal. We were just chatting last night, having a spot of dinner in Cascais and watching some sunset, but just talking about sort of how ridiculous and embarrassment of riches almost for Portugal and how many good spots there are. And I guess Carcavelos, not a load of people broadly would know heaps about this place. It's great to watch it live.
What, that Carcavelos?
Yeah, it's it's not a place that's kind of, we think of Ericeira and Peniche, probably like, and people might know about the Algarve as well, different scene down there, but this is very much kind of like the tube run capital.
Yeah, well, it's funny, I think for like local people, Carcavelos is super well known. I mean, for Portuguese and that, and the amount of great surfers that have come from Carcavelos, the history of Carcavelos as a surf spot is very strong in Portugal. I mean, it's an important point in Portugal, okay? Because this is, like you say, it's super close to a city. There's a lot of surfers along the coast of Cascais. I would say that has always been probably the best surfers that have come out of Portugal have come from this area.
A beautiful part of the coast. And on one of the optimum days of the winter, our waiting period for Perfect Chapter runs January through March. So you've got this first 3 months of the year, the midwinter when the Atlantic fires up. Our competitors going through their warm-ups. Waiting to get down to action. We're going to bring you a start shortly for the time being. We're just waiting for things to get ready here this morning. But as you mentioned, no elimination first up. So if you lose in this heat, you get a chance to surf in the second round.
Come back and do it again.
But a short bracket, just 16 surfers. So a nice compact format. And that allows us to come and do it in one day and pick the very best out of the conditions.
Exactly. It's a one-day event. Mr. Birk there. Did you say he spends a lot of time in Europe, Russell Birk?
Yeah, he travels a lot doing big wave events. He's surfed in Nazaré and when it was a paddle event.
Okay.
Hasn't surfed in the tow format, but spent time up in Ireland as well. So it's one of those kind of like that classic tube tour kind of thing. I guess the last couple of years travel's been weird for everybody. So this event in a way is kind of representing that kind of opening up. I guess Australia opened up in the last week pretty much to tourism and travel. So the world opening up again. Great to see.
Nice to see for sure, huh?
Yeah, I was talking with Clay Marzo last night and he was saying he hasn't traveled for years. This is like his first trip away. So he's on the school bus and he's out for an excursion. He's stoked.
Yeah, it's been something else. It's been a wild one, hasn't it? It's so nice to see like events like last night. I was watching the end of the sunset contest and that, and this last week ago, 10 days ago, Pipeline and that, and just had Nazaré, which you were at Nazaré for the tow show.
Yep.
And it's it's good to see we're up and running again. Surf is back on the move.
So still waiting for a start here down at Carcavelos. Our athletes pretty much right in front of us, set up here, this main part of the beach. So this beach, it's quite a lot of it and multiple peaks as well, right? But we're set up kind of like, this is pretty much like the main kind of swell puller, but obviously we get different peaks up and down. It is a beach break.
Yeah, like I said, it'll switch, depending on tides and that. It'll jump from bank to bank a bit. So you've got to keep, as a competitor, you've got to keep your eyes open to see which way it's going. And you will see them during heats. I remember like last year, you could see them, they'll be on a left and then they'll kick out and there'll be a right coming the other way. And just, touch and go and, picking the right spot at the right time.
How's the fishing down here, Nick, in Carcavelos?
Fishing, I don't do much down here. I know some friends that do a lot of diving down here.
Okay.
It's heavy because there's a lot of current involved and the water doesn't get as clean as it does in a lot of other places. But there's a lot of fish here.
Portugal, famous for fish for good reason. If that's your thing, well, there's some tasty delights. And this man sitting next to me, he likes to get himself underwater and get his spear out, do it the old school way.
Yes.
Back to the roots.
Still at that one, trying to keep it alive.
All right, we're still looking at Thiago Sacapiras and Guilherme Fonseca just doing their warm-up here as we wait to start.
Like, I don't know if they're doing a warm-up or trying to stay warm, one or the other.
Trying not to get blown out to sea. And we're going to be starting the perfect chapter soon enough. Warm, well, some golden sunlight. I wouldn't call it warm sunlight yet, but forecast is for maybe mid-high teens in terms of the weather today. So by lunchtime, I'm hoping things warm up, but that north wind keeping things a little bit fresh, but does mean it's going to barrel with the north wind.
There you go. It's the wind you want for Carcavelos, that's for sure.
More vision of Russ Bjerg. Just biding this time patiently.
And whenever the school folks there in the whitewater.
Your first wave is being broadcast to the world. How good is that? But yeah, Russ Bjerg, I guess when you see him show up anywhere, it's probably a pretty good day of surfing. And so Sakas, we saw him, he surfed up in Ericeira. He had a little kind of legend seat with Taj a couple years back in 2019. Since then, he's dealt with some injuries and stuff, but it looks like he's back and surfing a bunch, you were saying.
Yeah, he's been surfing a lot this winter. Seen me, been scoring some really good days up there and had some great barrels and that. I think he's gotten back in the rhythm. I don't know if he's last few years, haven't seen him as much as like I've seen him this year. Like this year, he seems to be focused. He's on it. It's good to see. And it's been a great year up there. Huh? I mean, Portugal in general this year has been amazing this winter. A lot of big swells, a lot of offshore wind, good weather and that. It seems like this is everything hardcore that happens around Europe, storm-wise, never really, like you say, we're kind of at the good end of everything,
Yeah.
Uni swept across your country up there, didn't it?
Just nicely placed down here to pick up the swell and all of the good stuff. And a variety as well. One of the things with Portugal, you can't really say enough is you got waves for every level of surfing, right? We were just watching a surf school getting their first waves, but a little bit of something for everyone.
Yeah.
And, you got ridiculous end of the scale up in Nazaré and then kind of bunch of beach breaks and really heavy reefs as well. Down the Algarve, nice and warm and sunny and kind of surf school friendly down there too. So what a load of variety.
And there's always going to be some place where you can surf, whether it's huge, whether it's small. There's always some places picking up waves. One of the most consistent places in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
And that's why there's been so much professional surfing attention on this country in the last 10 years or so. Really has kind of established itself as a heavyweight. I guess maybe traditionally down the years, France was kind of like seen as the sort of epicenter in Europe, and these days it doesn't really have that competition anymore. So it's like Portugal's winning that race.
But it's focal point, huh? Contest-wise, I mean, it holds more contests held in Portugal than anywhere in the world, I think.
We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for live action from Perfect Chapter from beautiful Carcavelos. We'll be right back.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos. Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratique exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to the perfect chapter, powered by Billabong, getting ready to kick things off here this morning. As we still wait for our first heat to get underway, Thiago Pires, Guilherme Fonseca taking on Corey Lopez and Russell Bierke. That's our first four-man heat this morning. 4 of those for our round of 16. We'll fire things up for the first round. No elimination as yet. We will have our 2 surfers finishing 3rd and 4th in each of these heats. If I've done my maths correctly, that would mean 2 heats of 4 in the round 2.
The loser round.
Chance to get back in. And then we'll fire through and go into elimination. The Portuguese flag flying in that stiff offshore. One of the famous fortifications in this part of the world. It gives this place part of its character. We've got a blend of old and new here in Cascais. Got that kind of slightly kind of glitzy, well-heeled resort feel, and then you've got these kind of beautiful old buildings and some of this kind of like naval architecture and stuff.
Absolutely.
It just makes it a really cool place to cruise along.
Yeah, I think it's one of the beauties of Portugal in general, isn't there? So much, history. I mean, if you come from the States, where your history, you're looking at what, a couple hundred years, a bit more, but it's just like Portugal's got stuff that's been here a long time.
And Cascais in particular, it's got quite a unique story. I really like the idea about James. The inspiration for James Bond comes from here during the Second World War.
Yeah.
Portugal was a neutral country, and there were all sorts of spies and sort of counterintelligence operations, and a lot of people based down here. And apparently, that's where that comes from originally.
Is that right? Eh?
Yep. Yeah, and a really interesting part of the world. And like generally speaking, it's a place with that beautiful architecture, and people here living the good life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been neutral pretty much throughout everything, huh? Portugal.
Of course, we are here for surfing. It's waves that have brought us to this beach, and has brought surfers like Corey Lopez all the way over from Florida. Jumping on planes, traveling across the world, getting in yesterday, and we're ready to start this morning.
I think they're giving them a green light on a paddle out here.
So this is our main peak, essentially what we're looking at here, Nick. Pretty much bang in front of where we are with our contest structure, our setup here. And this is where this consistent sandbar has been formed. Just dealing with a little hole maybe with that tide, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
At the moment. Haven't had a load of sets.
Yeah, like I said, we've got tide dropping till 10, so I think the pulse will come on the incoming tide here.
All right, looks like someone's fired the starter's pistol. I do like a beach start in surfing. You don't see it enough and they have to run out, Board Riders Club style, but obviously we will wait till everyone gets in the lineup. But it looks like we've got some action as our surfers head into the water to get this thing underway. The 8th edition of the Perfect Chapter. Of course, a couple of years it wasn't on because we only run this event when it gets pumping.
Yeah, when it's pumping, and like you say, the COVID layoff has held things back here on us, but we're back and running. Like I said, the last victory was Anthony Walsh. This year there's quite a few prizes there, aside from just the winner. We've got Best Score, sponsored by Goat Shield. Best Portuguese Surfers, a prize from Fidelidade. Best Wipeout by Casio, a little prize from Casio. And the Best Tube, a prize from 58 Surf. So there's a few awards to be won out there.
Bunch of good stuff up for grabs, as well as the overall winner. And interesting to see how this goes down. Our judging panel, pretty similar to standard professional surfing format. an experienced panel here, but what they're really looking for in particular is the tube.
There you go. How long are the heats, Paul? Do you know?
I think we're looking at 30 minutes. We'll just confirm that. I think they're going half hour. So plenty of opportunity, plenty of time for our surfers. Looks like the free surfers will just kind of clear the area. It's be difficult to come down the beach and not know comps going on. We've got a pretty colourful kind of graphic for the event this year, and a nice setup here as well. So hopefully we'll get a nice crowd down the beach too. It is Saturday in Portugal.
There's quite a few people already, I mean, for the time of day that it is, you know. Surfers, Portuguese people are pretty avid surf fans, to tell you the truth.
And they're now to enjoy a weekend as well, I'll say that much.
Right?
They love a weekend. They love like coming out restaurants, like maybe having a couple of glasses of wine.
Who doesn't?
They do it good. Yeah, I think you guys do it well down here.
But no, for sure. The quality of life is, you know.
It's right up there.
Yep. Definitely.
Because the sunshine helps with that as well, and the climate, but also the waves too. It's Guilherme Fonseca on your screen there. Spent a lot of time in the tube nearest home and up in Supertubos in Peniche. Around the world as well, putting nice clips out from places around the world, and he will be enjoying the chance to get himself some barrels, get himself some points here. And we could be underway. But yeah, not huge right now, Nick. We're hoping this will pulse, because right now there's a couple of sets every now and again, but we're talking maybe like 4, maybe 5 foot region, but not much more than that at the moment.
Not that much size on it yet, and you know, like I say, it's gonna fill in later, and they've got the time, so I don't think there's any big rush on this. It's amazing. If you look way out the back there, where the wind, you know, the land starts to not protect it as much, and the wind just howls on the ocean out there, right?
Absolutely blowing a hoolie with this big storm Eunice, as it was known up in Britain, and crazy tight isobars. They didn't look like isobars on the chart, it just looked like kind of solid color. And really, really strong winds, kicking up swell and sending some waves down to continental Europe, particularly to Portugal. This one with a really north direction. Doesn't get much more north than this, the swell.
There's a touch of west, but not a lot. I mean, it's, you know, like you say, it's more northerly.
So close to start now. We're under 2 minutes till our start time. We'll get this thing underway. Our water patrol just been clearing the lineup of free surfers.
You know, one of the amazing things here at Carcavelos is, you know, this is a river mouth, essentially. I mean, this is the River Tejo. It's the biggest river in Portugal.
Yep.
The way the tides play here and the current from the river, it's amazing. I mean, there's a lot of water movement here. And when it's big, you get a lot, as we see a little tube out the front there, you get a lot of movement. And so it does change extremely with tides and, you know, with the movement of the river.
Corey Lopez, a little backhand effort. We haven't started yet. That was a little warm-up wave for Corey. He won't mind that first wave for him in Portugal for a couple of years. As he got in last night, travelling with his kids, brought them along, brought the family along to enjoy a bit of Portugal and enjoy the beautiful surrounds of Carcavelos. We're real close to starting here. Looks like we've got Bruno Lisboa on the beach announcing, and he's relaying that information to our surfers. A bit of familiar sound for people who come to events around Portugal.
Don't get any waves, please.
He's just relaying information to the surfers to stop surfing while we get everyone in the lineup. We'll be underway here soon. Can't wait to get this thing going.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. You were down for Nazaré, and you'll be here for the next WCT.
I can't get enough, mate. Portugal. Yeah.
Taking liking you. You could take advantage of those weekends.
Yep. I might see if I can get one. You know, in the campsites, you can get those sort of hard tents. I might just get myself one of them set up. I'm going to leave my stuff here, leave a toothbrush. Yeah. I don't need the 5-star hotel. It's too good for me. No, that
was a nice one, eh? That's a beautiful hotel.
Man, we have been absolutely spoiled up there on this coast of Cascais overlooking. We're right up towards the Guincho end, right out on the western end of this here, where we've got that little natural reserve area. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. We didn't get the breakfast, which was sad. We got it down here too. It's a beautiful breakfast. Huh?
Let's see if we can do something about that. All right, we're on here. We started and we're underway. Perfect Chapter 2022 is off and running. Russ Bjerk on your screen. The Australian, the Charger, the Tube Pig. Let's see if he can get himself into some shacks here. Straight down to business at Saka.
A little warm up.
It's a quick one for Thiago early on. That was a between wave, so not a huge one for Thiago, but it does give you an idea as well. The swell is going to pick up through the day, so it's not real big right now. It's a dynamic situation. And as Nick mentioned, we're hoping for that to kick up with that tide as well.
Got 30-minute heat here. G-Shock clock.
So 2 waves scoring for our surfers. Traditional format, scores out of 10 will give us a total out of 20 points. And the surfers finishing in first and second place will get a bye through. Straight to our third round. Third and fourth will surf in the elimination round coming up next.
We've had throughout this event, the history of this event, we've had a lot of 10s, that's for sure. There have been some very perfect tubes in the perfect chapter.
Yeah, absolutely. As you might expect with an event, basically when conditions all come together really well. Quick effort from Corey Lopez, just kind of hunting one on a left-hander there. Just wonder, with this swell and the angle, and just the way the sandbars are shaping up, just from what we've seen, it does seem to be favouring the right so far.
I don't know. I think it could go either way,
okay.
Either lefts or rights. So just see what the tide does, with the incoming tide and the swell and everything. Like I say, you never really know. I mean, it changes extremely on the tides. In the early days, there was a bank on the south part of the beach, which was the main focal point of Carcavelos, which was a perfect left, and it was always there, as we see.
Russ Bjerk tucking in, looking for a little cover, looking for a little head dip to kick things off. And a sort of tentative start to this one, as we look like we've got a decent kind of meaty set approaching. Well, maybe our first kind of bigger sets of the day so far.
Bit of a pulse coming through on this, right?
And it is going to be like that, right? We're essentially surfing kind of a back beach, a sort of sheltered spot, so we do need our swell to bend around, so we will get those lulls and those gaps. And then hopefully get those pulses as well. As you mentioned, got that current from the river as well. How do you pronounce the river properly? I thought it was Tegus.
How's that?
How do you pronounce the name of the river properly?
You're asking an American how you pronounce it correctly. People home go, you don't say it like that.
You're doing better than me.
Riotej.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been here for 42 years now. And when my children were younger, they used to say like, "Oh, Dad, you don't say it like this." And I'd say stuff in Portuguese, like, "Dad, you don't say it like this. You say it like that." And I got my grandchildren doing that now, so there's no cure. There's no cure for this guy.
Checking out Corey Lopez here. Just got a small throwaway for all of our surfers right now. No real numbers to bring you as yet. Half-hour heats, couple gone, just over 3.5 minutes in this one. No one really putting anything big on the board, but could be a slower start to things as we wait for that swell to hopefully come and fill in as we get towards kind of mid-late morning and get into the afternoon. Hopefully, all things being good and optimistic, it'll all come together for finals.
Oh yeah, it's got to come together. It'll come and get us out later on, I'm sure. We're just kind of cruising the lineup here, seeing if they pick something off.
In terms of wetsuits, Nick, winter in Portugal, 4.3, is that kind of standard? Don't generally need much more than that?
Yeah, 4.3, maybe a 5.43.
A good 4.3.
Yeah.
They're pretty good these days, though, right? I mean,
they're really. There's such a difference, huh?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a funny thing is if you're younger, I think the suits were horrible back in the day, but didn't really make a difference.
Yeah.
On the surface, you get all of the 5.43s and the booties and the hoods. All these old guys all geared up with gloves and whatnot. But it does get pretty cold down here. There are extremely cold days. A lot of cold offshores not blowing.
And of course, the reward
There you go.
Is some big tubes and some amazing waves when it comes together in the winter time, particularly favouring these big powerful swells out the Atlantic that generate way up north, often in that gap between that kind of Greenland, Iceland area and the top of Scotland, and those lows generally sort of track from west to east. Pulse and swell down towards mainland Europe. It takes a couple of days for the swells to get down here, and that delay allows us a little bit of sort of foresight on the forecast. So we were talking, what, Monday, Tuesday, there was whispers of this happening, and then Wednesday we had to make a call for a Saturday. So almost a whole week out as we check out Fonseca.
Guillermo Fonseca there.
And a little drag on the backhand.
That'd probably be the wave of the heat up till now, huh?
So pretty small as yet in this heat.
You're mentioning Ireland. Now that's, for me, is hardcore cold. You know, aside from being very solid waves in general.
Solid waves, a lot of rocks, some dark places you can go to
right.
out there.
I've always been very impressed by those guys that charge up there.
So this was
Corey, there you
split
go.
peak of Corey. Getting a little hit on the end as well. Nothing's going to do major scoreboard damage as yet. It is pretty small out there, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of this, these guys, they're just staying warm, staying loose, just catching waves when they can. They're really hoping for some more opportunity as time progresses in this one. And nothing really major to bring you in terms of scoreboard-wise, in terms of action, but everyone's had a wave so far. So they've all got scores on the board. Let's have a look at a replay here, Nick, of Guillermo. It's best wave what you've seen so far, and he drags nicely on the backhand, gets that pig dog, gets that bum in the wave. And a nice little line on the backhand from him.
23 minutes. Standing by for the last of red, Corey Lopes. Also the last of black, Guillermo Fonseca. Aguardamos os scores para
So Corey and Guillermo are the only ones with anything that really worth much here. I'm sure the boys are looking for a bit more size, huh?
Corey Lopez, so many years on the CT as a standout, particularly in the big tubes, in the heavy stuff. Good too with maneuvers as well. Let's have a look at the replay here, Nick.
There you go. Well, he did all he could there, huh? He's well surfed.
Got that classic, kind of easy to recognize kind of body position, super rubbery and quite bendy with those legs and knees. Very easy to recognize his surfing. Pretty unique with that sort of lanky physique and frame. As we got live action here, Fonseca parks himself in that beautiful morning sunlight and gets some nice vision from under the curtain. There's some decent stuff from him, so he's got probably the two best waves, two best rides we've seen so far with his left and his right.
It's his super tube practice. Yeah, the kid charges, eh? He's a beautiful surfer to watch, yeah.
That's Björk out the back, having a little look around, waiting for opportunity. Do you kind of see the sets coming a long way here, Nick, right? You got they kind of feather and stand up. We do have that kind of offshore wind shear as well, which can be a little bit deceptive. You think, oh, here's the set, and
Yeah,
basically
you
just
look
a
at
big
it and you
belt
think
of
there's
wind.
a bomb coming, it just doesn't manifest, eh?
Let's have a look here at Guillermo's wave.
Only one wave on blue, Russell Beard at 0.8.
A nice round one.
It's just, you know, it's small on that right now, but you can just see the quality of that wave for the size it was. It's pretty nice.
Here's Lopez in live action,
battle.
looking at the right-hander, and he's up, grabs that rail, gets one good pump in, and that one will just run away.
Runs off on him.
Some pretty tight geometry to get yourself into those, particularly on the backhands. A little bit of travel through that one for Lopez.
Corey's a Florida boy, right?
Yep. Yeah, he was saying he flew in out of Orlando. So not a place we associate with, you know, kind of huge surf. Of course, it does get really good
But you associate it with some huge surfers, eh? I mean, Corey
exactly.
Lopez, Kelly Slater. There's a few other guys from down there, too, right?
The Hobgoods.
There you go, the Hobgood brothers. There you go.
Caroline Marks as well.
That's enough.
On the women's side.
That's a full glass right there, isn't it, with those?
Second of red, Corey Lopez. It's your best wave, red.
So some incredible surfers from that region, and particularly it's always been one of those kind of anomalies is how well they do in heavy waves, in big barrels, right?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Slater, Corey, big names like the Hopgoods and absolute
Ballerum.
charges.
Ballerum's from down there
He's
also?
from New York,
He's
right?
New York, that's right. Another East Coast, though.
Geiselman brothers also.
Eh?
The Geiselman brothers also out of Florida.
Right,
Chargers as well. Standouts at Pipeline and waves of consequences like that. So it's been kind of one of those things down the years. They've always been able to prove themselves in the heavy stuff. And Corey Lopez, you know, think some of the stuff he's done at Chopu, some of the iconic performances, Pipeline 2, all sorts of incredible heavy water stuff from him. We're stoked to have him over here for Perfect Chapter 2022. Still looking very much in fine form. Russ Björk's been quiet in this one so far. Still plenty of time left, but hoping to get that wave and really light this one up.
Hey, Russell, look at one here.
Here he is having a look. Björk live action on the right-hander. And he'll pull in. And it's nice and smooth.
It'll work.
Cleanly done.
As we see scores to present, 4-wave count on Fonseca, 3 waves for Lopez, 1 for Piers, and that'll be 1 for Russell. It should be a second wave, actually.
Let's have a look at the replay here, Nick. How'd you like this little tube from Russ Björk?
That was a good, nice little slot there. Huh? Wasn't much to the wave after that, but, you know, got what he could out of it. Very stylish surfer. Like I said, I haven't seen much surfing of his. I looked at a bit Instagram last night and thought he's a definite charger in that, but nice style.
Yeah, based down on the south coast of New South Wales. They got some incredible reefs down there in that Ulladulla region.
It's all heavy down there, isn't it?
Super heavy,
Yeah.
and a lot of kind of that underground kind of core scene that
right.
maybe you don't hear as much about. Some other regions from Australia, but very much known for heavy slabs and reefs and pretty much a bit of everything. But
Ulladulla, eh?
yeah, and
This is an old surfboard label, Ulladulla surfboard,
yeah, it's
from way back.
strong surf culture down the years from that region,
Right.
all around there. And some, amazing tube riders, basically. You think about Russ and what he's able to do with, particularly, I mean, there's that one left-hander that's, you see a lot of footage of him, but the way he's able to get kind of behind the peak on his backhand and get, basically, how he gets his edge in, kind of grabbing the rail, but almost like off the board on the face and just kind of anchoring that rail in.
Backdoor him, backside, yeah.
Incredible. We're looking at in our next seat. That looked like Santiago Graça out of Portugal with the quad in the black coming up in the next heats.
You have a little forefin, did he?
A forefin with the pintail.
All right.
And he's got some talent in his seat. He'll be taking on Aritz Aramburu, former CT surfer, former winner of this event. Bruno Santos. An amazing surfer.
That's solid. 2 solid
And
surfers
João
there.
Guedes too.
Yeah, João Guedes.
Incredible surfer out of Portugal.
Aritz, Bruno Santos. This guy for me is one of my favorite guys, surfers in Europe, eh?
Big pump there from Fonseca. And slightly meaty away, but he got a really good pump in. He looked like he had some great travel time. Unfortunately, it'll be an incompletion.
Yeah, I was saying Aritz is a Spanish legend, a European legend. He's just such a fantastic person, surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we always talk about those kind of ambassadors for the sport, and
exactly.
With Aritz, it's like, it's never true then with him. He's always got that good vibe and just so good when the waves get solid. Let's get a look at this replay here, Nick. The meteor one.
Yeah, that almost looked like it could have been a makeable one, eh? To a certain point.
Here goes Björk in live action. Trying to stall with the hands. Sorry, this is a replay of the earlier wave from him. So we're getting caught up with replays here. Here's another look. Guillermo. That was earlier on.
That was earlier on also.
Nice make.
Yep. Yeah, Rich scored a perfect day, was about a week ago up north. Amazing day. There's been a lot of stuff on his Instagram. If you have a look at it, it's a really good waves. And he's so solid when the waves are good. It's
based up in the Basque Country on the north coast of Spain there. Pretty well placed to head to different regions, come down here to Portugal, head up to France when conditions are good there. Of course, he's got a wave known as Mundaka, pretty close to his home as well, which is absolutely pumping last week as well. So kind of spot for choices there, Ritz, and he's always willing to go, right?
He's
keen to
super willing to go all the time. He's always on it. And Goni always tells me that. Goni lives with Retis. Rich is always on the map. He said, hey, Goni, let's go here. It's going to pump. And
Mr. Motivator.
Whether it's Africa, whether it's, Canaries, whatever, he's always mapping it. He's, the swell searcher.
40 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's good to see people that just purely love to surf. Rich is one of those guys.
Thiago Pires having a little look there. Side of that wave was a little small. Those in-between ones are right now really just quiet with the size as yet. Just saw glimpses. Fonseca's wave had a little more meat on its bones.
Yep.
But other than that, it is playing the patient game, and that's one of the best things about surfing. That's why we kind of love it, and other times we get frustrated with it, but that's the magic, right? Because you just don't know, and you got to wait around and get cold and sit there and nothing happens, and all of a sudden you're in a massive tube.
There you go. Yeah, surfing's like that. That's, like you say, it's one of the beauties of it. It's the only sport that exists, isn't it? I mean, any other sport, if you go to do it, to ski or whatever, you're going to do it. I mean, you're going to come down the mountain, you're going to play tennis, you're going to play golf, you're going to do whatever.
We're going to a quick commercial break. We're watching Heat 1 of the Perfect Chapter 2022. Join us for more live action right after this.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to Carcavelos, Portugal. The Perfect Chapter 2022 is live and underway in the water. You're watching Corey Lopez, Thiago Pires, Russell Bierke, and Guillermo Fonseca of Portugal, the Charger. Got all of these guys really fit that moniker. So far, kind of small conditions and hard to find the right ones. Every now and again a little nug coming through, but it's all about being selective and that classic patience, the P word.
Exactly. I think Bierke and Fonseca have probably been the most active in this heat so far.
Live action here from Russ. Here he is, stalling, using the hand.
Staying busy.
Similar wave from him. He's ridden a couple like that. Those kind of softer right-handers, unable to get super deep behind those sections. I guess when it is pretty small, it is hard to get really deep, just kind of getting those forces to get the velocity to get from behind a big section. So let's have another look here, see what he does. And you can see already just glimpses of what this wave can do.
Yeah, just even small in that, it's got just really good shape in that. Just some size.
Dealing with a beach break, always dealing with little shifts up and down, just having to adjust, make sure in the right place. You know, you mentioned pipe where people have their line-up markers and places where they like to sit, and you've got a boil here and you can line up here. It's a little bit of a guessing game involved as well. The current too swelling around, We watch Russ Bjerg making his way back out. Guillermo Fonseca dealing with a little bit of that current.
I was looking at that little wave that Russell duck dived through. You could see the impact. It was just a little one, but it was a major impact on that.
He just rode a wave, actually. Let's get caught up on the replay. This is the last wave. We're watching the replay here, Nick. How's this thing? Throaty one.
Oh, a little drainer. Yeah, there you go.
Styles it out on the end.
Oh, he's dry. It's like nearly stood up at the end of that one. Huh?
So his best wave, you'd probably say?
Oh, yeah. So probably the best wave of the heat, huh?
Better stuff from Russ Bjerg. Getting himself some beautiful vision, looking straight into that morning sun as it rises over the Bay of Lisbon.
And I think we're seeing right now, I don't know if you noticed, it's gotten a bit windier. I think the wind peak is between like 9 and 10 o'clock, so then it's going to back off a bit. But we've got pretty strong winds today. North winds.
Brisk offshores, just grooming the wave face. Just over 9 minutes to go in this. Fonseca in the lead. We're waiting for a score of Russ Bjerg still to come through.
Yeah, I think that might change with when Russell's wave comes in there, and there we go.
Previous of blue Russell, previous of blue at 385, previous of blue 385.
Well, he gets a number, goes to first, so good enough now for first place. The Australian.
Corey looks at one here.
And here's Lopez having a look, having a kick. He's going to go left here, and he'll tuck himself in. Get nice and compact and take on the oncoming section. Absolute trademark Corey Lopez move, hitting that oncoming section.
Couldn't do it any better on that one, could you?
And still impressive to see the surfers making the best out of been kind of smaller conditions for this heat. Let's get another look here, Nick.
Corey. Yeah, beautiful little slot. Yeah, to see the scores in general haven't gone too crazy, which you really can't, I think, with the size and that of the waves at this point. But yeah, putting some points on the board here.
Corey Lopez staying loose and limber. Not a super deep barrel. Tucking himself in nevertheless. Boys having a bit of a giggle out there. Enjoying themselves. Like we said, this isn't seasons and careers on the line. This is a fun event. Get as barreled as you can with some friends and maybe win a bit of coin as well. Happy days.
It's money. Have a good time with some friends on that.
It's a 265. Red is still third. Red is still third. And you need a 291 to get second.
There's still restrictions. A lot of paperwork on that, flying from like Hawaii or from the States to Portugal now. Do you know, Paul?
I think it's a little bit less. You still got to do that locator form.
Right.
You basically got to write your name and passport number down lots of times on your phone. But yeah, thankfully things opening up. So we check out Bruno Santos getting ready. Of course, a former winner of Pipeline as a wild card. And another one of those strong Brazilian contingents who enjoys their time over in Portugal. Obvious links with the language and the culture, but particularly for the surf scene. The Brazilians really enjoying their time over here.
Oh, yeah.
Putting on a show. Big fan favourites as well. It's Bjerg.
Yeah, looking forward to next seat. Bruno Santos. Bruno Santos for me is a swell charger. Also, he whether it's Indonesia or wherever it is, he's constantly on to tube Mongo, isn't he?
Absolute charger. So impressive to see what he can do. He's not a big guy in terms of stature, but that kind of strength he's got as well as the skill set, and obviously that kind of fearlessness. And most people that see a big kind of wall of water, a big section, and you're thinking all your instincts are like get away, and these guys are just hucking themselves over the ledge and getting underneath it. Really impressive to see. So 6 to go in this. Bjerg leading it from Fonseca at the moment. Corey Lopez has had a few smaller waves. Diogo Perez has been pretty quiet. Let's check out a recap and see the story of how this one's gone down. It is our opening heat of the Perfect Chapter 2022. Corey Lopez going the backhand early on, Nick. Couple of quick hits from here. Meanwhile, Fonseca, this was nicely done.
Yeah, that was beautiful away.
Russell Bjerg, wait for this wave. Kind of patient with a couple of early ones like that were a little softer. Then he got his payoff towards the back of the heat. That's the way it's gone down in this. Bjerke good enough for the lead at the moment.
Yeah, they repeated one of the waves on the replay there. I think his second wave was probably his best wave, which we didn't see there.
And just like that, they say it's the fastest kind of half hour ever is when you're surfing the heat. Time just flies by. Under 5 to go now in this. Of course, no elimination at this stage. We will see our surfers in 3rd and 4th surf again. At least one more time, depending on how they fare in that. There's 2 heats in our round 2.
We've got a specialty event later on with kids too, right? A little junior challenge.
Spreading the love with the Groms as well.
All right.
So a strong talent pool here in Portugal. And what an opportunity for some of the young grommets and some good names. Already some impressive talent out of Portugal. Been a story for a number of years. And this place has been right at the very heart of that, as you were mentioning earlier. Strong tradition.
Yeah, all along the from Costa Caprica, along Cascais area and all that, Carcavelos, São Pedro, Guincho would probably be the focal point of where most of your best surfers in Portugal have come from. A lot of history. It's close to the city down here. Very competitive crew from around Carcavelos.
Of course, hometown of Cascais to Frederico Moraes.
Yeah,
the championship tour.
Yep. On the CT. Also Vasco Ribeiro's from down this way. Most of Portuguese, the champions, national champions have all been from down here.
Just over 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. It is still Russ Bjerke and Guillaume Fonseca. You 1-2 in this. Let's see if the ocean provides anything for Lopez or Perez to try and come back at them. And at the moment, in what's been kind of small conditions in this, definitely hollow, there's definitely tubes. Don't think we've seen any waves ridden that haven't had tube rides on them, but to really unlock the scale, really go up and impress our judges, you need to get a bigger wave, you need to get deep as well.
Yeah, we'll be banking on that later on. Tiago's been pretty dormant in this heat so far, but he's got another shot. We can get through this one.
Tiago not seemingly super interested so far in this. Hasn't seen too many ways to tickle his fancy. Let's see if he can get something in the last couple of minutes. Turn it around. Thinking about numbers. He needs a decent score to come back at Fonseca in 2nd. Here is Guillermo. And he'll get a pump. And another section. Right. And nice dynamic surfing from the Portuguesa, Guilherme Fonseca. He even gets a little wrap turn off the top. He's got a section on the inside.
All right, he worked that one.
Good energy from Fonseca.
Yeah, he's a very focused athlete. Yeah, he's always been competitive-wise.
Pretty fit. He likes eating his vegetables.
He's super fit. He loves his veggies, eh? His father also, eh? He's his, they've always, contests I remember up in Porto and that, you'd run into him, he'd have a little alfalfa or whatever thing in the back, and he'd be just
the mung bean sprouts.
Yeah, there you go. But like grown by himself, or he's just pulling it off and eating it there.
So you see him getting that little pump straight off the bottom turn. He gets that nice little second section there.
Yeah, he's a very short guy. He's a small guy. He's stocky though. He's really well, pretty solid. But he seems to fit into these things pretty well, eh?
Yeah, sort of Aritz Aramburu-esque in terms of those short, strong legs that seem to go well in tubes, right?
Yeah.
4 points. Black,
and trying to come back into 1st. He held the lead a long time through that heat. Russ Bjerke took it from him. Let's see how that last number goes. We're going to tick down towards the end of this. And it has been a story of Fonseca and Bjerke in our first heat of the Perfect Chapter 2022. 40 seconds to go. Lopez has had a few smaller waves. Not really had the luck in terms of waves. Choca Perez has been really quiet in this one.
Very quiet, yeah. It had one wave in the beginning and that was it, eh?
So we'll tick down towards 20 to go. See if we get any last little opportunities for our surfers. You can see how close to shore things are. as we see Thiago Sacapires, the Portuguese prince. Quick hit off the top from him. He'll just bring this one in. And he knows not to force the issue. He'll just bring that one in and wait and come back later. Hopefully a little more waves when he surfs again. But we do need the ocean to provide for us.
So waiting on Guillermo's score to come in, see if he's still in that first position.
So that's our opening heat in the books of Perfect Chapter. We are stoked to be back and running this speciality tube riding event live from Carcavelos in beautiful Cascais, Portugal. Russ Bjerk and Guillermo Fonseca will be heading through and get to sit out the 2 heats of the next round and just warm up, get themselves a little bit of brekkie, and hopefully watch some waves and some tubes stand up on the sandbar. We've got plenty of live action to bring you throughout the day. Big Dev surfing here from Perfect Chapter, and hopefully a pulse in the swell too. Keeping our fingers crossed that things all come together. Russ Bjerk, very impressive to see him. We're going to be back with more live action from Perfect Chapter after a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Start, boys. Let's start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat is on. The heat is on. Baterias estão on. Eu vou deixar os comentários.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. Live action from Perfect Chapter 2022 sees the former CT surfer of Anamburu, a former winner of this event out in the water. Joining myself, Paul Evans, for the call, Kieran Grant. Good morning, mate. Bon dia.
Bon dia. Good
bon
morning.
dia. How you doing?
Very well. How are you?
You're a local at this beach.
I am.
How
Born
you
and bred.
What you seen so far this morning?
I've seen a couple of barrels. It's not easy out there. I think Guillermo sat on that right-hander to our right. So we're facing the ocean out to our right. There's a little right-hander. He kind of found his sweet spot, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Lucking into a couple. I say luck, but I'll say skilling into a couple of good ones. Picking the best out of conditions. And finding themselves some good scores already underway in this one. We mentioned Alexander is in the red and white. Bruno Santos in blue. João Guides from Porto up the coast in Portugal in black. Another young Portuguese, Santiago Graça. How much do you know about Santi?
Santiago, goofy footer. Hell of a character. Good barrel rider. He likes it. He likes a good barrel, that boy.
Strong surf culture at this beach, mate. You've been here forever.
Forever.
Good, strong scene. Good barrel riders from this place. What does it take to be a Carcavelos surfer?
Bells. You got to be committed to get over that ledge, and it pounds you. It can give you a good pounding. Yeah, that's what it takes.
Breaking close to shore, heavy barrels. Even at this size right now, it's not really kind of a lot of height to our swell, but we've seen how hollow this is, how close to shore it is.
That's the good thing. It's quite a spectacle. You can be down by the shore, and you know you're right up on the action. It breaks very close to the beach, very shallow.
Looks like João Guides is having a look here, a veteran
Veteran goofy footer.
Experienced waterman. Whoa. And just getting blown out of I don't know where. Bruno Santos, couldn't even see him. It's inside that barrel. Where did he come from?
I didn't see it. I just saw him pop out at the end.
Bruno Santos appears out of nowhere. Let's see how the judges make of that. Hopefully they got a little better vision on it. Let's have a look, mate.
Here we go.
Oh, that's where he was.
Wow.
And doggy doors it. So he got a big pump from behind a section, and we were just kind of watching the wave, thinking there wasn't a surfer on it, and hey, here's Bruno Santos.
Strong offshore wind. That's very hard to get into.
Oh. Impressive, the exit as well, how he managed to just squeak out of that. It's going to be a good number, I reckon. Good start from Bruno.
Wow, good start. Putting the pressure on.
There's Jalguiz here on the backhand. He's not going to make out of that, but already some good energy in this heat. And we are expecting the swell to pulse throughout the day. Mate, you've been watching the forecast for this. What do you think we could be looking at through the rest of the morning and the rest of the day?
Well, on days like this, when the wind is this strong, it kind of pushes the swell. You can see it break out the back. It pushes the swell away from us. So I would say if there was a bit more energy on it, we'd possibly see a bit more swell, but I'm hoping, and the forecast looks really good. I mean, it looks 15 seconds northwest. I think on the push, tied on the push, it'll
Well, we're looking at a great day of surfing here at Carcavelos. Let's get some view on what it looked like from out in the water. Winner of the last heat is standing by for a chat.
Okay. Hi, Russell.
Hello.
So, how did you feel the conditions today?
It was cold and windy early this morning. It's coming from Australia summer. It's definitely a bit of shock, but it was good to warm up and shake the jet lag off and had fun.
The early bird gets the worm, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. First heat of the day with testos, but yeah, it was quite fun. Hard work, a lot of current. I think the low tide's kind of almost limiting opportunities, but yeah, got lucky and a few nice waves came to me. So.
And what are you using?
It's a 511, shaped by my dad, Kirk Bjerke. It's a has a little pintail, bit of a step up. Just really, it's a really good barrel board.
Okay, congrats, man. Thanks. See you later.
Great stuff there from Russ Bjerke, riding a board shaped by Pops and riding it really well. Good start for him. And he'll be hoping we do get an increase in swell throughout the day. Is what we're hoping for. It's what we might be looking at here. It's Aaron Peru scouring the lineup, looking relaxed as ever, and loves getting tubed. This boy, remember that event he won, the Perfect Chapter, I think 2018 up in Nazaré, and it was absolutely pumping.
I wasn't there for that one. Oh, look at Santiago.
The grommet attack as we see the next generation getting all psyched, watching some legends, some core lords from around the world getting barreled and starting their own surf journey, which is one of the cool things about the sport, where you can just get on the beach. It could be a world champ or someone of international repute, and you're sitting right next to them and surfing, and it doesn't happen in many other sports. One of the things we love about it.
It's good. I think it makes you better. At the end of the day, you'll always come out surfing better if you're hanging with talent.
Of course, sometimes it's really frustrating as well. You hate it and you kick your board and you punch your own fins in and you swear and you say, why do I do this to myself? We've all done that, right?
I have.
Let's get caught up on some replays and see what's going down in the water. Let's have a look here. This looks like Aritz.
Aritz. Whoa. Skill. I wouldn't call that. Here we go, Jean. Is that
Bruno
Sanch? That doggy door, the one we saw earlier on. Nice.
Really nicely done. You see, he kind of poked his board through with his feet there. He just seems to nudge that thing through before the explosion. Really nicely done. And that's been the best of the action
so far.
Early on in this one. Looks like we're waiting for scores for Aritz and Bruno. Plenty of time left to go in this. 21.5 minutes, so half-hour heats. and very short paddle out times. No need for the jet ski assist out here. We're looking at like a sort of 5 meter paddle back out to the peak.
Often, if you mistime it, you can get properly pounded.
Blown up?
Yeah. Usually when you're sitting out here, you look at, there's a rock out the far right, and if you see the set coming, locals will see the set breaking, and you know that there's a set coming. I would say there's an old house behind us where they'd be probably lining up with this house. Hard to stay in the same place. This is a northwest swell, so the current takes you down the beach towards the fortress. A couple of riptides out here, and usually we use the riptide to taxi us out. So
What goes down at the fortress these days? Looks like a good venue for like a dance party. So maybe like
that would be lovely.
Electronic music.
It's actually
getting weird late at night.
It's our president's summer house.
Okay.
Yeah, summer residence. Never been in there. We jump off the rocks on the high tide.
There's still time. You might get that call up. See how you go on commentary today, and maybe the president or there'll be a car come and collect you. A little debrief on Perfect Chapter. Saying, what's this surf business? I like it. Some wind whipping through, that cross offshore energy just blasting the lineup right now.
It's hard to see when you're standing up going down square, not round.
Just doing it on feeling, really.
Yeah.
Basically. And then you get yourself in the tube, you get a little bit of shelter. "19 minutes and 40 to go in this." We've got a paddle here from Zhao Grids. He likes the look of a left here. Found himself a little corner as Zhao. Here he goes. He's up and riding. And a little pump, just sort of delicately done. Didn't want to overdo it. That puts himself for a little bit of vision. Not super deep. Tucks in for a little head dip. Finishes up waist deep water. So another effort there for Zhao. And it looks like we got waves for everyone going down so far in this one. Still, none of the major sets as yet to show themselves in this. Plenty of time for that to happen. Still thinking from what we've had just over 10 minutes in this one, 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Bruno Santos feels like the best of it so far.
So far, I think he's managing to stick to first. I mean, not easy out there. Can you see those waves break out the back? Like way out. That's all that swell coursing through. I think hopefully it's going to get better throughout the day. I mean, fingers crossed, like you said earlier on. Fingers crossed.
The perfect chapter happens when conditions come together and light things up in Portugal. Selecting the best and hollowest breaks from up and down this coast. Right now we're in Carcavelos, the iconic spot in Cascais, right on the edge of the Lisbon Bay. Tucked in around from the swell, so our big North Atlantic swells pretty much got to do a 180 to get in here. And when they do, and wind comes from the same direction, that north-northwest swell, that's offshore here. And that provides us with tubes. How often we Carcavelos, right? An average winter, it's not a wave that breaks every day, right? So small, clean swell doesn't happen much. How consistent is this wave in general?
Well, it works pretty much from September to May, but then you might get lucky in June. You might get a couple of swells, but yeah, you need strong North Atlantic swell, like you were saying. It's got to come round. It's got to come round. We're facing south here, so if you look at the whole coast of Portugal.
So it looks like a little reposition from Bruno Santos. He's having a little saunter up the beach. And you mentioned that current there, Kieran. There's plenty of it ripping through, and it looks like he's going for a land-based redirect. Just going to save those paddling arms, try and put himself up the beach.
I wouldn't be surprised to see people do a run around today.
Let's have a look here. This right-hander looks real promising. Let's have a look, Kieran.
I know. Santiago's a local out here. He knows He knows which ones to go on.
Whoa! A real throaty one.
Nice. Would you give him the score?
Yeah, for sure I'm giving him the score. And he got a lot of travel time in that. Really compact. He's only a little guy. And in that pig dog position on that inside rail.
I think that's bonus for him.
And then that thing just on that real sort of concave face as he came out. He goes over the handlebars in spectacular fashion. I'm calling that a make all day long. Let's see if the judges do, though. They're not as generous as me. In lots of ways.
Supposedly there's the grommets are going to compete just before the finals. I have going to put in a plug for my nephew. He's going to be competing today.
What's his name?
Salvador Vala.
One of the up-and-coming talents from this region?
Yes, he is. He is. Very talented boy. And he is mad for it. He's very dedicated.
Little glimpse into the future. We got that session coming in before the final here at Perfect Chapter. And bringing in the next generation of talent as well. Seeing some of the legends from...
Other local boys competed yesterday during the trials and they didn't make it. I'm very sad for them. My mate made it. Long-time friend Pedro Monteiro, he made the trials, and hats off to him. I mean, he is a hell of a surfer. And if anyone knows these barrels, I mean, if I was any of the other competitors, I would be scared to get him in the water with me if it were bigger.
That's part of the cool thing about Perfect Chapter. You got the local legends, those underground warlords taking on surfers from all around the world. There's another redirect from Arit Saramburu.
There we go, the runaround.
He's making his way up the beach.
Smart man.
I don't mind the mohawk from Aritz. I noticed that last night. I like it. Showing a bit of attitude. Good on him. It looks fast. And he's giving the crowd a little wave as well. Always in good spirits.
Good for the aerodynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already got good scores on the board as well. So we're under the halfway point in the heat right now.
João Guedes, he's so good. João Guedes is such a good surfer all round. I was up at Nazaré and I watched him. Do you remember that interference where two bikes, two surfers? My goodness, that was huge. That's like downtown Lisbon marching towards you with a vengeance. Goodness.
Very experienced waterman in the heavy stuff. Great in the barrels.
So talented.
Competitor too down the years. And that's the way the story's setting up here. With just under 13 and a half minutes to go. Bruno Santos, Arit Saramburu, year 1-2. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action from Perfect Chapter right after this.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
Welcome back to Perfect Chapter, coming at you live from Carcavelos, Cascais, Lisbon. The 2022 edition welcomes some amazing talent from around the world. We're watching some right now in the water. Aramburu of País Vasco from the Basque Country, formerly of the Championship Tour as well, a long-time standout in Europe and an absolute master in free surfing events too. Also Bruno Santos, the highly rated Brazilian charger, the legend, absolute tube hound, done some amazing work in Hawaii and Indonesia too, over in Portugal, and leading this one A couple of Portugueses, the experience of João Guedes and the youth of Santiago Graça. Myself, Paul Evans, for the call, along with our local knowledge and expert, Kieran Grant. And we're enjoying what we've seen so far, but we just want a bit more of it, right?
We need Mother Nature to come together this morning. I mean, she's here. She's here, and I'm pretty confident she's going to work out throughout the day and bring us amazing surfing. This beautiful Cascais coast. Are you liking it here?
Mate, love it. I love this little strip, the Marginal, the road that runs along, and getting that vision of the ocean and seeing all these little different reef breaks. I remember there was a women's CT, they had Estoril.
Yes.
Just up like, what, a 1K maybe, sort of west of here, a couple of Ks.
Yes.
So much variety of surf. Like, this is the heavy kind of close out, beat you up beach break, but there's fun waves as well, right? Even for surfers of my sort of modest talents, I can find somewhere to have a little wiggle on an average day, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah, you could ride anything from a 7-foot gun to a 5'3" fish. You can find there's a wave for everyone on this coast.
I surfed a sneaky right-hander down that way as well on a big day too.
Is it Santa Maru?
Yes, a couple of people shouted at us. That's all part of it. That's all part
Got
of
to
the
be careful
fun.
on the tide going out on those days, because that's the river mouth. I mean, you can get sucked out to sea.
Just over 10 to go in this. Let's remind ourselves how it's gone down in this one. Seen some good barrels go down. As we've been saying, not huge, but some nice technical surfing.
Super technical. Bit of a... Here we go.
This was Santos early on. Wow. Sneaks out of that to get the 7. Very impressive.
Very impressive. That is. Wow. Here we go. Wow. Such technical surfing.
Quick bit of cover
up
for João Guedes. And then we also had that long throaty right-hander for this guy.
There goes Santiago. Santi. Local boy.
That's the way heat number 2 is setting up. Of course, no elimination at this stage. We will take surfers in 1 or 2 through to our 3rd round. Then we have 2 elimination heats to follow. This round is a replay here of Santiago.
Doesn't come out.
Bit of travel time for him. Unable to find an exit. João Guedes as well with the big dog. And he'll wear that one on the head as well.
Yeah.
Maybe a little classic bit of cold water down the neck of the wetsuit to wake you up. Got the Iceman Wim Hof method. Icy Atlantic in your wetsuit. Aramburu having a stall. Just trying to put that hand in the face as we pick up live action. And see Aritz trying to put himself deep. Unable to really get locked in. Let's get another look here, Kieran.
He goes. Stalling as much as he can. And kicking out. I think he's going for the runaround. I think that's going to be an option for a lot of people today, doing the old runaround. That'll get your heart going. Warm you up a bit. As we see Miguel Blanco ready for his heat. Miguel Blanco is an amazing surfer. I mean, everyone's amazing here. You can't really say that there aren't anyone. Everyone is so talented.
Defending event champion Anthony Walsh getting ready. Got absolutely shacked off his dial last time out down here.
He did.
And Miguel Blanco, an incredible charger himself.
Goodness.
In the heavy water. He's been putting a lot of time up in at Nazaré as well in the last couple of winters. Based in Cascais, Miguel? Costa Caparica?
No, Cascais. Miguel is local to this side, this neck of the woods.
Do you ever venture over there, mate? Do you get a nosebleed if you cross the bridge?
They're not the most welcoming crowd. I never have any problems. I haven't dropped in on anyone since I was a stupid grom. Since I was about 17, so I don't tolerate people dropping in on me. and I don't, jockey around too much and make life hard for people.
It's all part of the fun of surfing.
I think if you got manners, I think you're welcome everywhere.
Yep, absolutely.
Bring
mate.
your manners.
Spot on. But yeah, so many surf options around here. You've got that bridge, the kind of,
That's
call it the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I love crossing that bridge.
Switch it up. And a whole different swell windows. It's got wind directions to deal with. Of course, we are dealing with the jewel in the crown really right now. Carcavelos, the barrel and brake, as we see. The classic combo of wetsuit with sunglasses could only be Clay Marzo, who came over all the way from Maui. Had a bit of time in an airplane, getting to Frankfurt as well on his way in, eventually getting into Lisbon. Guides in the tube, nice little side slip stall. And he'll bash one up on a section as well. That's nicely done.
Nicely done.
Great to see Clay Marzo. And he mentioned he's been unable to travel for a number of years and he's stoked to be over here in Portugal.
Wow.
Let's see what he can do out here. Meanwhile, let's have another look at João.
So excited to see. Here he goes. And he muscles it out. Tries that floater. It's pretty shallow where he landed there.
This is a replay of Santiago going the backhand again here, Kieran.
Santiago, oh, quick cover up. And he kicks out. Thought he'd go for that little floater on the end. And again.
The big dog action, kind of small and tight pockets. Hard to get deep on that backhand on the smaller waves.
Lucky he's tiny. He can manage to squeeze himself in there. Hard to wipe off speed here.
Trying to make the most of those opportunities, but overall just trying to get barreled and enjoy surfing with a couple of legends.
Oh, he's over the moon.
Chance to check out Clay Marzo coming up soon as well. Can't wait for that. Can't think of when the last time we saw Marzo surf a live heat on a broadcast, so that's going to be a real treat as well.
I wouldn't know about a live heat, but I was watching him last night on Instagram. Amazing surfer. Oh my goodness. He's a big bloke. I thought he was...
Yeah, he's solid, huh?
He's big bloke.
And still surfing incredibly well. Like you said, we're really just kind of watching him through his clips in the last couple of years, but just doing all sorts of weird stuff with some mad tubes and airs and all sorts. Here's another look at João Guides' backhand effort. Behind the curtain, like you said, muscling it out.
Yeah.
I don't mind the little sort of jump off on the end as well, a little bonus kind of manoeuvre wipeout section. A little bit of entertainment factor for our crowd who are filling in and enjoying a blustery and yet sunny morning. As we're hoping for this swell to continue to fill in throughout the day. Here goes live action here.
Reckon that ball broke?
And that looked like Santos, who went just straight down the hill there.
How's the board? It's intact.
So, even the very finest tube riders in the world. Here's Aramburu, he's deep on that though, and that one's going to run away. But nice to see a little kick up in energy and a little bit of anger from the ocean.
Last of blue John Gates, 4.5. It's now the best way for blue. Second best for blue. It's at 3.25.
I can't say. I'd say the cream of the cream come from this beach in Portugal. I mean, you could consider Saka cream of the cream. He lived here for a couple of years, but he's from Elisada originally, and I think if you can drop into this wave, then you're pretty much, if you go on tour throughout the world, it teaches you a couple of skills.
Prepares you for any kind of tube, any sort of heavy water. Such a variety available in Portugal for surfers, and some very hollow waves, this prime among them. And that's why we're here for Perfect Chapter. It is essentially a tube riding event. It's all about getting those barrels, getting the tube time.
And it's all about everything coming together, you know, at once. Perfect wind, perfect swell. I mean, it's so hard. It's what we live for, isn't it, the search? Yeah. Sometimes it's that hour, sometimes it's the whole day. Sometimes it could be 5 minutes. One wave. Happiness is available.
Aramburu, with that patience that you talked about, he's got that in spades, but ever ready to spring to life when the opportunity comes, as he'll prowl towards kind of right as we look out to sea. So the kind of western end of this beach as we're watching, and trying to find himself one of those throaty right-handers. As we see the next heat fire up, our defending champ Anthony Walsh coming up in the next one. Guidas.
Jean Guedes looking out to sea.
So you're saying Guedes. I'm butchering that,
Guedes.
calling him Guidas. So
Guedes.
it's definitely not that. Okay, Guedes. All right.
Guedes, Pires.
Tiago Pires. Yep, I got that one.
Guedes. You said Graça super well.
Yeah, mate, feel free as I butcher some of these Portuguese names, just to give me a sharp elbow to the ribs. You know, that's the only way I'll learn. It's violence. That's the
No
only thing that
violence
works.
intended, brother.
Statuesque Aramburu, chilling his boots out there, just biding his time.
Hang on, we've got Pedro Monteiro coming up in the next heat. Pedro Monteiro is the gentleman who won the trial yesterday. So I was telling you about him earlier on. Very excited to see him out there. He must be like over the moon. Look at these names in his heat. He must be trippy.
All right, we're going to wrap this one up here. And this will be our second heat of the day. All coming to a conclusion. So we're halfway through this opening round. A little wave in.
He come out? No. On his belly.
In the prone position. Like Santiago Graça. Just proning that one in. Because no elimination at this stage, so surfers in third and fourth we won't lose. We wait for confirmation on positions right now from where we are. But if we stayed as we were, it did look like Bruno Santos with the high individual score from what we saw when we did have scores. We'll confirm that as that information comes in. Aramburu also got a good right-hander early on, didn't he? And just threaded that one, got nice and deep. That's going to be key to unlocking the scale. As we wait for scores to come in, we'll confirm that when we come back. We're going to get a quick commercial break, join us some more live action from Carcavelos right after this.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And we are back at the perfect chapter. Heat number 3 here. We have Anthony Walsh in red, Miguel Blanc in white, Clay Marzo blue, and Pedro Monteiro in black.
Pedro Monteiro Pecas, local legend.
There you
Won
go.
the trials yesterday.
There you go. Got a little replay here from Miguel Blanc, first wave of the heat.
Here we No, that's not Miguel Blanc, that's Pedro Pecas.
No, that's Blanc. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Oh no, sorry. Was that someone coming out of the previous
That's
heat? That was
last
someone
heat.
coming
I'm
out of the
sorry.
previous heat.
There you go. No worries. There's Miguel paddling now. Gonna get into it. It seems like last heat there was a bit more activity than the first one, actually. A few waves coming through.
A few.
You're local here, so tell me, this needs an incoming tide, right, to pick up?
Needs an
bring the size
incoming
in?
tide. The sandbanks this year aren't the best.
No.
Because it's a beach break and because it's sandbars, they shift a lot.
Right.
And I was listening to you earlier on saying when you got here in '78, the left was actually down from left from us. That was the wave. Carcavelos was called.
It was, wasn't it?
Esquerda, right?
There were right-handers on the side sometimes in that, but that was a principal wave. And I don't know if it's just all the construction that's gone on and like the marine up in Cascais and all that that has changed the sand flows or whatever. But
I think you're right. I think it was. I mean, I know Santa Maru changed after they built the marina in
right,
Wales.
exactly.
I mean,
wherever we mess with it, it changes. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Clay Marzo here. I mean, you know, he's been, for me, he's just amazing talent forever. And his competitive career I don't think it ran out well for him in that. But he's just still just amazing surfer to watch. Free surfing, eh? Be nice to see what he has to show here.
Absolutely incredible. Is that Pedro Monteiro? Pecas?
Exactly.
I was going through Clay Mars's Instagram last night. Just absolutely amazing stuff.
Yeah.
He does that old.
Over the
Pecas.
handlebars.
Man,
Nice to
did he get
Pedro
some
out
cover
there,
up?
eh? No, he's kind of at the door there, but he did a little.
So happy for him.
Little slot, yeah, for sure. We have last year's winner out there also, Anthony Walsh. Anthony's the charge. Anthony's Maui, I think, correct? Or the Big Island, one or the other.
Not sure. I think also Clay Mars is also from Maui, isn't he?
Yeah. Clay Mars was Maui. Anthony Walsh, Australian original, but he lives in Hawaii.
Wow.
I know that. I mean, farther out in the ocean, you can't really see on the screen here, but farther out in the ocean, is that sandbanks out there that lift all that up?
Yeah. Ships have a hard time getting into the Tagus
Right.
because of the those sandbanks out there that
right off of Bujua, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it used
But
to be
the ones
connected.
out there, that
would be sand. That would be shallower for sure. When you got to Caparica, did it link up with Bujua, that sand, with the sandbar on the low
well, it
tide?
used to be a lot bigger than it was.
It used to be a lot bigger. It used to be a whole
go there
island.
by boat, kind of hang out
yeah.
in the sand net, you know. But no, that's disappeared a lot. Like also construction, what they did on the other side, and that changed things a lot. But
Did you live over in Caparica?
I lived in Caparica for about a year and a half, probably.
Wow.
Back
What was that?
in- it
80s?
was, 79, 80, 81.
Wow.
And then went up to Edison in 82. Been up there 40 years now. 40 years this May, actually.
Wow.
We moved up there. Started cement at the time.
I was thinking last night. I've never had a cement surfboard. However,
yeah, dog. There we go. Blue. Oh.
What happened? It looked like
nice little slot.
See the replay.
That was Clay Marzo blue, yeah? Got a little in view from our previous winner here.
Já temos aqui o Aritz, ele ganhou a segunda bateria do dia. Vamos pedir-lhe aqui uma opinião das condições no capítulo perfeito. Aritz.
Bueno, las condiciones bastante difíciles, acho que la marea está un poco vacía ainda, mas bueno, dá algún tubo y hay que buscar, hay que estar todo el rato intentando conectar con el océano y intentar hacer lo mejor.
Muy bien, ¿las planchas que me puedes decir?
Sí, He traído hoy dos Christensen de Pucas y la verdad es que este invierno estoy usando mucho de ellas, gusto mucho de ellas y sí, estoy contento con las franchas, van bien.
Vale, todo bueno.
All right, little interview from Rich there. Yeah, Rich said it's still kind of small, but he's, some conditions out there, so
Yeah, he was
looking forward.
as
to
we were
what's
talking
coming.
about the low tide, he was saying that on low tide it's going to be harder.
He's got his Puka surfboards there. I think Rich is on a 3-fin. Little slot there.
Yeah.
Nice little slot.
Finishing right, finishing blue, still going right.
That was Miguel Blanco.
Miguel Blanco, yeah.
Let's see a quick replay of that.
Got a little hoodie on there, doesn't he?
He does.
And he's going. Miguel's going in for a board change or something here.
You reckon? Or run around?
We have a replay of Miguel's last waves.
Here we go. Up. Stalls.
Okay.
This is the last one he surfed before coming out.
And this is a previous wave that we didn't see. I think it was during Henrique's interview there.
Oh, just a
All
quick
right.
cover up.
That's clean. Keep him busy, Miguel.
Keeping that blood flowing.
I don't know why he's coming in. If he wants to change board or something. But
You seen any quads?
no, I don't think there's.
Everyone's on
It demands a
thrusters.
quad yet, really. It's probably a bit more size, probably. I find that, if you just watched, Kelly's last victory at Pipe, the GOAT does it again. They should call him the Ghost because he's still haunting generation after
Bloody hell.
generation. Eh? But, yeah, he was on a quad. And, if you watch his backdoor waves and that, the quads are just so fast and he can keep such a high line. You get so much drive out of them. You hold higher up on the wave because you got two
Doesn't
fins.
slide out.
Essentially out on your rail, you've got your fins, so you can just draw a really high line and get a lot of speed out of them. So I think they come into play a lot when you're talking big down the line barrels like backdoor or show or places like that.
You've been shaping many quads for Koshus in the last
Yeah,
years?
I make some quads for Koshus. Not a lot of Koshus. Most people, I think, surf 3 fins there. I prefer a quad myself, but I've been surfing quads for a long time. I just like the way they feel.
Me too.
If you look at Sunset, hardly anyone had a quad because it's just big, wide open, bumpy stuff
Yeah.
and that. And it's it's more not as quad oriented as say like Piper, a place like that. I think Carcavelos on when it's sizable and hollow, quads are great here. Yeah, I was looking on my break there. I was up and down the beach looking. There's some peaks here and there that are looking, a bit more sizable, and shape is coming around. So hopefully it'll come together here.
Yeah, as I was saying, I've never owned a cement. However, I did own a
Never too
lipstick.
late. You did own a lipstick.
I did own a
All right.
lipstick.
The golden old
Thruster, red one.
All right.
Tinted resin, actually. It was, I think. Or
It
could
would have been.
It would have been, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we did a lot of those. Someone here. That's a blue.
Yeah.
That's a Clay Marzo.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully we'll get another look at it.
So under 20 minutes, so 90 minutes, 30 seconds, each situation at this stage. In the lead now is blue, Clay Marzo, blue in the lead.
Clay Marzo is leading the heat right now.
165 on your second best wave. You have a 525, it's best wave of the week so far. Second place with White, Miguel Blanc, sitting on a 3.5 and a 3. So White is chasing the 3 4
So we've got Anthony Walsh leading the heat.
with yellow, Anthony Walsh.
Anthony's the next heat. Oh no, Anthony's in there.
You
Excuse me.
have a 2 and a 125 yellow. You need a 4.5.
Miguel second.
Still early days in this heat, huh?
Yeah.
Black is fourth, and Black is chasing the 5 to that second. Time there, 18 minutes, 45 seconds.
About 12 minutes into this one.
I think half an hour on a day like this is a good
yeah,
good option for a heat.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see this contest up and running again, eh? All contests actually. We're back.
Here we go.
Paddle on white. We go blank again. Oh, that's a beauty.
Oh.
Right on. Ah, pulled it out of the doggy door. Yeah, Miguel's a great tube rider. Eh? He's got really nice style. He's an amazing surfer.
Yeah.
National champ, what, 2 years ago? I think it was. I think it was a couple of years back. Miguel was Portuguese national champ.
Here he goes. Just a quick cover up.
There you go.
And he opted out. Very smart surfing.
Good enough. Well read.
Yeah.
Picked that one up. Miguel spends a lot of time surfing here, correct?
He does.
Yeah.
And he did in his youth.
Eh?
I remember he did in his youth, possibly
right.
more than now. But
yeah, we see a lot of them up my way these days, eh? Yeah, you were saying back that lipstick you had's pigment. It was probably pigment. We played around with pigment back then. It took us a while. I reckon all the first floors we made of lipsticks, you were all guinea pigs. We were trying to get it all sorted out back in the day there.
See, one of the nicest cements I ever saw already had the cement logo. Cement is a seed, and there was a little
with a little seed coming,
yep,
and it was coming out.
Had black rails, and it was a quad and a fishtail. And this was 86 maybe.
That was
here on this beach.
Right, here we go. We got a takeoff, yellow, swallowed up.
Oh, swallowed up.
Yeah, ran away on him. Yeah, that was the first phase of.
Here we go. Play Marzo. Does he come out? Whoa!
Jeez. Now that was a tight little one, huh?
I know, he's a big bloke. Squeezing.
Have another look at that.
Slowing down and
straight into it.
Straight into it.
That was a pincher, huh?
Yeah.
He's quite a big guy, Clay.
He is.
He got pretty tight in that little thing, didn't he?
Well, Carcavelos might be tiny, but it's wide.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It is wide.
That's what I'm saying. This is an amazing beach break. You know, when it's on, Carcavelos is beautiful. It's a lot of power, and it's a wide open barrel.
It can be scary.
It was the Portuguese pipeline. It was back in the day, huh? I mean, Roy Russell came through here ages ago. You remember that?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it was ages.
Such a grom.
Back in the 80s, early 80s, or late 70s.
I reckon you and Nunjone and all that crowd. I think you guys had you had it uncrowded.
Yeah. I mean, when I got here, I think in the whole country there were probably 100 surfers. You know?
Wow.
And probably most of them were here, you know, down between São Pedro, Carcavelos, and I want to say Costa Caprica was the highest concentration of surfers back then. And we're off to a little commercial break here from the. In a minute, we got and we will be back.
Programa Multicare Vitality. Ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And we are back at third heat of the Perfect Chapter. 8th edition. Back at Carcavelos again.
It's been all over. It's been Peniche, it's been Nazaré, it's been...
Peniche, Nazaré, this 8th year. We had, what, 2-year layoff now.
We did.
But it's good to see.
Has it been that long? It was that long.
Cascais, the Chamber of Commerce has embraced this event,
This
and
event,
keeping
that's
it home,
amazing,
keeping
yeah.
it down this way.
Did you learn anything new these last 2 years?
Eh?
Did you learn anything new these last 2 years?
Hopefully.
I did. I learned how to mend boards.
Shit, I learned how to work a lot more than I worked the years before that, man. Jesus. It's been super busy, which is a good thing, but
it's a great thing.
I think people didn't travel as much. They, weren't allowed to, so they pretty much focused on what they could do and locally, which is surfing. So for the industry, for the surfboard industry, it's been amazing.
30 minutes. Each situation once more.
So, Nick, you've been around a couple of minutes. What would you reckon the cream of the cream of Portuguese surfing comes from Carcavelos? What would you say?
I want to say that if you look at all like past champions in Portugal and the highest level of surfing, I'd say it all starts down this way. I want to say it's all been like along the line of Cascais, Carcavelos, Guincho, Costa Caprica involved at a certain point in that. I think it's all around the Lisbon area. And then they do spend a lot of their time, like Frederico Moraes, Vasco Ribeiros, Tiago Pires, as he did in his career. They do spend a lot of time, let's say, Eddie Setaway, or, this and that. I've got guys at Algarve also, that a lot of good surfers come from down there. But I want to say the highest concentration is here. Cream of the crop's always been here. All your national champions, most of them are from here, It's just more competitive down this way. And it's close to the city, so.
Do you think this wave teaches you a lot?
Eh?
Do you think this wave is a good teacher? It would. I mean, if Tiago went on the tour and a couple of like Vasco Ribeiro and all these guys, they. I actually think
Portugal
this is a good training ground.
Portugal in general for like solid waves and that is a great proving ground. It's, if you look at most of them, they're all really good in solid surf. Vasco's really good in solid surf. Kika's is good in solid surf. Tiago Pires is amazing in solid surf, and
still amazing.
And and even smaller surf in that too. I don't think it is. We're spoiled by good waves a lot of time. We had a taker there. I want to say that's Clay Marzo. Right-hander, backside. Yeah, that was Clay. Let's see if we get a replay on that one.
That's Pecas. That's Pedro Monteiro, as we see paddling out.
Who was that, excuse me?
Paddling out's Pedro Monteiro, I think it was...
okay. So we got a replay here.
Yeah, that's Pecas.
All right,
local.
Here we go.
Holding that rail.
Local knowledge.
Trying to slow down as much as he can.
All right.
And he gets knocked off at the end, I guess. Yes, he does.
Should have gone for the doggy door.
He should.
All right.
He's always
a little more.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. He loves it.
How old's Pecas now?
Pecas is a year younger than me, so he's 44.
Well, it's good on him. He's out there. He's got a surf school and that going also, right? Yeah.
He does, yeah.
Yeah, I make course for a few of his kids in that, yeah. Good to see most of the, I want to say a lot of the older generation, especially from down here around Carcavelos now, have stayed very active and very involved in surf in general, eh? And even guys that have come from Carcavelos that are living up around my way, like José Gregorio, Paul Dubairo, a lot of guys have stayed, involved. Marcos Anastácio, another one. Yeah, you got a lot of classics down here, man.
How much humor can you get
from
between those
from
two?
Yellow there.
Oh,
that was a beauty.
Is that Anthony Walsh?
Time for around 9 minutes 20 seconds.
Here we go.
Clay Marzo.
Come out.
Blue and yellow. Blue into the left and yellow.
Pinched.
We're still waiting the previous of yellow. In the previous of yellow, Anthony Walsh, it's 6 points. Previous of yellow, 6 points. Situation change.
It's a high score.
Yellow jumps to second.
There's a replay of Clay Mars's wave there. That one pinched him a bit there. Get through.
Hopefully we'll get a replay of Anthony's wave.
So we've got I've got Anthony Walsh red on my list here, but he's actually yellow.
He is yellow, yeah. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that wave.
Yeah, that was a good wave, huh?
Third place with white, Miguel Blanco. White is chasing now a 4.21 and black fourth chasing a 6.2. Time call 8 minutes 10 seconds.
It's a competitive heat, this one, huh?
Yeah. Everyone's active. Not easy out there.
No, it is
to be
not.
active today.
It is not.
And this wind makes it very hard to paddle into waves. Super hard.
Yeah, I walked around on my break day. It is cold out there, man. That wind is howling.
This northwest is
I think we're about a half an hour off of, let's see if I got this yesterday. We're a half an hour off of the low tide. Yeah, we're about a half an hour off low tide, which is a 0.8. So that's
moon tide.
That's pretty low. Yeah, we're about, what, 3-4 days off the moon, so.
Yeah.
The good news, we got a 3.3 this afternoon. So incoming, I'm banking on the fact that the incoming tide is going to bring the swell with it. You know, if the wind doesn't blow it off to China or something. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying to Paul earlier on. Usually, sometimes when it's this windy, it kind of pushes that swell away from us and down the coast.
Right.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to get some really good
lucky.
surf
Well,
on the high tide.
The peak of the wind they had it forecast. I was looking yesterday.
Yeah, it would drop in the afternoon.
It's like 7 and 9 in the morning, so it should be dropping off. But it's howling pretty strong right now. Like I said earlier, we've got a 14 second interval all day, so we got a real strong period. The swell, the pulse of the swell is pretty strong.
Yeah, it is strong.
And I've got a 4.4.
Northwest?
8, 9 in the morning to 4.7 swell size at around 11.
Okay.
So,
I
looking at all that information, it should pump.
Yeah. On paper.
There you go.
Have you been surfing lately?
No, I haven't surfed a lot, actually, to tell you the truth.
You had some good times up in Edisota lately.
Yeah.
A lot of east winds.
It's been pretty big, eh? I mean, the last couple swells have been pretty solid. Been some great days in that. No, I've been working a lot, and
What would you be riding today? Would you have a pintail on you?
I've been riding the same thing I've been riding for the last 5 years. I've got a 6'2", 4-fin swallowtail. That's pretty beefy little.
How thick?
Little mongrel.
2.5.
2.5 or 2 9/16. It's the next heat preparing there, where we have Kieran Jabbar, Pedro Buman, Lucas Silvetti, João Mendonça. João Mendonça's a young kid.
It's from the south.
Yeah, down south, down at Erifana. Down that way.
You surf
Buman's
that
a
kangaroo?
local boy, yeah?
Buman is local boy, yeah. Goofy footer.
Yeah, Mendonça surfs kangaroo, and he was up in Edisota last week, and the kid charged some super heavy waves. He's a really stylish surfer. He's beautiful to watch. Yeah, he charges. Solid surf. He loves it. We have Lucas Silveira, so it's an amazing surfer also. Brazilian, and Kieran Jabbar, who lives here. He's living up our way, actually, in Edisota right now. But he spent a long time down here, didn't he, Kieran?
He did.
Down around Cascais and that?
Down around Cascais, yes. Saw him quite a lot. Just curious, what have you got happening underneath your board? Have you got single channel, double?
On the board I'm using, I've got single concave on it.
Okay, all the way?
Yeah, all the way through. Just probably starts around, I don't know, 10, 12 inches down.
Have you got a little V off the tail?
No, I don't have mine, because I draw my tail in pretty tight on my own boards. I don't like a lot of width out the back, so
okay.
I don't have V. I'll use V if it's maybe a flatter rocker, and that I'll throw more V in if you want to, or if you got a wider tail or something like that. But I'm a big fan of concave. Most of my boards have concave.
Well,
most of the boards I make have concave. Some have some double barrel out the back or something like that. Little wave there.
Everyone I've met that rides your boards, like Nicolau, expressões do Nicolau. Nicolaus boards. Grego still ride your boards?
Eh?
Does
No,
Grego
no.
still ride your boards?
Nicolau, no.
No, Grego.
Greg does, yeah. Yeah, he's a part of the foundation. Yeah, now Greg's been riding forever, eh? And he's still charging. That guy loves surfing.
He does.
It got real windy real quick, eh? All right.
Okay.
And
that wind doesn't seem to be dropping off, does it? Look at the
No, it's kind of
spray.
It's a bit crossy right now. It's beautiful though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that spray coming off.
And here we are
Hey.
at the perfect chapter. Here with Kieran Grant.
The master Nicorichu.
Pleasure to be here. All right, this heat's winding down. We have scores. I know who's leading. It's Anthony up front, I think, right now.
It is. Is Baker still fourth? Yeah, he was.
Eh?
Baker's was fourth.
Yeah.
Here we go. Is the replay? Is this live action?
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Clay Marzo, correct?
Yeah, keeping himself super busy. Came out of that one.
I want to say it's either Miguel Blanco or Clay Marzo in second, if I'm correct. I don't. We don't have any scores on the screen here, so.
Maybe now, yeah, but Anthony got a 6 point.
Who's that, Anthony?
Anthony.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get a situation.
A replay on. That's Clay's last wave. A little grinder. You got good to get into that.
Getting you quick. Someone doing your run around?
It's Anthony Walsh there.
There's a replay.
All right.
Wow. One of the biggest, bigger
yeah,
ones we've
that
seen
was
come
a beauty.
through. Wow, that was
a sick little
so
bit,
well
huh?
ridden.
Yeah, Anthony looks inspired. Is that a?
That's a quad.
He's got a quad going.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. See. All
Double
right.
concave.
Man of my heart there. Quad. Yeah, that was a nice little barrel, actually. So Anthony probably put a lock on this heat with that one. He had a good wave before that. Now this one, so. We'll see. He competed up in, he competed up at Nazaré.
Oh.
Who was that? Did you see?
That was Clay Marzo. He's just having fun.
Yeah, he's like a crash and burn. White or yellow?
White.
Okay.
There's still scores coming in. 10 seconds go.
And that winds it down. End of the third heat there. We're still wait for results on that heat. As we see Anthony Walsh strolling down the beach there. Still waiting on scores. All right, we got a 4.9 on last of Clay Marzo's waves. I want to say Anthony's wave might be the best of the heat.
I think so
right
too.
now,
I think
huh?
that might have
that was a sick little pit.
might have jumped up to first with that one. It did seem like the biggest wave of the heat. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it was probably just the deepest, tightest little tube there, that one. We'll have another look at it here. Yeah, that's pretty thick little lip, and he got way deep on that thing.
He did.
For the size of wave and that. Like you say, Carcavelos, it doesn't have to be that big to get wide open, you know. All right. Anthony on a roll again, eh?
He waited for that one. He spent a lot of time like just waiting.
Yeah.
He didn't surf that many waves.
No, he chose his waves well, eh? He scored 2 really good waves there. And that's the end.
Out comes Miguel.
All right. And we'll be pulling into the 4th heat here as we welcome back Mr. Paul Evans.
Oh, it's great to be back.
Hey,
what have I missed?
You missed it.
Let's go to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up on the last heat and bring you more live action from Capitulo Perfeito, Perfect Chapter, after this short break.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to beautiful Portugal, the perfect chapter at Carcavelos 2022. The world's best tube riders, some outstanding talent from Portugal, a blend of youth and experience. Everyone is an absolute tube hound and they're out there getting barreled. A good performance in the last heat from Anthony Walsh. We'll get a chat with him real soon.
Here we are.
Olá mais uma vez, estamos aqui com o vencedor da última bateria, é o Anthony Walsh. Ele é da Austrália, mas a residir neste momento em Pipeline. Vamos ouvir o que é que ele pensa acerca das condições. Hi Anthony, how do you felt the conditions inside?
It's quite difficult today. It's a little bit slow, but I think when that tide changes and more waves come in, like my last, I got 2 really good waves in that heat, but I got lucky, so hopefully more of those come through later in the day.
Yeah, great. You got the best score at the last wave, didn't you?
Yeah, I was a little bit far down, and I did see some lasts down there, and one just came straight to me and got the score I needed.
Can you tell us about the boards you're using?
So I'm using a Gunther Roan. This is my short board. It's a 511. This is actually a quad fin. This is actually the board I won the contest 2 years ago on.
The magic one.
Yeah, it works perfect for here. So keep riding this one.
Great, thank you, Anthony. Have a good one.
Great job, Anthony Walsh, our
definitely.
defending champion. He's keeping that board. He liked it from last
Love
time.
to see guys that hold on to magic boards.
He's bubble wrapped it. He's kept it.
2 years later, just stashed it somewhere here in Portugal, I guess, huh?
Stashed it down in a cave on low tide somewhere.
There you go.
And he's back out there and getting some big numbers. An 8.5, I think, was on that last wave. And Walshy very much enjoying his time once again at Carcavelos. Let's set the scene for our last heat for this round, our 4th heat. We're going to see Kieran Jabor out of Hawaii, based over in Portugal for a number of years. Going to see Pedro Boonman, another strong surfer out of Portugal. We're going to check out the Brazilian Lucas Silveira, former world junior champ, won that up in Ericeira. As we watch a live action, and that was Lucas right there on the back end. We're also going to see João Mendonça. Here he is, pulling in deep. Unable to get out from behind the curtain here. Do you know much about João Mendonça?
João Mendonça's young kid. He's from down at Rifana, south of, quite a ways down there, down towards Algarve on that west coast. And yeah, he's a charger. Kid's a young kid. He's got beautiful style. Charger, surfs really well. So he's okay.
All right, we've had some action while we were getting that interview with Anthony Walsh. Let's get you all caught up on replays and see how this one fired off. Our 4th heat of the morning.
It's a live action wave.
That was Boonman.
Yeah, I think that was Boonman, yeah. I think we've got 4 waves to catch up on, that we had missed out on. Yeah, that was Pedro Boonman on that live one there. He's a local boy.
So a little flurry of activity to kick this one off. That's what we like. Let's get a look at these replays and tee them up for you. So to kick this thing off, our 4th heat of the day, the 4th heat of this first round, excuse me. So Silveira. Bit of tube time for him. And he'll get the exit. Here goes Mendonça.
Nice little wave.
Sorry, that's Kieran Jabor.
Kieran Jabor, exactly.
Just dealing with the sort of glare. That is the red singlet of Kieran Jabor. Here goes Boonman.
Mr. Boonman.
The backhand attack from him. Unable to get super deep there.
Oh, that was a nice little drainer.
Really nicely done.
Beautiful.
All right, so some good waves to kick that off.
I want to say that Lucas Silveira got the best of that exchange.
He's such a good surfer, Lucas. You think about conditions, and we've seen him ripping on the QS, getting real close to that qualification story. Won that World Junior chart, and he's amazing in big waves too, right? He's an absolute charger.
Amazing in big waves. Really good in Hawaii in that, yeah. Yeah, he was really close to the edge there, as was Vasco, and it's been, some of these guys have been tough. And Lucas was a World Junior champion, correct? I think it was the year after Vasco was.
Yep.
Vasco was 217 and Lucas was 218.
Yeah, he won that up at Ribeira Dilis, a wave you know really well.
Exactly.
And here he is. Here goes Silveira, sticking that arm in the face and just braking.
Man on a mission so far.
Yeah, he's got his eye in here. Just changes this line to make sure he gets that exit done. Such a good competitor. He's got an amazing carve as well on him. Got that real smooth, powerful turn. Let's have another look, Nick.
Yeah, that's a beautiful little slot. Well read. Got all he could get out of that one, that's for sure.
So I was just having a quick chat with Thiago Seca Pires, Portuguese Tiger, just earlier, and he was saying just how tough it was to just kind of find opportunities in his one. He said that first heat, and kind of small and difficult to know, but he says all of a sudden, like, some of them the bottom does kind of drop out, and actually they almost kind of grow as they kind of just hit that sandbar and just suck hard on this pretty much dry sandbar right now. So testing conditions even for the most experienced surfers at the highest level, trying to make the best of this. There is tube time on offer out there. And Anthony Walsh proving that with some massive numbers in the last one.
And Lucas a couple now. And I think probably the slowest heat or the smallest heat would have been probably the first heat, which was Thiago's heat. So I'm sure he's hoping for a bit of rise in the size here for his the losers round.
Half an hour on the clock for our surfers. Best two ways counting. Traditional format you'd expect through professional elite surf competitions. Only differences, obviously, a major significance given to the tube riding here. And we do have awards, of course, for the best tube. We got Commitment Award, Wipeout 2, Best Portuguese Surfer, a bunch of cool awards as well as the overall winner. We just had a little chat with our defending champion, Anthony Walsh, who seems to have everything pretty much dialed in. He's kicked off where he left off.
Oh, yeah.
Waves look a little different from last time, but we're hoping it all comes together this Arvo.
You know, Anthony, the first one he competed, I want to say it was in Nazaré. And I was there with him, and he thought, just the awards thing. And he said, yeah, could have done better to me. And I said, hey, what do you mean? You won 2 awards. I didn't win anything. I said, yeah, you did. I said, I didn't. I said, you did. You wait. And he got like the best wave and the best heat score, and he didn't even know it. He's like, oh, cool.
Silveira steering himself out the back, a very short bit of paddle time. There's a bit of sweep down there coming from right to left, so from the west, kind of pushing in at the moment into this bay.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of wind coming across today.
The wind with that too, and that shallow water just gives that kind of swirl effect to it. And we have seen a couple of little runarounds from our surfers.
But Thiago mentioned to me, I talked with Thiago also on my break. We all go talk to Thiago
We
on
had
the
a
breaks,
chat
I
with
guess,
Saka,
huh?
didn't we?
The local hero. Anyways, he said there's an amazing amount of current for the size that he said the current was running strong through the lineup, you know.
Is he big on the spearfishing? Ever tempted him out there?
Who's that, Thiago?
Yeah.
Nah.
Just-
There's a whole the young generation up in it who says all gotten into it full on. Tomas Fernandez is like totally into it. He's loving it, you know. It's good because it's like another facet of your relationship with the ocean, I think, and a lot of them have gotten on it. You know, there's a lot of flat days in the summertime and that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So getting into it. We're breeding a bunch of watermen up there.
How's your breath holding going? What's your
better.
What's your record?
If I quit smoking, it'll get a lot better, I'm sure. But yeah. I don't think there's a lot of things that are getting better as they get older, eh, Paul?
I don't know. You know, your wealth of experience and knowledge.
There you go. My shaping skills.
Your shaping, exactly. And that's going good too, huh?
Eh?
That's going great still?
Oh, yeah. No, it's been busy.
Mowing
Really
the
busy.
foam?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not as much mowing as it was back in the day when it was all by hand.
Yep.
But still, you know, it's a lot of work involved. And it's, it's been a busy year. A couple of years, actually.
If I'm in the market for a new custom Cemente, how long? How long's my put take?
We're talking.
When's it ready?
We're talking like 2 months now.
Right on.
You know,
Okay.
Month and a half to 2 months. You've got a lot of orders backed up, which is. But the whole industry's like that. I think all around the world, the surfing industry, the surfboard part of it is, you know, just the technical part of surfing has just been super busy, which is. We were rewarded. This lousy industry was rewarded during the pandemic.
And shaping-wise, just kind of where you are, pretty much still more towards that performance end. I guess thinking of like the powerful waves and, you know, more that end, or a little bit of everything, bit of a mixed bag.
It's a bit of everything. It has to be a bit of everything. And as we see someone wave here,
Kieran Jabor.
Oh. Yeah, it's a bit of everything because you know the clientele is diversified, you know, big times. But I do find it's gotten really interesting because there's so many kids that are like little groms that are, you know, trying to get the whole competition ball rolling and that.
Yep.
And it's been really fun making, like, you know, boards for young kids and then for high performances for guys that are on tour and for solid surfers that are, you know, surf solid coasters or solid wherever, and you know, for older guys, it's just a wide variety. I think it's more variety than ever.
The spice of life, as we see. A nice little spicy exit from Kieran Jabor. So he throws in a little punt on the end after getting a little bit of tube time on that wave, not super deep on it. He'll find himself a little bit of lip to tuck under before he finishes with a flourish, finding himself in this fourth heat of the opening round, taking on a couple of Portugueses and the Brazilian stroke Portuguese, Silveira, basing himself in this region for QS qualifying. So based over here, and this is kind of his home stretch, and he's been very close.
He's going to run the European Lake. He's going to do the...
Yeah, you name your region where you choose to get your points from, so you can surf any
they're going to
QSs
keep
around
that
the
going
world.
this year again. It's not
I think as far as I know, don't quote me on that, mate. All right, here goes Jabor again. Looking to go on the backhand with a pig dog. Look how compact he gets. Some beautiful travel time as he squeezed himself down to about 1.5 foot tall and poked his way through a little tunnel. Little being the kind of key word there. It was a tight one.
So you say, Paul, we'll be the same again. We'll be running. Hang on, we have a look at this again. Yeah, he pinched himself as much as he could. Just ran away on him. He's keeping busy.
Getting some nice vision. You can just see even that relatively small wave. You just see how hollow,
wide open, isn't it?
And kind of cupped out it is as it just gargles on that sandbar. A water photographer dealing with pretty short swim in terms of distance. More or less just kind of running up and down this sandbar, but that current is tricky to deal with. And a big sweep heading through.
Exactly. So it's by continents again this year.
Yeah, you can surf. QS says you can surf anywhere, but you name a region that's your home region. That's where your points count.
That's
so
where
if
your
you're
points are
European
gonna count.
based, you can still do if you can get a spot in, but you won't get the point. You can get the prize money, which is nice if you win any.
So you could go to Australia, but you're not going to accumulate any points. You win prize money.
Okay, goes Jabor again. Nice entry into that as he just gets a little airdrop energy down into it, parks himself, gets some vision. So super busy from Kieran.
For sure, he's hunting, eh? He's running him up and down.
Beautiful beach scene here on a Saturday morning in Portugal's capital city of Lisbon. And the part of that city known as Cascais, more specifically the beach known as Carcavelos, which is very much the epicenter of a strong surf culture around here and a strong tube riding scene, which is why we're back once again for Perfect Chapter 4 tube event. We're hoping for big 6-footers, 6 to 8-footers even, that we saw last time out, 2020. Last time this event ran and Anthony Walsh won. So far this morning, at size, just not quite happening. We're optimistic about a major push though this afternoon. We're going to keep saying it till it happens, say.
Yeah, we're hoping.
We say it enough times.
Yeah, the last event, it got pretty thick at one point, and the event before that, it was really solid. So remember, it's good to see Cascais is still embracing this event and keeping it home, eh? Down this way.
Absolutely. As we see a very brave person out in a sailboat right there with almost no sail up at all, just a tiny little bit of the main. Got Kieran Jabor out in the water. Let's find out a little bit more about the man. Quick look at Kieran Jabor getting some nice chopu tubes.
All right, yes, we have my favorite wave in common.
Cautious.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Based up in Air for a number of years now, maybe 4 or 5 years. He's been based over here.
Yeah.
Doing time between Hawaii and over here, of course, good buddy of John and that generation from the North Shore.
There you go. Kieran Jabar's based up in Indy now also. He's living up there, so it's... Yeah, there's a lot of good surfers living up that way.
It's a place to be, mate.
Well, geez, there's a lot of...
along with Carcavelos, of course.
Canoa's got a house up there. Leonardo Fiovanti has. I mean, it's a lot of guys have found their little home in Europe up our way.
And a little lull as we get now towards the midway point in this one after a sort of frenzied start, a lot of action, a little reposition. Everyone's headed a little bit west to the right of your shot, trying to find themselves towards the top of our peak here. It's low water approaches us at mid-morning, 10:30. Beautiful bright sunshine and already healthy numbers on the beach. In terms of the crowd, enjoying the action on display surface, really just a couple of yards, meters, however you want to measure it, real close to shore.
Yeah, the Portuguese accumulator, they love their surfing. We haven't seen much action from Booman or Mendoza actually since the beginning of the heat. Kieran's probably the busiest character out there, huh?
Let's check a recap and see how the story of our fourth heat of the opening round has gone down. Silveira, the man on your screen, got busy early on, as did Kieran Jabor. Here he is. He found himself some good energy early on, parking that thing.
Yep.
Behind the curtain. Staying nice and loose. Booman had a go with this. Been quiet since then though, Nick.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much what Booman's done so far in the heat. This Lucas. Natter.
Silveira stayed busy, didn't he?
Yeah, Lucas and Kieran have been staying busy here for sure.
Those two definitely finding the best of the opportunities. This is a really nice one that we just saw from the Hawaiian, well, some minutes ago now. And that fired him up, built a bit of a platform in terms of the score for him, put him in a good position in this one. Let's see if our other surfers in this, the two Portuguese, can come back. But at the moment, has been our Hawaiian and our Brazilian in the ascendancy. Plenty of time left to go, though. There's scores in. Bowman's numbers, good enough for first right now. Jabor, not a long way back in second, less than half a point in it.
I'm surprised. We've got scores up. We didn't have scores for a while there. And I think I must have missed that 4.9.485 from Bowman. I don't remember having seen that one. We've got 9 minutes left on the clock here, 9.5 minutes. And got Peter Bowman in front there with Kieran second and Silveira in third.
Perfect chapter, of course, operating with an invitational format. I wonder, Nick, what do you have to do to get an invite? Is there cash? Can you grease the palms with a little cash envelope? Say, get me in.
Well,
what do you have to do?
They made a list of invitees.
Cakes and flowers, nice bottles of wine.
There you go.
Fish. Hey, presents are good.
It was voted online. You know
okay,
that,
there we go. Now that's how you really do it. In all seriousness, voted online, and the public has spoken. This man speaking, it's Lucas Silveira looking to get up into first or second with a nice tube. So we get a list of candidates, some amazing tube riders, and the public gets their vote and has their say, and they pick the surfers they want to see. How cool is that?
We had two athletes I said earlier. Scooby was voted, was not here, and Nicolau van Roop's out of injury. Scooby's in Big Brother Brazil, so he's on another mission.
That's something I'd tune into. I'm not normally a reality TV guy, and I don't speak Portuguese. Nevertheless, Scooby, it's worth it.
Yeah.
I'll tune in, see what he's getting up to.
He's action.
All sorts, I'm guessing.
The guy's amped, isn't he?
Oh man, what a character.
I was watching him on the sled in the first Nazaré Tow contest, a couple months ago or a month and a half ago.
In December, yeah.
It's so amped, it's unbelievable.
What a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got that massive barrel, didn't he?
Oh,
insane.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's a wild thing when I look at like Nazaré and these days. You know, I remember back in the day when I was younger, it was like YMA and Todos Santos were probably like, that was big wave surfing.
Yep.
You never hear about YMA anymore. You know,
no, right?
Like it's all gone ballistic. Here we go.
Check out Boonman. Early on in the heat, got him his high score for this.
All right, that's the one I didn't see.
Good use of the doggy door. And a little explosion. I just think the judge is able, just the extra power in that wave. We have seen some of those longer ones go a bit soft, and that one had some quite nice sort of spark to it, and judges enjoying that. Good enough to get him a high 4.85. He gets for that.
That was very similar to Walsh's wave in the heat. The heat before this one was a bit smaller, but was that same kind of intensity and same thickness of lip in there. So now that last wave of Lucas popped him up into first there.
There it is. Silveira gets himself.
There you go.
Up into first with his last effort.
Now it's got Kieran chasing the number here.
So using that competitive savvy and experience. Definitely a highly experienced competitor. And Lucas Silveira now in first place in this, but still 6 to go. And scores are close. With the exception of Mendonça, struggled a bit. The other three, there's not a lot to separate them. Between third to first, just over half a point.
Exactly.
For that reason, it really is all about finding opportunities, having a good old kick now.
Lucas paddling hard here. He's got something.
He's seen something he likes, Lucas Silveira. Let's see if he
looks
gets
like it, huh? There he goes.
in position. He'll look down the line and realize that one's actually not going to do it.
Yeah, there's Jean Mendoza. He's a young kid. There's a lot of experience out there, isn't there? I mean, that's gonna mark your difference. I mean, Lucas, Bowman, Kieran, they're all a lot of years of competition under their belts, and you know they've working the heat.
Experience paying off so far, but you think about Mendonça's totals really, and a good wave will get back in this.
Oh, yeah.
Because combined totals are still in single figures, so he can get himself up in that good towards the excellent range. He'll be right back at this. He's still got time for 2 waves as well, of course, really short paddle outs. So after a wave, you're back in the lineup in some 30 seconds, assuming you don't get blown up while you're trying to duck dive under some of these little exploding white waters.
Exactly.
There's a lot of power out there, but it is still kind of small, so very manageable lineup from that aspect as we see good looking set swinging in here. And let's see who's interested in this.
No
Maybe
takers.
some left hand energy. It looks like, well, it's Silveira, and he's going to go right again. It's where he found his scores. And that one is a tight and fast one. It'll just run away from him, and he won't add to his total with that.
Down about 4.5 minutes. A little replay on Lucas' wave there. Got in there, but it was pretty much a dead ender from start, eh?
So Silveira still in the lead in this one. A couple of mid-range fours. 4 minutes to go on the clock as well. As bright sunshine continues to illuminate this beach. Maybe just a little bit of easing off from the wind as well. It's still pretty brisk, but it was really strong around about an hour ago. We had some sort of rattles of things moving around.
It was supposed to peak, I mean, as far as what the forecast and that, it was supposed to peak between 10 and 11. So it should drop off, but it's going to be wind all day. There's not going to be a,
Positives come from the right direction. That's what we want, the offshore wind in surfing. And that does make for barrels and for tubes. That's what we want for Perfect Chapter. That's what we've had so far today. A lot of tubes going down. Nothing particularly towering in height. Some nice shape to it. We're hoping the size ramps up.
Yeah.
But we're happy with what we got so far anyway. And surfers making through certainly seem pretty stoked with the way things are going. Still very, very much early days. This will wrap up our first round. So 4 heats of 4. 16 surfers enter the competition. Then we'll have our repechage round coming up next. We'll see the 8 surfers that finished in non-advancing spots in our first round. So just 2 heats of the round 2 to come. Then we'll get straight into round 3. 4 heats again, go into the semis and the final. We've got a Grom session as well before the final, so plenty of surfing to bring you from Carcavelos throughout a beautiful sunny Saturday.
They're going to slot the Grom session before the final, correct?
I think so. That's the word.
It's a 1 heat?
Yeah.
1 heat. What's it, 4 kids, right?
Grommets of the future.
There you go. They're growing all over the place.
Yeah, we'll get updates on that. But very much the youth here are well catered for and looked after with brilliant coaching programs and a really good structure in place for the talent. And we talk about names like Tiago, kind of when he did it, wasn't a massive path of those gone past. Obviously, he wasn't the first pro surfer from this region, but the first one to really kind of nail it on the world tour. And since then, well, things have changed a lot, right? And his kind of legacy and what the sort of pathways that he's made with the coaching and all that sort of stuff. And Portugal very much kind of leading things in this region with everything like that talent development program.
If you look at just the growth of, the industry, the surfing industry in general in Portugal from, early days of Tiago Pires till now, it's just phenomenal.
Silveira getting tucked up and just kind of pushing through the curtain on not a particularly big wave as we see Boonman. Wow. Exit with the alley-oop rotation. And to get some cover as well. Can he improve on the 375 backup score or the 485 high score? Let's find out. There's another look at Boonman here.
Boonman's wave there again. It's not the wave didn't get too deep or anything, but thick little lip though, huh, Paul? For the size of the wave, it's amazing.
She's packing a punch.
Yeah. Look at Lucas there.
Here's Kieran Jabor, a little replay of him.
Ooh.
Able to get some good travel time, but not a completion as we see his board just spiraling in that brisk offshore.
He would have done well to pull out the doggy door on that one. It would have been a good score probably, eh?
So a little quiet part of this heat for Kieran Jabbour. Was busy early on and needs a number here in third right now. Looking to try and rally. Just watched him pick up that long right-hander, but an incompletion won't help him. And there he is on the screen, the Hawaiian. And if he was up late last night, tuning into Sunset as we were, watching Baron Mamiya and Brewster Hennessy take that out. It was really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I actually looked at the clock and I said, I better not do this. I don't want to stay up any later watching that. It would have been a brutal morning.
Perfect chapter, round one, close to wrapping up. This is our fourth heat of that round at the moment. It is Silveira and Bowman, your 1-2. The threat to them.
The clock is winding down. I think
yeah, it is. Ticking away. That man's leading it though. Lucas Silveira's looked good in this, and he's been busy as well. He's caught the most waves. We're going to go to a quick commercial break as we look at Silveira bringing it in. We'll be back with more live action from beautiful Carcavelos. Perfect chapter. We'll be right back.
Billabong.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Are back.
Welcome back to Perfect Chapter. Let's pick up vision of Lucas Silveira, the Brazilian. Spends a lot of time in Portugal. Spends a lot of time in the tube too. And that's how you get through heats in Capitulo Perfeito. A little debrief. We'll have the grommet there.
That's little Mendonça there.
Words of encouragement for him.
There you go.
And he'll be back to surf in round two. Well, Mendonça, because no elimination from our first round. But Lucas Silveira,
nice. Heats of no consequence.
Yeah, but Silveira will be stoked, I think. Some vision for him, bit of tube time. And he's on through and he'll be feeling pretty good with his confidence about going all the way in this one. But he's got his job done for the early stages, getting a heat win and getting a bye through to round three.
Exactly.
And a little info coming in from the powers that be. I think we're going to go on just a little tidal break here, Nick. So
yeah, they take a 10-15 minute tidal break, right?
Yeah, we talk about tides in Europe and how big they are. We're pretty much coming onto the low, and it's quite a big tide at the moment. That's just kind of slowing things up, right, making things close out. So we're just going to maybe just let that tide turn.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. We're about, I want to say 20 minutes past the tide, so it's kind of a dead tide. You've got usually an hour around the low tide where it's kind of a dead tide. You don't get much pulse from the swell and that. So, yeah, I think they're probably, their plan is probably that. See what tidal change pushes us a bit here.
Official results in off that heat four. It's a close one between 1 to 3. There wasn't a big point spread. And those narrow margins all about putting yourself as deep as you can. Now, while we go on a little break, 10 minutes or so for that tide. Don't go anywhere. In the meantime, we've got a little package to show you from our local surfers from this area. Enjoy that. We'll be back with more live action from Capitulo Perfeito real soon.
I've never surfed Carcavelos, so I'm really excited to have the opportunity to surf a new wave.
Conheço muito bem a praia de Carcavelos, foi uma das praias mais importantes no meu desenvolvimento como surfista.
Eu considero ela muito parecida com a onda que eu aprendi a surfar, com a onda que me deu essa base para os tubos, que é Itacoatiara.
Espero que esteja daqueles dias de Carcavelos perfeito, picos pela praia inteira, por volta dos 2 metros. Realmente, quando fica assim, Carcavelos é imbatível.
A praia de Carcavelos para mim é uma praia bastante familiar, já cometi lá muitas vezes. Felizmente já tenho lá alguns bons quilómetros de tubos.
E na minha opinião acho que o Capítulo não poderia ser em sítio melhor.
Programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Minutos to start, boys. 2 minutes to start, 2 minutos para o início. Artistas desta primeira bateria de repescagem, Carcavelos, Junga, Tiago Pires e Santiago Graça, podem já entrar na área.
Aqui ao Capítulo Perfeito. Temos aqui o vencedor da 4ª bateria, Lucas Silveira. Ele é um carioca radicado simultaneamente em Florianópolis e na Ericeira. Vamos perguntar a ele como é que tu sentiste a bateria, Lucas?
A bateria foi bem legal. Eu tô acostumado a competir normalmente no WQS, né? Normalmente são ondinhas assim bem pequenas, tentando dar manobras, achar junções e tal. Então é um formato bem diferente do que eu estou acostumado. E mesmo não estando nas condições ideais que a gente esperava, só de estar 30 minutos ali buscando só tubos é bem fixe, né?
É bom, né? E quais são as tuas expectativas aí para o Capítulo Perfeito, da 8ª edição?
Bom, eu estou bem feliz de estar aqui, de ter essa oportunidade. Venho assistindo esse campeonato várias edições já. E aí, quando tive a oportunidade de participar desse, eu vim na hora, né? Entrei de última hora e consegui chegar ontem a tempo. Minhas pranchas não chegaram, mas sorte que eu tenho a base ericeira, tinha algumas pranchas boas ali já.
Valeu, fala aí da tua pranchinha.
Essa aqui, como as minhas pranchas não chegaram, eu tô sem prancha pequena, tipo, pranchinha, mas essa ficou boa, é uma 6.2. É 2 polegadas maior do que eu uso. E basicamente tem que fazer o drop e tá a arisca ali para botar para dentro. Quando bota para dentro é controlar ali, atrasar ou adiantar.
Obrigadão, Lucas. Melhor de tudo para ti, é? Boa competição.
All right, great stuff. And a debrief there in Portuguese from Lucas Silveira. And Kieran, mate, fill us in. Let me guess, he's happy, his boards feel good, and he's stoked.
He's happy.
Something along those lines?
Yeah, something along those lines. He's riding a 2-inch bigger board than he was before, and his boards haven't arrived, but he had this one up in Ericeira on hold.
Beautiful.
So, got to play it on, safe side, I guess.
Ooh, what do we got? We got some leg kicking, we got some arm swinging, we got some action.
Here we go.
Down to business. Looks like Corey Lopez tucking behind. Getting behind the curtain. Unable to get the exit, though. So Corey finding himself in the repechage rounds.
Is that Miguel Blanco? Oh.
And a wipe out there from the takeoff. The commitment is going to be required out here. In pretty tight angles in terms of getting that takeoff done and getting yourself under that lip as it plunges over your head, and then trying to find an exit as well. That's the sort of order of the day.
That is the order of the day. Hard to find those.
Let's check it out. We're seeing Jalguids, Thiago Pires, Santiago Grassa take on Corey Lopez. Let's see how these guys...
It's the battle of the goofies versus regular foots.
Yeah, and of course taking 2 through and 2 will bow out competition. As we'll pick up Saka, Thiago Pires, Portuguese Tiger. On the backhands. Ooh, that was a meaty one.
That was Santi, I think.
Grassa from deep there. And already some good energy in this heat and a little more meat on the bones. And the grommet attacking on the backhand, I like it.
Well, there's nothing to lose. Gonna throw everything at it.
Jalguids, I've learnt to pronounce his name reasonably properly-ish.
Gedge.
And parking himself, just kind of sitting on that tail, trying to put in position, pivoting hard and then paddling. Backhand attack, Pig Dogs behind the curtain, and the lip does him. Lands right on the dome. Meanwhile, a frenzy of activity. Corey Lopez, backhand from him, tucks in that rubbery physique, and that one will run away and crunch him. So a bunch of incompletions, but real nice energy already to kick this one off on the G-Shock time. Under 3 minutes gone, and waves for everybody here, Kieran.
A lot of action going on. People are getting busy. I think is that tide on the push? Has it started to come in?
I reckon.
I think we're all on the edge of our seats here waiting for that swell to come in with the tide. Hopefully it will. Hopefully we'll see some amazing action throughout the day. Is that Saka?
Saka just trying to find his way under that curtain. The wave not super cooperative for him. It just tried to park it there.
Tried to grab that rail twice. And another replay of Corey's wave. You get some barrel time in this one. I think he just wanted to increase and not come out. You think he could have made out that doggy door? I reckon he could if he just chose to throw caution to the wind. Stay in there.
He ends up getting crunched. Won't add much to the score. So relatively no numbers though so far. Corey Lopez hoping for continued participation in this event. Enjoys his time over here. Brought the family along this time out. They're enjoying it. I saw the Groms bringing their boards down, hoping to get a little shred in. As well, get some barrels over in Europe.
Floridian man. He is, isn't he?
originally from the Gulf Coast of Florida, the Lopez brothers. So that's that west coast that, gets even less swell generally than the Atlantic side. Of course, when you get hurricane swells, things like that, some real quality waves. People have seen clips down the years of some of those running left-handers as that swell comes up the Gulf Coast from the south. You get those little kind of grindy, little kind of shore break, gurgly lefts. Pretty good for a goofy foot. Corey Lopez, such an experienced campaigner around the world, a number of incredible seasons on the CT, an absolute standout in the top 10 for a number of years.
I remember watching him in Tahiti.
All right, here goes Chalguets, and a good-looking left from him, a meaty one, and he will get crunched again. So it feels like Kieran in this heat already so far, more energy, the way he's running away from our surfers, and they're putting themselves sort of behind the peak to take off and then finding themselves way too deep as that section runs away.
Shame. Well, here we go, replay. No. Corey Lopez coming out of that one.
So this was that last wave of Chalguets.
Gets in there. Still going there. And doesn't find his way out. Shame. Saka. Hey. Muscles his way out of that one.
Yeah, a little triumphant flick of the board up in the end to the offshore to signify a successfully completed wave for the Portuguese Chalguets. Things will pick up Corey Lopez making his way back out. It's been super busy in this. Caught about 5 or 6 waves already in this, so wasted no time at all. And I think that first heat really showed our surfers that basically half an hour can go pretty quick. And if you get an extended lull, which can happen in any surf heat anywhere, but particularly out here where we're basically dealing with wraparound swell and strong offshores, getting busy. Very good to throw those numbers on early on. See where that leads you. What are we looking at? Way out the back, we've got some action. We've got an ocean which is enlivened, a very brisk wind, and some sunny skies beaten down. And as this tide continues to hopefully flood in towards that mid in about 2 hours' time, offering us peak conditions, which could be round about when we run our final. Genius.
I think we are going to have some smoking waves with this swell pouring in.
Other things to do on a great day out in Carcavelos. So you come down, you check the surf early, you thought, you know what, I'm going to wait for the tide to turn. What are you doing? You going for a little run on there, or maybe your speed walk in your lycra? Or what's going on here? Quick coffee on around? What is there to do in Carcavelos? How do you have a good time?
Well, there isn't much to do, actually.
Okay. Just go surf, basically.
Go surf, basically.
Surf all day.
Or wait for it. Wait for the best tide if you have the opportunity.
Yep.
There is Sintra around the corner. You can go for a walk in the hills. Sintra Hills are a beautiful place. Microclimate, if it's sunny down here, it's possibly pouring with rain up there.
Okay, you're not really selling it, but yeah, okay.
Oh, it's beautiful. Sintra is magic.
Yeah, no, it is gorgeous.
I don't know if you've visited it.
Yep, I've been up there.
What a beautiful place. I mean, whether you're going mushroom picking or,
yes,
doing all the tourist sightings and seeing those castles, it's beautiful.
Mushrooms, castles and tubes. Sounds like a good day out to me.
Good plan.
Otherwise, just park yourself up at Carcavelos, get your little beach umbrella going.
Have an amazing espresso. You have amazing coffee out here. What do you think?
I've had too many already. I'm actually getting that sort of slight kind of heart palpitation stage. And the only thing really to see there is more coffee, basically. Just double down. No, we're enjoying the show so far this morning. Already seeing some good action in this heat. And we're hoping for more of that to come. We have been blessed down the years for this event. We do wait for the kind of pick of the best conditions of the winter. As we head in towards that late part of February, pretty much the Atlantic in its angriest. And it has fired up a solid swell out of the northwest. Let's get caught up on replays here. It goes to the Grand
Santiago?
Mendonça, I think. Sorry, Santiago. You're exactly right. Mendonça was last heat. Excuse me. There was Santiago Grassa. And he'll go the little run around as well. A little jog west up the beach to the right of your shot, rather than trying to paddle against that current, which is pretty ferocious.
He surfs, Gedge.
So Gedge trying to get us some tunnel time, doesn't really manage to get locked in super deep. He's kind of hunting for it, and that is always the kind of bargain that you got here is, do you put yourself behind to try and come from behind, or do you get in front, try and slow down? Trying to park it in there.
Trying to slow down as much as he can, and yeah, chooses to.
Not going to be a massive
safe.
number for him. How about nighttime, mate? So we got the day sorted. We're up in Sintra in the mountains having a walk with Mushroom. We're checking out Carcavelos. We're getting barreled at Carcavelos of an evening. What's it like round here? Does it pump?
It does pump in Lisbon. Hasn't been pumping in the last 2 years. Hasn't pumped that much.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say there's a good nightlife scene.
Although
excellent DJs. I can name a few. Would you like me to name a few?
Sure.
Well, there's Rui Vargas. There's Nuno Henrique. Okay. There's Zen Baboon. Have you ever heard Zen Baboon?
No, but I like the sound of him.
Yep, Zen Baboon and Zen Raccoon. I mean, amazing talent. Who else have we got? We've got Vanessa Kokeshi.
Wow.
These people are, I mean, actually they're all on SoundCloud. I guess you could go and check out their playlists or sets on SoundCloud, I guess.
But also, if you fancy a quiet night in,
if
maybe
you
a nice mug of cocoa.
Yes.
And get an early night and surf in the morning, get a barrel. That's exactly
that would be my choice.
Shao Ged's doing right now on the backhand as he parks it behind the curtain and emerges resplendent in the white singlet in that bright sunshine. And that'll feel better for him as he manages to get nice and deep. Ooh, good wave here for Perez. And a ton of speed for him. Doesn't get mega deep on that one. He did have the speed that he needed for the section. There wasn't like a super deep tube section really on offer there, so a quick wave for him. But definitely enjoying himself more than he did in his early heat when he was real quiet.
Fast.
Let's get a look here, Kieran.
Under lip. There he goes. Oh, it was a quick cover up.
That's pretty nice actually on the replay.
I loved it. I love that carve at the end. Full stop. Hit. Get.
So quick waves. Gets tucking it up and then parking it. See that arm, and you could just about pick up on the slow-mo, that spray coming off the arm, and that's the classic stalling maneuver. You get that in the wave, try and stop yourself getting ahead. You can see surfers put the bum in the wave too, or dragging corn.
Dragging corn, never heard that one. That elbow, bum, knee combination.
Anything you can get in there, stick it all in. Get an ear in there, anything you can. Slow yourself down, get tubed, and get some numbers from the judges. That's what two of these surfers will do, and will advance. Two will bow out. Let's see how that goes down. Still plenty of time, just under the 17-minute mark, and this. Perez gets a good number, a 6 for him. He gets himself up into first with that. And healthy number into double figures, 10.5 for Thiago. Corey Lopez with a 5 of his own.
Corey Lopez is hunting. He's hunting that lineup. Sniffing them out. Keeping himself busy. I wonder what if do you ever get music playing in your head when you're out there? You've always got a song in your mind.
Only some of the worst songs ever recorded in the history of music. It's never a good one, is it? It's always something terrible.
Children are a future.
Yeah. I know. Why is that?
Don't know.
Be a good one for a study, wouldn't it? Do a deep dive into how come you only get the worst songs ever when you're out surfing. Yeah, I quite often get, you know, when you get like an 80s rock band, but they always do like a power ballad. I always get the power ballads.
You're always on the Scorpions.
Yeah, well, that's actually a bit of a bang. I mean, I don't mind Wind of Change. I like a song about the fall of the Berlin Wall, but that sort of genre, exactly. You know, that sort of stuff. Get a lot of that going in my head. These guys seem to be having the right tempo of music, though. Absolutely the right amount of BPM, because they're matching the wave and they're matching the power, and this is an entertaining heat.
I haven't asked you, goofy footer? Oh, lucky you.
I mean, when I get to my feet, I am, yeah. So on a good day, I'm a goofy, yep.
Riding twin fins?
Yep. I got one, I liked it, and then about third serve recently in January, I sort of fell on the fins and knocked them both out with my bum.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Were they glass-ons? Thiago
Really annoyed. And while
asking for the situation?
we're just going to go to a quick commercial break now. Midway point in this seat, Thiago Perez and Corey Lopez in the ascendancy in this. Can João Guedes or Graça come back? Find out right after this.
Dama Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratique exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to Perfect Chapter. Welcome to live action as we'll pick up vision of Thiago Perez sticking it into a drainer, unable to get the exit low and below sea level. Dredging left-handers going into that offshore wind with a slight amount of cross blowing into the lefts, making the waves flare open, making them hollow. Exits tricky to come by though. But we are seeing more energy. We're seeing more of those kind of triangular peaks here, Kieran, and we like it.
We do like it. They've been drawn in our school books for years on end. And it seems like it's going to get prettier and prettier as the day goes on.
So Thiago find himself leading this one. He'll be stoked on that. As we watch Gets trying to park it, trying to slow himself down. And he'll go for a little tickle of the lip with the exit. Doesn't get super deep in that. But gets a successfully completed ride. Not chasing a huge number for second. Corey Lopez does have that 5 and the 4 though. So does need a mid-ranger. Does João Guedes. Corey Lopez getting work done early on in this one. Been a little quiet since then. Corey, let's see what he's got towards the back end of this. There's a lot of experience out in the water right now.
I'd say there's like 150 years of surfing out there, all put together. Here goes Geds on the replay. Taking it sideways, slowing down as much as he can. A little bit of cover up there. And float re-entry. Just putting that full stop to it. On the backhand, Corey Lopez dragging as much as he can. And kicking out. It's that drainer you were talking about, the Sakas. Thiago Sakabu's not making it out of this one, shame.
I put a good heat together into double figurdom. There's Thiago Perez picking up another wave here, 11.5 on the clock. This is the rapid charge round, just 2 heats of this. And at the moment it is our former championship tour talent of Perez and Lopez in the 1-2 position.
Do you reckon Thiago was playing strategy earlier on, or he just...
I definitely think...
anyone banking on...
I think it's...
Anyone playing chess?
Yeah, I reckon Thiago's basically finding himself in a pretty different looking ocean from what he had early on. Like his first heat was so quiet and just not really feeling it overall, and I think now just he's maybe readjusted on what he was kind of looking for, what he thought in his first heat, and like a more pragmatic approach, and he knows where those nuggets are. He was having a good little study of it from up here, just kind of spying out those peaks, and then, yeah, like a completely different Thiago for the second heat.
That's the crazy thing about surfing, isn't it? I mean, you can get older, and it's all experience. The water hours really do count. I mean, you might be over the hill, well, technically over the hill, and then all of a sudden, like, you're in the water and you're winning heats. I mean,
such an interesting story.
What's that man called? Kelly.
Never heard of him. Yeah, no, absolutely. Slater, of course, leading the charge for middle-aged men all over the world. We love it.
We love it.
Under the 10-minute mark in this perfect chapter, rapid charge round, the first heat. Thiago Perez leading Corey Lopez. And that's the way this one is setting up.
Wants to know what's happening. So 9 minutes remaining. Yeah, he's got the best wave in the heat. 6 points. Well, everything could change with positioning. Santiago must be in the water, scratching around. Can't see him. Is he way west? Can you see him? Oh, I spot him. There he is.
Trying to find himself a little peak. Some opportunities. I've liked the backhand that he's seen. If he makes one of those long, committed right-handers that he's been catching and comes out, he is going to get a good number. At the moment, he's got a bit to do to come back at Lopez in second. Of course, 1 and 2 will advance into our third round. One more heat of rapid charge after this.
Exciting times.
And then we're into knockouts.
Here we go.
Let's see our winners come back from our first round and join the winners from this round. Let's check out Xiao Gids having a look backhand at a right-hander. Decides that's not the wave he was looking for. Pretty good call as well. Wise choice. Just lets that one run away. Lets it go. Check out the story of this one, see what's gone down, remind ourselves of the action. Heat 1, round 2, rapid charge round. This has been the story. Lopez busy early on. Really nice tube time, unable to get the exit. Meanwhile, Thiago, similar kind of story on the left. Pokes through though, gets a good number. This was Xiao Gids. Committing to that rail, putting himself behind under that curtain. Good enough for third right now. This was the 6th from Thiago Perez. Does get that one really nice section. A little spit energy as well hitting him. Goes into a big Saka carve. And it's good enough for the lead in this one. He'll be feeling pretty happy about the way his morning's going.
Hoping to see some more cars.
Yeah, not massive on the criteria, right? We're thinking tubes, but how good is it? And you see someone get drained out with big barrel and then come out and just throw a big, beautiful line across the wave face, using the power, using the rail. And we've been enjoying the rail work of Thiago Perez for a number of years. It's great to see it again out here today.
Paddling west, is he? Down the beach. Where's Santiago? Come on, Santiago. See some waves coming in at Callao. On a west swell, it'll wrap around, hit the fortress and come back. Yeah, Callao. Come back and it'll sweep the beach. On a south swell, the same thing. And then northwest, you kind of get different peaks working down the beach. As I was saying earlier on, that current drags you down eastwards. Here we go.
Just a reminder of our judging criteria. And you see tube appear twice there for a good reason. It's all about getting the barrels, commitment, degree of difficulty, the size, intensity of the wave. And And a little kick and a flap and a concerted paddle effort on the inside. Let's check out the replay here. Oh, Shell gets nice looking meaty backhand wave. Can he get in? He can. And parking it really nice deep one. This is a throaty one. And he's and he's so close to making it.
Shame.
That would have been a really big number.
That-
Best wave of the heat if he'd made that. Meanwhile, Tiago Pires on the backhand.
Holds that rail.
Tiago.
I reckon that would have been a high score. for
Yeah,
sure.
Shao Geddes is
Doing the runaround.
effort. And he seems to have a slap the water. It's either a happy slap the water or a sad slap the water. That one, I think, in the second category, just a little annoyed that just didn't really do anything wrong. It just didn't quite happen for him. And there he is on the beach. Shao Geddes still hunting a number.
He's a warrior.
He's got a bit to do to come back at Corey Lopez, who did early work in this heat now. Just 4.5 on the clock. Where has time gone?
Time flies. That was super technical. That the way he dropped into that right-hander.
So Geddes eating up a little bit of clock time, trying to make his way back out. When he gets to the lineup, he's going to have maybe about 3 minutes and a little bit of change left in order to find himself a number. Corey Lopez with 9 points, so the high score of Zhao is 3. Therefore, he's going to need a 6, something of that order. He had that number on that wave. If he'd have got the exit, he was going to jump up for sure.
He would.
And it is the narrowest of margins. The lip came from above, the kind of explosion of the white water, and the foam ball came from below, and it just blew him up, basically. And unfortunately, doesn't get the number there. Let's see if he'll have another crack at it. He'll find himself in the lineup now. Will need a wave, though.
3 minutes, nail-biting time. Is someone out in front of us? No. That offshore wind has not backed off. It's still so strong. Makes it so hard to paddle into these things.
3 to go in this one. Zhao Geddes on the hunt for a score, for a wave, for an exit, crucially. That's what he's after. Pires will be happy with the way this one's gone. Very contrasting fortunes from this morning, mainly just due to that conditions been a lot more cooperative, a lot more energy, a lot more opportunity. Corey Lopez, we mentioned at the start of this, he was busy early on. We talked about that experience, and it's paid off because it has gone quieter towards the middle, back end of this heat, and if you've already got your numbers on the board, how crucial that is. Put a lead up and let other surfers try and come back and challenge you. Of course, always the opportunity to add yourself as well. Lopez looking good at the moment for second. As time will tick away. What do you reckon? Are you back in Geddes to find himself a wave? Is he going to do it?
He could get lucky. I can't see any sets rolling in. But yeah, if anyone can come back is Gedge. Like to see it on his front hand.
Perfect chapter back at Carcavelos once again for a tube riding event. Seeing an amazing variety of surf experience, of youth, global stars, some amazing local talent out of Portugal and Europe as well. All comes together to make a beautiful mix of action. 90 on the clock. We're watching on our screen. A little effort on the inside, like so we're just trying to make out these jerseys. Here's Zhao Geddes here having a paddle, and he's going to need to go something now. Just over a minute to stay alive in this heat. He needs a 6. He needs a wave. He's going to have to get barreled and make an exit. And those are a lot of needs and musts and requirements there. And he'd much rather have the score on the board. There it is, 6-1-5. So my maths wasn't too far off. I'm happy with that.
Where's Santiago? Here he goes. Is that Gedge? Is he going to go for this one?
He's got to go something. 40 on the clock.
Playing the waiting game. Nail biting time. Seconds.
Oh, we're ticking down here. 20 to go. Nervous moments for surface needing requirements. Thiago Pires looking to defend the lead. He's been good value for it.
Who's on the inside? Saw him, look.
And he won't mind if he just watches closeouts go through. Thiago, he's got the lead. He's looking good. And he's put a bit of sort of fire into his campaign. A perfect chapter. Looks like Corey Lopez has ridden a wave. He's on the insides. I wonder if he added to his score, made the requirement even more difficult for Schalgeds. It looks like it will be inconsequential anyway, because time is going to tick away here. I'm not so sure Schal's going to find himself a wave. Here we go. Let's pick up Thiago Pires here. And he will go out of the lip, slightly comedic fashion. But it's not going to change anything scoreboard-wise. And it's been a good heat for him. He's looked good value. Really enjoying watching him surf.
I really enjoyed watching Thiago surf. I always enjoy watching Thiago surf. But, yeah. Was it the previous heat or this heat? He grabbed rail, let go of rail, grab rail, and then made it out. I like that.
Finding the competitive fire again. Finding himself some tube time. Getting a decent total of 10.5 and some momentum to go into round 3. He'll need that. They're coming up against winners of the opening round. But good stuff from Thiago Pires.
Good stuff. What a sucker.
Really enjoyable to see him here at Carcavelos in the perfect chapter. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you Nick Riccio back into the studio. We'll also bring you our second heat of the Rapid Charge round. That's all coming at you live from Carcavelos right after this.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
We're back. We are back. Perfect chapter, Carcavelos, the 8th edition. And conditions are picking up a bit here. Tide, we've got an incoming tide now, so we've seen a bit more swell here and there.
We have. Wind hasn't dropped off, has it, Nick?
No,
what do you
the wind's
reckon?
still howling.
Still
Here it is howling.
howling.
It's a bit chilly when you get out of the tent here, huh?
It is. I think that northwest kind of cuts through. Northeast is colder, I reckon.
Eh?
Northeast wind is colder.
Yeah.
This one's kind of like damp.
Yeah.
It goes into your bones.
Definitely. Yeah, Portugal does that to you. Gets into your bones. Yeah, I think
Did you watch the previous heat? Did you see
I
Saka?
did. I did. It's nice to see Saka.
Yeah. Is he still on your boards?
No, no, no.
He
Long
was.
time now.
He was for a long time.
Yeah, he was for a long time, and he's been on Chile for quite a while now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wow.
Riding James Shields' board. Yeah, it's good to see him. He surfed well in that heat.
He did. Smart surfing.
Right?
Smart
no, definitely,
surfing.
definitely. Well,
I
I think
was
it's nice
asking-
to have a bit more size in the last heat, so Saka was a lot happier with that for sure.
I was asking Paul if he reckoned that Saka had kind of played the chess game and kind of let himself lose in the first heat to kind of let the tide come in. And I mean, he knows the conditions out here. He's an experienced.
Yeah, but you would have waited. He would have waited longer if you went straight into the other round.
True.
So it's just, I don't think it's a chess game. I think you just didn't find anything in the first heat. But anyway, that's the way it is.
Perfect chapter.
And we've got
2022. Lovely graphics of this contest every year, drawn by this amazing local artist called Mario Blaine. You can check out his work at marioblaine.com. He's an amazing artist, one of my best friends.
Yeah?
Can't say enough good things about him.
Well, last heat was a lot busier than the previous heats.
Right? You reckon that tide's influencing?
Yeah, I think tide's coming in.
Yeah.
I think, there's going to be a pulse. There's going to be a good point of this tide, And I was looking up and down the beach on my break there, and there's a lot of swell manifesting along the beach here. I think right out front, I haven't seen the best sets actually. So hopefully they'll swing into place here.
Hopefully that left-hander will swing round.
I'd like to get a rundown on the athletes we've got in this heat here. I don't have an update on that yet. There we go. All right. So we've got Jean Mendonça, Miguel Blanc, Kieran Jabbar, and Pedro Monteiro.
So last of the repechage.
So this is the last of the repechage, exactly. I had it pegged. All right.
So we'll see.
So we've
two
got
Portuguese.
Yeah, 3 Portuguese, 2 local boys.
Yeah.
Right, Miguel Blanc and Pedro Monteiro, Pecas.
Pecas.
It's good that they've got the locals involved in this, eh? I think it should be part of it wherever it takes place, that the locals are there. The local knowledge, see what the boys know about their homelands here.
I'd go and sit on Pecas the whole heat.
Eh?
I would just stick to Pecas like glue.
Yeah, you would, huh?
I would, yeah. If Rodrigo was out there,
take her down the beach there.
If Rodrigo was out there, I'd sit on Rodrigo.
Double paddle here.
Pecas.
That's Monteiro.
Is he gonna come out?
That was Pecas, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't get out of that one.
Oh, shame.
We had another taker to the other side. I want to say it was Blank, but I didn't get a good look at it. No, there's goes Blank right now.
Think he comes out of this one?
Just a bit of a shoulder on the end. Yeah.
Getting busy.
I think Kieran Jabbar had a wave farther down the beach.
Yeah, because
if we can get a replay on that, I'd like to have a look at it. Okay, nothing significant there.
That's
Miguel Blanc,
change.
I think he claimed a national title at Carcavelos, didn't he? What, a few years ago?
A few years ago.
I think it was here, wasn't it? Pretty sure of that.
There he goes. Didn't get very deep. It's just
staying busy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful style, Miguel.
Tuck in knee.
Eh?
That tucked in knee.
Yeah, let's get that. Flexibility.
Well, he's a healthy human.
There you go.
Oh, he didn't make it out of that one. Shame.
So waiting on scores here in the first waves. Yeah, I think this the original look at this swell, there was a bit more westerly, and I think it has blown so hard. The north wind is so strong that it has changed the direction of swell a bit on us here.
Possibly gone a bit north.
Yeah, it's gone a bit north. I think it's not showing itself as much as it was. There's a lot of swell out there if you look at it, though. It's just, like I said, I think there's going to be a point of the tide where it's all going to come together here.
Me too.
But definitely better than this morning. There's more surf out there, there's more size, more power in that with incoming.
Yeah, east of us is Callao, and Callao has been, I just see the sets it's kind of missing the middle of the beach. It's all going either to Callao or down the other end.
Yeah. A little interview with Tiago Pires here after his victory in last heat.
Tiago Pires, a casaca. Saca, como é que sentiste as condições hoje dentro d'água?
O mar está
Está difícil, não vem, as ondas não têm o tamanho que estamos à espera, mas com o vento offshore tão forte, os tubos estão a abrir bem. Agora é um bocado uma questão de nos encontrarmos lá dentro, encontrarmos os sets, os poucos sets que vêm, e estarmos no sítio certo, na hora certa, e eu acho que hoje é um dia que qualquer um pode passar um hit. É mais quem consegue estar no momento certo, na hora certa, e acabou.
Ok, fala-me da tua pranchinha que trouxeste hoje aqui para o capítulo.
É uma 5.9, a minha prancha do dia-a-dia, 5.9, com 18,5 e 2 e um quarto, uma prancha normal. Tinha muita prancha no carro preparada para hoje, mas infelizmente as ondas ainda não apareceram. Pode ser que apareçam agora com o decorrer do dia, com a maré encher, mas por agora é uma prancha normal de ondas pequenas.
Boa. Bom campeonato, boa continuação. Um abração.
Little insight from the Portuguese Tiger there. Tiger was pretty much just saying that it's not really up to now what was expected. It's not as far as size goes and that. He says it's still very, very hollow, you know.
That wind keeps it well open.
Yeah, the wind's keeping it wide open, and that, you know, he's hoping that the swell shows itself a bit as we go on here. He's riding a 5.9, which is surprising.
Surprising.
You know?
2 1/4.
Yeah, 2 1/4, 18.5, so pretty small board, you know. He says he's got a lot in the car.
That's 1998 stuff.
Well, I don't know. It's you know, amazing when you're
that good.
It's all about talent level, eh?
That's what I'm.
Here we go. Little replay here.
Nice.
Yeah, that's Kieran, yeah?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's going to be
beautiful.
That's going to be a high.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice score.
High number.
And there's another one from Kieran on his backhand.
Backhand.
A little bit of a shoulder, still a wave though.
Like Saka was saying, it's anyone's game if they.
I don't know if this is live or replay, but nice barrel.
Nice barrel.
Woo. Styling.
Styling. Give me the hand jive.
Wow, a lot of movement there while they were talking to Saka.
That's the same one, yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
As Saka was saying, it's anyone's heat if you're in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly. That was Clay Marzo on that, right? Or huh?
No.
Excuse me.
Mendonça, possibly.
Mendonça, I'm sorry. Clay Marzo. Yeah, Mendonça, that kid's got a lot of style. That was just style all the way, that one, wasn't it? Yeah, beautiful. Very talented kid.
Do you reckon style should
What'd
be
they give him?
on
Yeah,
the
they gave him a
criteria?
7.5 on that one, so.
Bickish.
There it goes.
Oh,
Excellent.
shame.
All right, that's nice. That's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Jean Mendonça. Little kid came out firing there.
You're right. Okay. Kieran.
Another wave we missed here, Kieran. That's a beauty.
Oh, nice. Another high number, I guess.
Yeah, starting to see some good waves here, eh?
I think Mother Nature's going to come together.
There you go. She's got it.
Always trust a woman.
Hey?
Always trust a woman with love.
Big freighter, the boats. Look at that big freighter out there right now. It's amazing visual here at Carcavelos, isn't it?
We talked about that last time. This time we've actually got an open tent. We can see the
there you
ocean.
go.
Last edition we were
in a bit
kind
of
of
a
stuck
box,
in the
eh?
booth.
Yeah.
There he goes, Pedro Monteiro paddling back out, hoping to find. If there's someone who wants to be in that final today, I mean, I bet all of them.
Oh,
but
does,
but
sure.
this one I know personally, and he is.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to get to work here.
Yeah, he is.
'Cause
Miguel
this
Blanco.
this is a pretty heavy heat, and already John Mendonça put a 7.5 up, and Kieran's got a 6.25 and a 5.50. So.
No one said it was going to be easy.
No, it's not for sure, eh?
But he can ride a barrel like.
There you go. That was a nice one by
Miguel
Blanca.
Blanco, yeah. That style.
But it's definitely coming together, eh, Karen? I mean,
it is picking up.
Senior waves a lot more potential, and the swell's filling in.
Do you think style comes into the criteria?
Oh, definitely. Just looking at Mendoza's score on that wave, his positioning, his body positioning, his body language coming out of the barrel and all that, I think it makes a big difference. I'm glad it does. Actually.
Me too.
It's super important.
I would say as important as. I think, I don't want to make it sound like not futile, but it's got to be beautiful.
Yeah, for sure. And I think at times, surfing for me these at times lacks that, like a lack of style, but still like the best surfers. Just watching Sunset in the last couple days, and that there are guys that are just stylists and that just mold themselves perfectly to the waves, and those guys that were just had stellar performances at Sunset. If you look at the movement, the body positioning of a Jackie Robinson or of Ethan Ewing, or
that three cars,
Kanoe Igarashi.
See that wave?
Yeah,
those three cars.
And even John before he got knocked out. I mean, he surfs amazing there and just style all the way. They're all stylish surfers. Yeah, it's always going to play a part of it. I think there are aerial games there and all that these days, but still there has to be style in the entire wave, throughout the wave.
I agree with you.
We're about halfway point on this heat. Miguel Blanc put up a 7.8 on that wave.
He did.
All right, so Pecos's work is
cut out for him.
Cut out for him, definitely. Get on it, Pecos. Huh? Well, it's going to be. This could end up a good high-scoring heat, eh?
I think the highest one so far. What would you think?
Yeah, I would say if we get if Mendoza and Blanc get another good score in there, it will be the highest scoring heat so far, and it's it just goes to show if the waves start to present themselves, and it's going to change the whole scenario here.
What was it? Mid-tide when we arrived? Mid-tide going out
this
morning?
I think it was more than mid-tide. It was over mid-tide already. What they started was the 8 o'clock start, or it was around 8 o'clock. So we were about an hour past mid-tide.
Mid-tide, yeah.
We're about 2 hours before the low. Now we're a couple hours after it, so I think we're a couple after it. Now we're about an hour and a quarter off the tide.
Here we go. Kieran Joel getting busy.
Almost snuck out of that one.
Oh, he came out. He came out
come
standing.
out, just got lip clipped in the end there. So
I don't reckon it'll be the highest score, but
no, it's not gonna eliminate either of his other scores there.
No, I don't think so either. See the younger generation of photographers. Got André down there.
All right. A lot of photographers in this country right now, man. Yeah, we had a low tide at 10 o'clock, so we're an hour and a quarter off. We're an hour and a quarter off of that now. So, but tide's going to fill in quick. We're still pretty close to the moon in that, so pretty close to a full moon. I was just looking back. The first contest that was ever run was in Peniche of the perfect chapter, and Tiago Pires won that one. So he's lining it up for another attack of the final here.
I can't remember if that was the year that on the way up we...
we're taking a little short commercial break here. And we will be back in no time.
Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
And we're back. Back to
You were saying about the Oitavos. Nice place.
What's that?
You were saying about the Oitavos.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Amazing
hotel.
place.
Spent the night there last night, and I've been there before, and it's just an amazing hotel. And they've set everybody up, all the competitors and that, for the night before the contest. It's just a pity we didn't get to stay for breakfast. Breakfast is brutal. It was just, we had to get out of there too early this morning, so. Yeah, this contest, I was looking back, like I said, in the history, Saka won that first one. The 2013 event was also in Peniche. That was won by Nicolas van Roop. 2014, it came down to Carcavelos.
Nicolas van Roop.
That was 2 in a row. In 2015, it came down with a change, whereas they brought in international surfers. That was the first year they brought in international surfers, which brought a lot of color to the event. And sadly, that one was marked by the passing of Ricardo Santos. But the contest was a great contest, and Bruno Santos ended up winning that one. They actually did documentary.
Here we go.
Oh, we got
live action. Mendoza.
Take her here. Oh,
you didn't
come out, kid. No, didn't make it. It was a tight one. Bit of a pincher.
Is he on the cement?
Eh?
Is he on the cement?
No. Let's have a look at this
Double
again
hand.
here.
Slowing down as much as he can.
Yeah.
He's still traveling in there. Oh, shame
Too
he didn't
much. It
come
was a
out.
tight one. It's pretty bit of a runner. It was a bit fast too, huh? But they did on that 2015 contest. They did a documentary called the Chapter of All Saints. And it was based on his, it was about him and that. So it was a pretty successful documentary also. Then went 2016, this contest moved back up to Nazaré, and that was Richard Rambu that pulled that one off. 2017, 18 was Nazaré also, won by William Aliotti.
Would have loved to have seen that one.
Yeah, that was a good one. And 2020, which was the last one, came down here to Carcavelos, and it was Anthony Walsh pulled it off. And here we are, 2022. We're back in action. Had a year layoff, as did the rest of the world.
Yeah, everybody's paddling west. You think they're all sitting on Pecos?
Yeah, they're all farther down that way now, huh?
Yeah, they've all gone and joined Pecos. Does he know something?
Follow the leader.
Yeah, follow local knowledge.
He's losing them, but he's leading them to the right place. Or he's not, and he's going to paddle back.
That would be a Rodrigo move.
Rodrigo is another classic local. Yeah, Rodrigo's one of the local boys. Forgot to mention him earlier. It's a strong group of older locals that still surf full on here, huh? At Carcavelos.
Yeah. And one from São Pedro who I'd love to see out here. There's two actually.
Espanol, João Bento?
João Bento with three, which Espanol makes it three. So Espanol, João Bento, and João Cardoso.
Oh, there you go.
Like,
yeah.
João Bento is...
Yeah, Joe's a stylist. He's, whether it's up in Eliseta or down here or wherever.
Whether it's at his home break in São Pedro, which isn't as hollow, but man, what a beautiful surfer to watch.
Now there you're talking pure style, right? Style, flexibility, movement. He's a big yoga. He's a yoga teacher and a yoga fan, so he's a lot of flexibility in that guy.
And Cardoso, do you know João Cardoso?
Yeah.
What an amazing surfer.
Yeah.
Well, there's more. We could go on for hours.
No doubt. There's some that aren't around here anymore,
Yeah.
Jose Gregorio is a perfect example of that, And Ruben still comes in. Huh?
I'm so sad that Ruben's not in the event.
Yeah.
I'm so sad.
Yeah. Little Speedy Gonzalez, man.
Talk about style.
He rips. He just ran a little event at Capitol the other day.
Was that him?
Well, he organized the event.
He organized it, okay.
Yeah, I think it didn't, the swell wasn't exactly what they wanted, but it was a good...
But they've got 3 sessions.
A good start. I think, he's got another one planned farther forward for that, so...
Ruben Gonzalez,
Yeah. He's had some good performances here at this contest.
Any live action? No.
Oh, that's the free surfer.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're well down the peak. We got paddle on the left side now. Red paddle, no takeoff.
Well, someone just rode a barrel in front of us on their backhand. Not in the contest, just a beautiful style.
So we've got Miguel Blanc and Mendonça both looking for their second wave. A good second wave anyways. Miguel Blanc's got Mendonça just by about 0.55 because he's got his second wave's at 2. So it's a tight one. It's anyone's games right now. We've got to see the local boy wake up here. Pekka's still looking for something. He's sitting on 2 pretty low scores. And we'll have a little recap of the heat here, see what's happened up till now.
Kieran's wave.
That's Kieran, yeah. That was a beauty.
Stylish Mendonça.
Yeah, that's Mendonça. That was all his style pulling out of that. Just, yeah. A lot of style, huh?
Yeah. Kieran
There's Kieran again, backhand. Yeah, that was evidently a deeper barrel than we could really see from this image here. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Was that Miguel's?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he would have scored higher on that one. Seeing the replay now.
Well, it's a pretty high score. He still got it on it. And we are back to live here. There's quite a lot of people on the beach, eh?
There are.
Saturday in Carcavelos. Saturday in Portugal. Oh. Having a look at the wave from Miguel Blanc here. Right-hander.
Slows it down, gets the second section.
Beautiful backup.
Is there a floater?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that was nice.
Very nice.
That's starting to look like Carcavelos, isn't it?
Yep.
Kieran.
It is.
Sandbar beauty. All right.
How long did you surf this before moving up to DeSoto?
When I first came to Portugal, I spent 2 months here. I surfed it like, it was a really good year. It was 78, October, November, and it was pretty much every day. You know, it was it was unbelievable. You know those autumns where it's like that here. Another paddle here.
Kieran.
That's a white, Kieran, yeah. Couldn't get out of that one. Clipped.
Pinched.
So that backup for Blanc was a 4.5. And it leaves Kieran up top. Kieran 8.25.
And a 6.25.
And a 6.25. Miguel Blanc 7.8 and a 4.5. And little Mendonça still looking for something there. He doesn't need that much.
Doesn't need that
actually.
much, yeah.
No.
With that high 7.
That's Kieran again. That one pinched him, eh? That little section there. Too many chandeliers. Well, yeah, as we said, this heat's starting to show, you know, the possibilities here, huh?
I think heat by heat, as we progress during the day, it's just going to get better and better.
What we've seen from Kieran and what we've seen from Mendonça and Blanc, I mean, quality waves and tube time is definitely different from what's been happening up till now.
2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 24 seconds remaining.
Winding
Let's
down.
see how this... Where's Pirkers? Where's Pirkers? Come on.
You're rooting for your local boy.
I am, yeah.
Well, I don't want to sound negative, but time is winding down here.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just stoked that he got to be in the event.
Me
and
too.
do it, you know?
Me too.
That's good.
He won it fair and square, the trials.
There you go.
You see
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see João Mendonça get another one here.
Mm.
You know, he showed so much finesse on that first one. I'd love to see him get one more, just see if he can tighten it up. Well, next heat we're coming into the third round, which is there's no more second chances.
Yeah, no more second chance.
Down to real time.
That's it, guillotine. Still scouring the lineup.
Yeah, we've seen him probably during this heat.
More waves driven.
Do a 100-meter back and forth paddle situation. That's how shifty things are out here. You know, that's the way Carcavelos is.
These sandbanks and
you can never really stay in one place for too long in Carcavelos with the tide change.
Yes, tide change and northwest swell. That'll drag you down the beach.
Yeah, it runs you up and down. I mean, you're going to be running after a peak, you know, farther south or
there's a lot of oasis.
Farther east or farther west in this case, isn't it?
You know the oasis scenario where you paddle to the left and then you look back and there's this perfect right.
Yeah, but it always
go back to the
better.
right. Yeah.
It always looks better over there, doesn't it? And then you paddle over and you look back and the guy snacks his perfect barrel. You go, God, I was just there.
I was just there. I should have stayed there. I would say Rodrigo Heredia is the master of. He'll paddle all the way down here.
Yeah.
And then paddle back. Get priority on you and go.
Oh, there you go.
Fox.
Winding down. Last 5 seconds here. And Mendonça left the slot for a second wave. But we got Karen Jabbar. There's the last takeoff here. Little slot. Clipped in the end. All right. So
well-deserved heat win.
Karen Jabbar first place there and Miguel Blanco second with some really good waves.
I don't know. I said well-deserved heat win. I'm not sure if there was a... Yeah.
Oh, that was Karen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was Karen.
So it was...
Karen with Miguel in second there. 14.5, that's a healthy total for the end of the heat.
Numbers increasing.
And we'll come up with a little break here, and then we'll be back with more action and into the third round of surfing.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to live action. The perfect chapter firing up as late morning sunshine fills in. A big beach crowd swelling and enjoying the action. And a little more meat on the bones of it. Some decent looking sets unload and detonate. Seen some good tube action going down here. Myself, Paul Evans, joining Nick Uricchio. And we're enjoying some good barrels go down here, mate. And as we were hoping, looks like conditions are improving. We're getting towards the point at the end of competition and things are coming together pretty nicely.
Yeah, definitely. It's filling in. The swell's filling in with the incoming tide and that. And the last heat we saw some really good barrels and, you know, a lot better conditions.
A really enjoyable heat. Let's set the scene in this one as we'll see Bruno Santos, Tiago Pires, and Russ Bierke. That's how this one's going to go down. Just some outstanding talent in the water.
Definitely. All right, there's 3-man heats then. Beautiful.
Russ Bierke won his heat early on this morning in kind of tricky conditions. Felt a lot smaller. It's, I'm not going to say doubled in size, but certainly a lot more magnitude on it. And a lot more regularity in the sets too.
Yeah, it's still it's a very, I was saying last heat, Carcavelos is very shifty, and with the tide change, the last heat they probably did a 100-meter paddle back and forth, searching out, for the peaks and that.
You've got to earn it down here. You've got to find yourself the opportunities and grab them when they come. Tiago Pires only just surfed half hour ago. Straight back out there. Going for a little more rubber than he went early this morning. He mentioned it was cold in the 3-2. And a pretty smart call to rubber up a little more. Going for something thicker. Stay comfortable. And he's comfortable when he's in the tube and catching good waves. That's what he did in the repcharge round. Let's see what he did early on in this one. Here's a replay, Nick.
There you go. Little left-hander.
Looks like a bit of a lip to the face there.
Yep.
As he tried to get the entry, you can see what he was doing. He needed to go late just to make that work. And it looks like he got one across the top of the head, getting a little bit hit. Knocked off.
Chuck had mentioned in his interview that he's on a 5'9", 18.5, 2 1/4. Which is a pretty small board.
Not a lot of board. I imagine Santos is on relatively minimalist equipment too.
Probably, exactly.
He's not a big guy. There's Russ Bierke riding his father's board, Kirk Bierke. That's cool to see. Father-son shaper relationship. Can't wait to see what Russ can bring in this one. We do associate him with the heavy water, with waves of consequence. Well, perhaps not in those leagues quite yet with what we're looking at. Nevertheless, has increased a bit in size and some good barrel opportunities. We reckon that man in red, the Aussie's travelled a long way to get it. He'll be getting barreled in the next 26.5 minutes or so. Bruno Santos really impressive. Did it a little differently in his one early on, didn't he? Got that doggy door, he sneaked out, and we were actually watching it live, and we didn't even know, and we just saw him kind of emerge out of nowhere, and he'll do that. He does have that incredible affinity with the tube. Able to change his line with those adjustments right at the last minute. Timing really crucial. Let's see how he goes in this one.
He travels the world looking for the best possible tubes anywhere, doesn't he?
Seems like a pretty good life, doesn't it? I mean,
there you go.
From the outset, from where we're sitting, it looks pretty cool.
It could be worse, huh?
Yeah, how do you get that job? What do you have to do to get that?
It's called talent.
It's got to be good. Okay, righto. Oh, well. Never mind. As we see, an unsuccessful attempt towards an exit. And meanwhile, we'll pick up Bierke at the back, just trying to stay on the right side of the rip, which will try and drag you around here. I think that was Tiago who ended up getting blown up on a bit of a right-hander then, making his way back out. You see that rip, just trying to tug in at Russ Bierke, trying to get him kind of caught outside a little bit. And he'll try and make his way back in and stay on the bank.
Yeah, it's constant movement here. You can't. It's not the kind of place where you just sit and wait for the waves to come. You're just always playing your currents, always playing a part in it. And
pretty much right in the shorey too, huh, Nick? I mean, there are no real lines of whitewater. The wave you're riding is like the last wave towards shore. So
exactly.
They are right under the noses of our spectators, and our spectators enjoyed a strong performance in the last heat, seeing some good tubes go down. Let's hear it from the man who took it all out. He's standing by with an interview.
Ok, mais uma vez boa tarde, estamos aqui no Capítulo Perfeito, Praia de Carcavelos. 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito. Temos aqui o Kiran Jabu, ele foi o vencedor da última bateria. Vamos fazer esta entrevista em inglês. Kiran, how do you start the conditions today in Carcavelos?
It's tricky, the waves aren't as big as everyone thought it was going to get, but the wind is offshore and the tide.
Yeah, we'll try and pick that back up Just struggling to hear Kieran Jabbour for his debrief on his post-heat interview. We'll grab him again in a sec, see if we can get some words from him, but a strong performance from him, finding the tube. Well, no major surprises there. They'll be stoked with a slot now in what's going to be the semi-finals. I love the way this event just kind of boils down pretty quick. The smaller field, the small format, and you're straight down to business. Make a couple of heats and you're looking at a good shot at the final.
He's still got to surf this round for the semis, eh? That was the last repescage and the one we just saw. It was the last losers round, so he's still got to surf.
Well, mate. I'm glad someone's paying attention, mate. That's why you get the big bucks, mate. You're here to pick up all my mistakes, lots of them. No, you're absolutely right. He's got to come up in this round 3 to then get a shot at the semis. And he'll be enjoying.
But he looked pretty focused. That last heat was beautiful, eh? He had some really good waves. And he stayed super busy throughout the whole heat. Eh? This one's off to a bit of a slow start here. He's kind of jockeying for positions out there and trying to find a place.
What's Saka getting up to when he's not surfing? What else does he like to do?
I don't know. He's got a school running up there, and he's got some other business going. I think with some softboards or whatever. I don't know. He's got stuff going. He's a busy character.
Enjoying all the trappings of the Portuguese lifestyle. So much on offer culturally and all that sort of good stuff away from the ocean. And then, of course, when the conditions come together, well, so much variety of ways. Let's check out Bierke here with a big pump. Good speed. And he's driving.
Yep.
He'll go down. That one would look like it was running away from him, Nick.
Yeah. It was a nice pump in the beginning. It just didn't stand up.
So no one doing any major scoreboard damage in these opening 8.5 minutes or so of this counter. It's throwaways right now. And Russ Bierke will have to go against that rip. That sweep is dragging him to the left of shot. We're looking at Bruno Santos as well, just kind of paddling against that. And I'm making a little bit of headway and get up towards the apex of this peak. It looks like right and left's off that peak.
Well, like you say, it's a constant paddle, eh? Just stay there.
And take a bit of fitness as well.
There you go.
And the positioning, all of that stuff, bit of endurance. It's weird how, when it's colder, you seem to get tireder, like when you're surfing. So it takes it out of you a little bit. But I reckon in a heat, you got that adrenaline going, you're fired up.
Yeah.
And they'll be well up for this.
No, but the cold, I think, makes a huge difference. You know, if you look at surfing in general, I mean, people that come from warm climates, the Brazilians and all that, it's a lot, you know, there's the aerial game and all that. It's, you know, surfing in a bathing suit has nothing to do with surfing in a wetty, so. But stay warm, you got to paddle and keep busy.
Keep the engine going. No big numbers to bring you in this so far. Judging panel untroubled, really. Santos hasn't ridden a wave. Just a couple of ones for Thiago and Russ. That's the way this one has gone down in the first third of it. This is our third round, as Nick has correctly pointed out. So we're just in a brand new round now, and this will be a round before our semis, otherwise known as the quarters, I think. Common parlance. Call this the quarterfinals. 4 heats.
We've got a 3-man heat on this round, and the semis are a 4-man heat. It goes back to 4, and the finals also a 4-man heat. So got some surfing to look forward to here.
So we will eliminate one surfer out of this 3-pack. A good opportunity for catching waves. Thiago Perez having a little speculative look there. Never really dug into it. Didn't look super interested. More of like a positional paddle. And you'll see surfers do that. Just kind of put themselves round about in the place without actually paddling in earnest for the wave, which is also crucial in terms of that priority when that does come into play, in terms of hanging on to it, not giving it up. That's the sort of technique you'll see competitive surfers use. And then the paddle speed goes through the gears when they find a wave they want, particularly when it's a wave jacking up on a shallow sandbar like this one, Carcavelos. couple of quick paddles, and then just get that board under the lip.
That's it. Yeah, it's all pretty fast here. It's not, you know, you don't wait for things to happen. You got to be up, you put your mindset on it, and off you go.
Bruno Santos having to be patient out here.
Yeah, he's surprisingly patient. He's usually pretty busy.
He might get a chance here, though. Good-looking set stacking up, and he'll put himself in the slot. Looks like he's going
right there on this one. He'll be in
the backhand action, and here he is, the pig dog. Good-looking wave. He's deep. He's too deep, and he will get consumed as that one will just fire down the line. The spit comes out the end of that wave, but way down the bank. And he got some good travel in there. He did go a long way, but
great entrance, good travel time, but it's just reeled too fast on him there.
It's not going to be a significant number for him. An incomplete tube, no matter how far you go, is not going to get you in a position to advance. Now he's going to have to make his way back up against that current, against that swirl. Put himself back on the apex of this peak, unless he can maybe get himself a left. Let's get a look at it here, though. Yeah. Beautiful looking wave, Nick.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Entrance and all was beautiful, just too fast. Didn't slow down for him. It's all about finding the gems out here, because, you know, in the middle of however many, there's going to be a good one. Just got to find one that stays open, lets you.
Looks like he's bringing us in for that run around, so decided not to paddle. Pretty smart call, I reckon. He spent a lot of time in that rip in this heat, and just paddling and to no real avail. And I wouldn't be particularly surprised if he actually puts himself now on the other side of this peak. Maybe has a look at the left. So to get all the way up there, he's decided to go on the sand. Smart call, I reckon. It is a real short paddle out. It's the paddle when you're in the lineup trying to redirect laterally.
Yeah, the paddle over is a lot longer than the paddle out.
Yeah. So he'll jog up the beach. Crowd will get a little look at Bruno Santos' game face as he heads west. To the right of his shot as we look out to sea, and maybe he'll go just try and get on the other side of this peak, and that'll either maybe put in contention for a left, or even that current will just drag him a little bit back towards this right hander. Let's see how he goes. It'll eat up a little bit of time. Numbers in for Thiago, 4 points for him. So Thiago getting a good number here. Meanwhile, let's find out a little bit more about Bruno Santos. What will get?
Three heavy favorite waves. Peralta, Nazare, and Super Tubes.
He likes the juice. Yes. Bruninho, absolute tube pig. And whenever it gets big and hefty and hollow, that man springs to action. He's got some work to do there now. He's on dry land, which is generally not the best place to be in a surfing heat. He's got just over 15, well, just under 15 and a half to get himself back out the back.
Now, do you see Bruno up there on tow days, or is he more paddling on big days than that?
Yeah, kind of more associated with big paddle days, you would think. Yeah, that's mainly what we've seen on. But you know what? The weird thing about that place is there's so many days up there. It's kind of hard to keep track, right?
Yeah,
like you were mentioning earlier about some of the other big wave spots. You kind of feel like it's easier to keep when there's a session there. You feel like you can't find out about it. And that's right. Sometimes it's like multiple times a week, you know.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of mid-range days that no one pays attention to. They're like perfect, you know.
And epic training days for that core
5,
crew.
6 foot amazing days. Yeah. And no one, you know. They only talk about when it's ballistic, you know. So.
Diogo Perez, at the moment, good enough for first in this. Not big numbers on the board though, but that 4 good enough at the moment for the lead. And he'll be feeling pretty decent about the way he's competing, the way he's surfing. Obviously a great read on this wave. A long time of experience surfing here, knowing the conditions very well indeed.
He spent a lot of time at Carcavelos for sure. Yeah, it's amazing surfing. Heat to heat, just, you know, comparatively what the difference would be in a matter of a half an hour. You know, last heat there were a bunch of waves, there were high scores and that. It was probably one of the best heats of the day. And now we're off a bit of a slow start on this one. Where your highest score is a 4.0 by Tiago there, so.
Not loads of action to bring you from this one. It's been a quiet one so far. 13 minutes and 40 to go. Just the 4 from Tiago. Other than that, it's shrapnel in terms of scores from everybody else. Let's hope the back half of this fires up. The opening part of this half-hour heat has been a little bit starved of quality, really. That a beautiful looking, well, towards lunchtime, Saturday lunchtime, getting towards midday, it must have been out. Sunny skies, offshore winds, and midwinter in Portugal looks pretty nice where I'm sitting.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Russ Bierke, the little redirects, trying to put himself back up towards the apex of that bank. Paddling pretty steadily. Everyone's actually moved a little bit. It's hard to pick up from your shot, but cameras are panning slightly more up the beach now. So a little reposition. I think that's probably wise. I feel like where they surfed the first half of this heat, maybe that bank that was there, it's kind of not really doing it right now. And everyone's just fancying a little look further north. There's a little bit of free surfing going on up there. And
right.
Everyone just heading
Like I
towards
said,
that way. I reckon that's a pretty smart move, Nick.
With the tidal change, the peaks change here. It's like you've always got to be on it and keep your eyes open on what's going on. And like you say, I think they probably identified that maybe now a bit late in the heat, but you know, the Russell's hungry for something and Bruno's definitely hungry for something here, so they're going to be scouring the lineup here.
Yeah, we're going to compact our action in this down towards, it's essentially going to be more or less a 12-minute heat. It's just that 4 from Tiago Pires, the Portuguese veteran, leading this one, not by a long way.
Russell's got his eye on something here.
Some lines approaching. We've got some activity. See our surfers kind of meerkatting on their boards and looking a little bit frisky and lively. What do we got here? It looks like Tiago. And he'll go and he'll pump and he's deep and he's traveling. And Perez goes down, so unable to add. Let's see if we can pick up where he went. Okay, there he is.
Is Russell on takeoff here?
Behind him, Russ Bierke gets absolutely guillotined behind a deep section. Unable to get a completion is Russ once again. So those two ended up in a similar spot on that bank, and it's almost like those two peaks joining up there. So that first peak they took off on opens up with a nice tube, then it hits that next one, doesn't it? Let's have another look here, Nick.
Yeah.
This is Tiago. Just unable to find any sort of exit there. Meanwhile, this is the looking into it, this angle. Looks beautiful from there.
Yeah, it looked doable for quite a while there, and then it just kind of, everything shut down there. This Russell, this was not doable, but it was a beautiful entrance.
Much bigger wave, almost twice the size that you see that exploding section.
Second section gave him no shot at all.
That shallow sandbar just engulfing him. I love the entry though. Gets that paddle early, and then he's always setting his line. As soon as he's on his feet, you can see that line where he's just honking it under the lip.
The set, the pump, and
that would have looked great from where he was as he got the vision inside. However, what wouldn't have looked so great was the next 50 meters or so of water breaking in front of him. Tiago, a little look at possibly a left, doesn't find one. And a bit more clock time, it's going to eat away. No one's going to add to the score with those incompletions, so we're basically going to be down close to the last 10 minutes of this, with everyone really trying to chase the high score of a 4. And that's Tiago. So not big numbers in this. Bit of a surprise when you look at the talent, but you do it with the ocean and you can't make it out of tubes where you're not going to get the numbers.
Yeah, it's very surprising, especially like this heat for me. They're talking about 3 serious barrel riders, right? And you definitely want to see more than a 4 up there, huh, Paul?
So Bruno Santos here. A little paddle on a smaller one inside. It will be a straight one. He'll decide not to go. As we saw on that little clip here. Man, some of the stuff he's got up to down the years.
There we go, Russell.
Likewise, this man, live action. Bjerke tries to just force the issue and get the exit. And he will get consumed by that lip. So, tight spaces here they're dealing with. Really just trying to squeeze out of that one. Just
Almost.
unable to do it.
But very, I mean, as fast as you could have possibly done it, huh? I mean, there was just no shot.
Almost getting out of there. A split second, crucial, and once again, it won't be a meaningful number for Bjerke.
Probably would have been a difference of a point if he would have pulled it off, right? I mean, whatever comes up, I'd whack a point on that if he made it.
So that's where we are. Just over 8 to go. Santos in third. Really small, modest numbers. Couple of twos for Bjerke. Perez with that 4 and the 1-5. That's our situation. Santos.
Yeah, Bruno's got to be pulling his hair out about now, eh?
Whenever you get a low scoring heat, the upside is
Here we
easy
go.
to turn it around and right back in it.
Bruno
Here
on the
goes
paddle.
Santos. Does have a look at the left. Here he goes. Trying to get under. Does that well. Can he make it? And he can't. And that's really been the way this heat's gone down.
Yep.
We've seen surfers get beautiful entries into that opening section, get behind, and then those sections have run away. Let's have another look at replay here, Nick.
Yeah, that one pinched him also. Eh? Yeah, I mean, they're all the approach of all of them is what you'd expect. They're all great surfers and they all have great talent approaching.
And we're just at that stage, it looks like, where this sandbar is pretty flat. And because the swell is relatively small, the waves aren't breaking on any sort of outside shape. And so they're all kind of hitting the sandbar at the same time. Let's have a look at this effort from Russ Bjerke. This is a sick-looking wave.
Oh, thick as that guy right there.
And it just runs away. Spits pretty hard. It just runs away from him. And that's been the story of this one the whole way through. These waves hitting the sandbar pretty straight. And as a result of that, breaking real fast. And not offering obvious exits. And some of those little doggy-door squeak-out opportunities we saw earlier, they seem to have gone away as well, because the wave is picking up speed, right? It's getting faster from the takeoff, so no one able to get that exit either. And that's really sort of punished our scoring here, Nick. It's kept the numbers really low.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of opportunity for them here. Makeable waves anyways.
All right, live action here. Santos on the backhand, quick flick. And once again, that one will run away. But, I mean, that's what he needs to do, right? Can't afford to be overly patient with, just over maybe 5 on the clock. It's just paddle, look for opportunity, see if he can get a corner. A little swirl, sometimes a little bit of a rip, or just kind of break the wave shape and allow one to bend cooperatively, kind of clutching at straws a bit. But that's what you've got to do, particularly when it's a game of 2s and 3s. Another quick look at him.
Busy. Yeah, you know, it's going to take one wave to make a difference in this heat for anybody.
Santos got that flick before the wave broke. What that means is he doesn't get blown up by the white water, so straight back in the lineup and straight on the hunt again, as he'll have a little prowl. And the unwelcome sight when you're chasing the score of the next heat, just kind of making their way out as well, getting into the lineup, just reminding you the time is precious, ticking away.
Definitely. We're down, what, 2.5 minutes? Something like that, eh?
Down towards the very end of this one. Our first heat of round 3, also known as the quarterfinals. 3-man heats. We'll lose one of this trio. We'll take 2 through to semi-finals. And we'll go back to that 4-surfer format. And even though it's been starved in terms of scores, seen some beautiful vision go down, seen some nice violence in a good way from the ocean. Some power out there, some big explosions, real close to our crowd on the beach as well, so they get to witness things up close and personal, which is always nice.
So as close as it gets, eh?
But we just need some makes. Well, we're picking up a replay there of Russ. and making it out clean. So
that just happened, that one, didn't I?
What's going to happen here? That looked like a decent effort from Bierke. Let's see where that goes scoreboard-wise. He's going to go to first. There he goes. He gets a flat 5, jumps ahead of Perez. Doesn't really change who's advancing, just changes the order. And it's still Santos struggling here. So now his requirement, well, he's going to need still something shy of a 4. Assuming Thiago doesn't improve. Bruno Santos.
He doesn't need a lot.
Looking for a high 3, something like that.
Yeah.
So very much wide open.
395 or something like that, eh? Not much at all.
So Bierke does manage to find that opening. We talked about just catching waves and trying to wait, try and get lucky with one. Nicely done there from him. Let's have another look here.
Yeah, that was a nice little wave.
Just finding that crucial corner. And it's all about staying alive at this stage and just making it through, putting those points on the board. Getting yourself to come back for a semi-final, and then who knows what can happen. We're hoping to continue to see the swell pulse and improve as well. Thiago Perez now in that second place position. He'll be making another heat if things stay as they are. Bruno Santos has been out of sorts in this one, and that's a bit of a surprise to see. He's not really made a lot of mistakes himself. He just hasn't really found waves.
No, that's it. I think he's just been searching. He's taken off on, what, 3 or 4 waves now, and just none of them really gave him the opportunity to do anything. But that's been the story of this heat pretty much. I mean, we had 2 waves that opened up. One was Thiago's and the other one was Russell's there. And aside from that, there's not been any opportunity at all.
No, Santos will stay at this.
You still got
right
2.5 minutes, something like that. So
yeah,
the
right at the end,
available.
he'll keep going at this. The time, not his friend right now. Looking for a number around about the 4-point mark, something like that would do it right now, assuming Thiago Perez didn't improve. As we will take 2 surfers out of this heat to advance into our semi-finals at the moment. It's our Portuguese Perez, is our Aussie Bierke.
Russell looking inspired in the paddle there. Huh? He wants it.
It just goes to show, if you just stay positive, find those opportunities.
That's it.
When it seems like there's not much out there, luck, bit of luck smiles on you, shines down, you get that little corner, and you're away.
A little Thiago and Russell having a word there. That's a big difference. You never see people talking heats in a regular contest, do you?
Huh? No, or not doing nice chatting anyway.
Yeah,
they have got something
nice
to say
chat.
to each other. Sometimes it's more kind of hostile business, which I also enjoy as well. That's part of the sport. I like that. I'd like to see a bit more of that actually in surfing. A little bit of trash talking going on. It's all part of the fun, all part of the show.
There you go.
All right, we're counting down here. Santos is on struggle street. Bierke looks like he's nailed this heat by virtue of that.
Boom.
5-point ride that he got. Thiago Perez got a 4 early on. It's good enough to earn in second. It's not a classic, but it's all about making it through.
We're going to say goodbye to a major player in this contest up to now, Bruno Santos.
That'll wrap things up for our first heats of our 3rd round. And we'll eliminate the Brazilian, the legend, Bruno Santos. Will take Russ Bierke and Thiago Perez through to semis. And another heat win for Russ Bierke.
There you go. He's on a roll, eh?
Yeah, be stoked with that. And a few closeouts. He caught the most waves. He had the busy approach. And it absolutely paid off for him. We'll get a chat with him in a minute when he comes back in and see what it was like from where he was sitting. It looked good from here. Meanwhile, we'll go to break. Join us for more live action real soon.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality ao caminhar já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to Perfect Chapter. Live action sees Heat 2 of our third round, our second quarter. 3 men out in the water. Let's hope we get blessed with a little more wave quality because the ocean was a little bit stingy with us in the last one. And a man who's never accused of that is Kieran Grunich's joining me back in the studio for the call. Mate, how you feeling about life?
Feeling
Did you get
good.
called stingy? I mean, I didn't actually know that. I just guessed. He didn't seem like that kind of person. A very generous guy. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. There's a closeout. Someone's getting chewed up.
Is that because of my jock name?
Yeah. Yeah, mate, what do you reckon on conditions out there? So, a lot of closeouts. How do you find the ones that stay open? What are we looking for here?
You're looking for gold. You're looking for gold and diamonds. And they seem few and far between. There's the one right-hander break in front of us that we can't see on camera now. Amazing. Here we go. Beautiful. Is that Corey Lopez?
The trademark style.
Beautiful.
Classic Lopez. How many times have we seen that turn? Still got it smoothly done. Unmistakably Corey Lopez.
Would you say he's as old as he is? No. Would you say he's that old? No. Me neither.
Still looking very much
Fit.
fresh and frisky. And then find Vettel. All that good stuff. As he takes on a couple of stout Euros who like a tube. Aramburu, Fonseca. Let's have another look here at Lopez. Gets behind, tucks in, throaty and deep. Really deep. And comes out somehow.
Wow.
This is going to be a massive number. He even gets the little bonus flick outs. So 2 good ways for him. And he is on fire here already. What a way to kick this off.
Applying the pressure early on. That leads.
Aritz coming from deep on that one, and already a good heat here. So Lopez got a 5-5, but prior to that last replay, he was really deep on that wave, and we got to be thinking that's got to be a big number. Comes as a 7-2-5.
Thought he would make it.
And a big total already. And he's basically scored more points. Our surfers in first and second in the last heat, so he's on a roll here, Lopez. Couple of quick lefts of Corey Lopez. Lights a fire under his campaign, and already looking decent for a shot in the semis. A lot of time yet to come, of course. Half-hour heats. 25 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this. Aramburu and Fonseca looking to come back at the American.
Guilherme Fonseca, he's been putting his time in at Super Tubes this last winter. I follow him on Instagram. He's been absolutely charging it.
How is your Instagram out? What are we talking in terms of a day? How many hours are you spending on it, mate?
Too much.
Should I be worried?
Too long. You should be worried.
Do you know what I did?
You're gonna get. You should get me into rehab.
I deleted the app.
Yeah.
I thought I spent too much time, but then all I did, I just checked on Safari. So you're still on it. It's just not as good. That stuff says a lot about me.
Well,
really,
I'm off.
doesn't it?
I'm off that other. I'm off that other platform. I can't remember the name, but I'm off it. So. Free surfers out the front, having a lot of fun.
Beautiful looking waves coming in. That sunshine sparkling on the face. The offshore grooming the lip. And we got surfers in position here. And deep, way too deep.
Hang on.
Oh, and I say way too deep. Aritz Aramburu.
Don't stop.
Comes from way behind. Beautiful stuff on my screen here. Just kind of lost him.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking down. Yeah, I was looking. I kind of. That is faith. Talk about faith.
Ritz. Really nicely done. Just dug in.
Beautiful.
Had the speed.
I can't say numbers, but I would go as high up as I could on that one. You?
An absolute drainer, and comes shot like out of a cannon down the beach. The Basque power cheeky Aramburu. This was his opening effort. Got a 2 for this. A tube and then a flick through the back, and he backed that up just now. And he's on his way to a massive
Shot
number.
like a Basque out of hell.
Very nice. Nicely done, mate. Lovely piece of work. We're thinking about the 7.5 for Lopez for the deep, tight left tube. Aramburu, a massive number, 9.5 in for him. Goes into the excellent range, the high score of the day.
Well deserved.
And the former event champion at Perfect Chapter up in Nazaré in 2018. Which feels like an awful long time ago. I was at that event.
That was
it
10
was
years
on
ago.
Halloween. And it feels like, an eternity
It was
ago.
sunny, wasn't it?
Beautifully warm. And he got so tubed up there in a big right-hander. It was 8 to 10 foot. And out here, very different conditions today. It's smaller. There's a lot more wind. It's fresh. And he is still posting huge numbers. And that'll feel great for Aritz. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, Russ Bierke, standing by for a chat.
Ok, temos aqui de novo Russell Birk, acabado de chegar da Austrália, segunda bateria, nailed it again, you nailed it again, man.
No, I was stoked. It was tricky out there, but definitely feels like it's getting a lot better with the tide changing. I had a few almost really good waves that I just fell on, but yeah, thankfully did enough to get through again. I'm stoked.
That was amazing. So, see you in a bit for sure. You want to tell something to our viewers? We have 33.5 million viewers, or expectable viewers. You want to say something to them about Perfect Chapter?
Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's so amazing, this contest. It's like such good vibes, so many people coming to watch, and really fun waves.
Thank you, Russell. Cheers, mate. Congrats.
Wow, good stuff from Russ Bierke, but the contrast in that last heat and this one, night and day, really. The waves really come in terms of quality in this. Speaking of quality, Aramburu, man. How long's he been around for on the pro seed? Thinking, early noughties, kind of 2004, 2005. He did good work as a junior, so getting close to 2 decades, and he's just aging like wine, isn't he? Just getting better and better. He's got the little mohawk haircut. He's got the sort of cheeky grin.
Super nice guy. I spoke to him before I came into the booth earlier on. He was checking the waves before his heat.
Lopez getting some deep tunnel time of his own on the backhand. Here's the replay.
You're holding that rail, swiping off the speed. Covered up.
He parks it. You just saw him pause as his paddle. He had a big swing of the arms and he just waited at the top of the wave, and that allowed him to just swoop straight into the tube and not have to do too much braking on the face. Allowed him to just squeak in under. Beautiful timing. Gets nice and deep. He will get a number for that if it's better than his backup score, which is around about 5, I believe. In previous position, it'll make slightly more tough work for the man out there He's been very quiet, the Portuguese Fonseca.
Yeah, Guy's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he's not really been at the races in this so far. He's got time left to do it though. And Aritz will be looking to throw up a decent backup score as well. And he's got that 9.5. And a thing of beauty it was, and just goes to show, I even said, yeah, he's way too deep there, and he just gets hosed out up the beach. So Lopez does improve. His position looking good as well. Let's have another look here. In terms of our Go Chill best ride of the day, well, this is it so far, and very much deserved it, Kieran, for the score, and he liked it.
Did like it.
He knew it was a good number.
No claiming. Or was that head down a claim?
A little behind the back kind of stuff. I like it. Ritz Aramburu, so good in the barrel. The backhand, he's got that technique where he can get so low, of course, cut his teeth and learn to backhand tube ride at Mundaka. One of the premium rivermouth left barrels anywhere. We'll pick up the end of a ride of Corey Lopez in the blue, the goofy. Meanwhile, someone's in the tube, and it's Sadik Aramburu looking to back up this massive number.
Could we see a shift in positions? C. How the judges are going to like this exchange.
Right, let's get another look here. This is Aritz. Let's see how deep he got. Not super deep there, Kieran.
Lot of handbrake.
Yeah, I mean, compared to his left, here's Corey parking it.
I'd say it's pretty even.
Similar kind of
in
stuff.
terms of tube time.
Yeah, a little bit more kind of backdoored into it a bit more, didn't he, Corey? As opposed to Ritz, he just kind of slowed down into it and let
that would give you extra
himself
points.
Get a little bit enveloped by a feathering lip, but those two very much putting on a show out here. Let's hope Guilherme Fonseca can come back.
That's Aritz.
Aritz again. Just looking to get rid of that 2.5 basically, which he won't like in his top two. When he does that, he will put up massive numbers. We see live action of everyone getting caught inside. You see the
that?
board ditch go. That was Aritz deciding to just try and look after the spear by ejecting off it. Of course, riding equipment from Pukas.
Yeah, Christensen has said, didn't he?
He's been making Aritz board a long relationship with that factory, delivering boards for a number of surfers across Europe, a number of standouts for Aritz. His boards are looking like they're going really well for him. And he is putting on a bit of a show out here. He'll be enjoying this.
Oh, yes. As the tide's coming in, I can see like way, way out back. And who's... Oh, that was that.
We're having another look at Aritz's right-hander there. See him getting work done.
Well, Paul, it seems like the tide is cooperating. It seems like the swell has not backed off completely.
Guilherme Fonseca, the Portuguese, he surfed really well early this morning. He's not had many opportunities, which is rare for him. Normally, kind of likes to stay busy, proverbial staying busy.
Do you think the getting psyched out, do you reckon?
I just think it's not an opportunity, but you know what? These heats can turn so quick.
True.
There are waves coming through. Get yourself on one, and you're back at this. The only trouble is, just look at the scores. Aritz has now improved this back up by some measure. So he's gone way out in front. He's got that 5.2. He's got a big total now. Corey Lopez, he's got healthy numbers of his own. 13.05. It's winning every other heat today. It's second place for the moment. And that means...
And he's going to go again.
A combo required for Fonseca. Needs a couple of waves as he looks to get the first one. Nice little pump there and get some good cover. There's better stuff from him. So he wants to get out of combo first of all.
Well, he's got a quarter of an hour to do it.
And essentially he needs two new waves. So you think of the score of 13.05. So a couple of mid-range sixes, couple of sevens is basically what he's going to need to do. Does have time to do that. Will he get the opportunities?
Well, I spoke to my mate Pickers, who came out of the one heat or two heats ago, and he said once you get past this halfway mark, it'll just drag you down the beach. So when you see these boys do the run around, he's trying to stay on that right-hander that we really can't. We can just get the end of. And Guy looking at it again.
Corey Lopez.
Scores dropping.
Just chilling out the back. We'll get a number in for Fonseca. It's broken the combo. So he's out of combo now. He can do it with an excellent ride from where he is. Get himself up into second place. It's absolutely way out in front now, and he can just enjoy this. Doesn't need to force the issue. Doesn't want to damage the board. It's very easy to snap one out here. Super powerful wave. So he'll basically now be able to just stay out of sort of traffic in terms of the other two surfers and just wait for corners, wait for waves that look like they're staying open. But we talked about how closing out it was in the previous heat and how fast it was, and amazing to see the differences. If you can get one that's an almost closeout and then actually make it, it would be a closeout to mere mortals like the rest of us, but the surfers like Ritz, they're makeable, and when you do that, excellent numbers rain down from the judging panel. That's exactly what's happened here. Check out Saka.
Faith and belief.
On a bit of a roll now, Tiago's confidence will be up. When he gets on a roll, he could be deadly. And he will be enjoying this, absolutely. Some of those competitive desires, you know, they wane, but they never go away. And he's thinking, okay, I'm getting barreled, I'm getting scores, I'm making heats. I think I like this feeling. I remember this. This felt good. This. Yeah, this is all right.
Amazing talent. Carried Portugal on his back for.
As we tick down well into 12 and a half to go in this one. Aaron Buru putting on a bit of a masterclass here. Got the biggest score, the Go Chill wave of the day. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're bringing more live action from Carcavelos real soon.
Dama Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And a very warm welcome back to live on an absolute smoker of a heat. And it's Aaron Buru, formerly the Championship Tour, former semi-finalist at Chopu, among some of his decorations from a glittering career, of course, an event champion here in Perfect Chapter 2018. Got a big old 9.5.
Here we go. Is that replay we saw live?
And he's not resting on that.
Wow.
But that was during the break. A little replay there of Aaron Buru. Trying to stay busy, trying to stay dangerous. Ooh.
Wow. High numbers? What do you reckon?
And we're looking at that again, looking into it. And it's so smooth. His confidence is up. Yeah, he's looking really good indeed. This is a really enjoyable heat. Corey Lopez got an absolute drainer early on, a real tight barrel on the left and just had a beautiful line through it. He came out so much speed, Corey. Got himself a 7.25 for that. It's a healthy number. He's also got a 5.8 backup. Ritz is 7.5 now for his backup. So his numbers are just going mental. And once you get that confidence up, you can afford to make those great decisions, can afford to be patient. There's the spread from the panel, and a total of 17 points in any heat, anywhere. Well, that's a pretty good way.
And it seems like he's going to go
take
again.
it through to semis, because that's where he's going to be, unless something crazy happens.
Corey.
Meanwhile, Lopez parks it. Beautifully done. It's nice and clean. It'll flick
him.
off with a little emphasis as he exits that left-hander. And our question really is from Portuguese point of view, where's Guilherme Fonseca?
Here.
Here he is.
Here he goes.
Let's pick him up. Pumping. Going fast.
Oh, closed out on him.
He'll have to force his way through the back of that wave. But the energy now really dialed up here, Kieran.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Excited.
So what a difference from that previous heat. And an absolute show going down here. And this basically is what we can't expect from Perfect Chapter, right? But it's funny with surfing, like you pick the day and you pick conditions and wind and all that, but quite often what you see is you don't get 12 hours of pumping, right? It's quite often you get a peak and you get certain moments, particularly when tide comes to play. Crucially, what we look like is getting towards that peak moment for the finals part of the day, which is what we want.
I think it's such a gamble. I think it's risky as to try and pull this off on a beach break, because these sandbars shift so much backwards and forwards, and from swell to swell. I mean, if this was a reef break, you could go, okay, well, mid tides, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. You can kind of play around with the swell and conditions, but on a beach break, it's quite a roulette.
Yeah, big shout out to our organisers for making all these calls and sort of logistical nightmare. I mean, I get choice paralysis, trying to choose between 2 chocolate bars sometimes. I can't get into that, oh God, which one do I want? Putting all the elements, a lot of moving parts in this, flying people in from across the planet, broadcast crew, safety teams, judges, all of that stuff, dealing with local municipality, logistics on the ground, so many things that can go wrong. I mean, I'm actually getting tired of sort of listening.
And to top it all, you don't have 2 waves the same. It's the ocean. You never know what's going to happen. Here we go. Aritz.
Beautiful backlit tube from Aaron Burrow, still travelling, and comes out. Where's this going to go score-wise? His low
12.
score is a 7.5. His high score is a 9.5. Meanwhile, Fonseca having a paddle, parks it deep. It's a throaty one. There's white water on the face.
Doesn't make it out.
Tries to nudge through. He's rallying here. It's Guilherme. It's Aaron Burrow putting on a bit of a clinic here. And he is loving this. He won't want this heat to stop.
What's the highest score? 10?
So let's pick up Fonseca, who looks like incomplete there, but he's doing the right thing. That's what he needs to do.
Is that each wave? He was behind the lip the whole time, was he?
Yeah, I'm not sure how really deep he was. The judges are going to have to be pretty harsh markers on this now. They have used the scale, but it just looks beautiful from that angle. I mean, he's pretty deep, but compared to his 9.5, where he completely disappeared from view, bit of a contrast between those two.
Okay.
But really nicely done from him, and just looks like he's basically having a free surf. He's enjoying himself. I just want to kind of bottle this and keep it for semis and potentially final. Does have a lot of stamina. It can put in very long sessions indeed when the waves get good. I'm really enjoying watching him surf out here.
Impressive surfing. You're right about the clinic. He's putting on the show and the clinic.
Loves this time in Portugal. It's been a happy hunting ground for him down the years in various forms. Free surf competition. Massive total of 17 points.
You have any words in Basque?
Got a couple. Oitavos.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
Nice.
A bit late for that, but...
Scaragasco?
Yep.
Is that thank you?
Thanks.
Hello?
Yeah.
Thanks.
5:40 to go in this. Aaron Burrow is still looking really, really good. Leading from the front. There's a sharp intake of breath from my colleague in the studio, Kieran Grant. No, I like it, mate. You're getting excited looking at waves. That's what we want. It was a inauspicious start to the day with kind of 2 to 3 footers, very strong offshore. And now things are very much firing up. The judges enjoy that too, because it gives them the opportunity to really use that scale and to kind of show that point of difference between kind of getting little cover-ups and kind of soft waves and genuine kind of disappear. He's not going to make it. Oh, he's made it type of tubes. Exactly what a Ritz did. Fonseca's rallied here. He's having a go. He's having a crack. He's got 5 minutes to do it. And Corey Lopez is due a wave as well. He's not ridden one for a little while, but Corey's looked like he's very much kind of pacing himself out here, and without having to do, massively exert himself. He's got a big total of his own, 13.05. He's pretty good for second. It would have won pretty much every other heat today.
In first. Yeah. Yeah, Glenn Fonseca. Oh, hang on.
Lopez tucking in. Does it well. It's smooth. The way he pumps that. As we're watching the heat recap, this was early on, wasn't it? And right from the get-go in this one, got a 7.5 for that. This thing was nuts from Aramburu. Wow. It does it so well. Packed it up. Got the 7.5 for this. Look how round that thing is.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, the width, it doesn't have to be that big to be that wide in Carcavelos. Santiago.
No tick down under that 4-minute mark. Score lines as we were unchanged. Fonseca still in the hunt for a score, a meaningful number. There he is. He's got the bit between his teeth. He needs a wave though. Meanwhile, Corey Lopez.
Keep him busy.
Finds himself a little tube. Doesn't get particularly deep on that. Not sure he'll threaten his backup score for 5.8. Let's see. Should be good news for Guillaume's point of view, because that means his requirement will remain unchanged, but it's still a healthy number that he needs though. It's a big one. See it on your screen. Looking for a 9.4. He's got just about enough time for 2 waves. 2 mid-6s will do it. High 6s really will do it for him.
3 minutes. That's a hard.
I'm trying to keep it positive. I'm trying to stay positive.
Me too.
For his point of view, of course, from Corey's point of view, well, he's happy with the way this is going. Doesn't mind being in second. Good numbers for him, and he's looked smooth. His surfing is mistake-free and polished, and he looks like he's got plenty of extra gears to go through as well, which is so crucial competing at a high level. Is rather than peaking early on, making sure you bring it for those semis and for that final. Crowd on the beach enjoying themselves. It's warmed up considerably, and out the wind, it's actually really pleasant.
They are meters away from the competitors. That's the good thing about being here. You get to see your heroes walk straight past you and get to see them surf up close. Because of Grom, it doesn't get any better, does it?
Absolutely loving it. The Grom squad down here. And then after a day of dealing with the tubes, you get to try and wash the sand out of various places and body parts.
True. True.
It's a nice sand though, Carcavelos. I like it. It's got a little bit powdery, a little bit soft and fine. Very nice indeed. Makes for very good sandbars. Beautiful looking waves.
Got a grower out front.
Look at some nice sets swirling onto our sandbar.
I think these boys surfing out front are going to be pushed down the beach very soon.
Ever shifting
surfers.
Arena as the tide moves on this bank continually. And our surfers can opt from pretty wide area really. Got a good couple 100 yards, maybe 150, 200 meters laterally to choose from. And you do see, particularly in Europe, it's kind of, we see that throughout competition, is all of a sudden the action will just shift up or down the beach. Someone will make a bolt for it, the others will follow. As we're down into that final 40 seconds now around Buru. Wow, he has really just warmed this contest up pretty much single-handedly. Do you know what? Shout out to Corey Lopez, those also surfed really well in this.
Tight.
Buru has just performed brilliantly out here. Let's hope he brings that again later on when he comes back for a semi, possibly a final. It's already one event out here.
And
deep and throaty Fonseca, that looked like sunshine. In a little trouble picking out exactly the colours there that look like Fonseca. And that's exactly what he needed to do, but what he also needed to do was get an exit. He doesn't find one, and that'll be it. That'll wrap things up. A brilliant heat, really fired up around Buru and Lopez, 2 championship tour surfers from seasons past, looking very much still exciting to watch. And a massive total for Aritz of 17 points, so bring that in.
Straight hander.
Get himself a little toss start and think about surfing a semi later on. Brilliant heat, really enjoyable to call that one. Perfect chapter is firing up here at Carcavelos. Super Saturday in Portugal. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action right after this.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And we are back at the perfect chapter. After a perfect heat, Aritz just came alive in that one.
Wow.
I think it all came together pretty much because the surf started to pump. You know, the waves finally, I think the swells come in with the tide and that. And Aritz just found some gems. Welcome to the Aritz show. Right?
Yeah.
9.5, 7.5. It's just pretty amazing.
Show and a clinic at the same time.
Yeah, he's so solid in this kind of surf. When when it's hollow, when it's good, he just makes no mistakes. So it's just pretty impeccable surfing.
So I think we called it right, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
I think
yeah. With the incoming,
I think the only thing we missed was the wind. We thought it was going to stop and it hasn't.
Yeah,
it's just kept howling.
Yeah, it's still howling out there.
So difficult to paddle into these waves with that wind.
Was that Corey got second in that heat, right? Corey Lopez. All right, and this one we have Pedro Booman, Anthony Walsh, and Kieran Jabbar. Another one. Booman's already got a wave up. He's got a 1.5 up. That's not going to be a keeper for sure, but you never know.
I don't think so.
It was so amazing because the heat before the last one there was nothing happening at all, and it just turned on with the Aritz's heat. It looks like it's going to continue.
Look here out front.
Yeah, there's some beauties out there now. It's still real tricky to find yourself and position yourself, but if you find the right corner, you're going to score now because the tide's right and the swells.
I asked Pickers earlier on, I told this to Paul earlier, once you get past here, it'll just drag you down. So all those runarounds we've seen people do, it's really hard to stay in position. Well, it was at that point at the tide, and now it's changed, I think.
We've got a replay here on, I want to say that was first wave from Booman, right?
No, that's a regular foot.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Nice.
That'd be Kieran.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, nice.
Nice. He got
pitted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good wave. That's a beauty. Kieran Jabbar showing some finesse there. The end of the wave.
That previous heat, did you see how it's
9.5.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
I would have given him a 10.
Yeah. Eh?
I would have given him a 10.
Why not?
I'd be generous.
I think free surfers are hugging in pretty tight to the competition here right now, huh?
I think they're going to...
I was just watching one. I thought he was in the contest.
I've seen a couple. 825. Is that?
825?
I think so.
That's awfully good. All right, Kieran, off to a good start here.
Cheers.
Hey?
Cheers. Makes a difference having our scores up on the screen.
Oh, totally.
Do
Yeah.
you remember last year we were struggling? Do you remember? We were going old school. We were giving scores on paper and stuff.
Wow. All right, the 8th edition is coming together now, eh?
We were talking about quads earlier on. I did see Santiago Graça was on a quad.
Was on a quad.
The
Anthony
Grummy.
Walsh also.
Was he?
Yeah, he said
Okay.
it's a board he used in the last contest.
Okay.
Magic. I think he's left it here, just bubble wrapped up in a corner somewhere,
Wow.
like Paul said. And, yeah, I think it came in handy. He said the board works perfect here, and he surfed the same board he won the last contest on.
There you go. Don't go changing.
He's on it
If
now.
it's not broken, don't fix it.
You gotta like guys that hold on to Magic boards forever.
Yeah. I've got boards. I got my first single fin still.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
I never kept much of my
South African Rose Street with a naked woman
Rose
painted
Street.
on the back.
That guy shaped at my factory ages ago.
No way.
Yeah.
And,
Peter
and,
Rose.
And what about the guy who does the artwork?
It might have been
Dennis.
the same guy.
No,
Dennis.
Dennis.
No.
You ever heard of Dennis?
No. This guy's name was Peter. Was a shaper. Little guy. Small little guy. Had a girlfriend that was twice his size.
No way.
Yeah.
And the logo
Classic.
looks like a Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, had that.
I still got
Had
it.
that Haight Ashbury
I've got it.
70s look. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, Peter Rose. Man, said he was shaped up. That was Peter Rose. His name. Yeah.
Well, I remember there were 2 Rose Streets on the beach. One belonged to Gonçalo, and it had come from Nunjané, and I'm not sure if it was a kneeboard. Might have been a kneeboard.
All right, we're going to have a little word with Aritz Aramburu here on his last heat victory there. So. Communication problem here.
E mais uma vez aqui estamos com o vencedor da última bateria. Ele encaixou aqui um 9.5. Excelente surf. Vamos ouvir pelas palavras dele. Que tal, Aritz?
Bien, fue una batería buena, yo que conecté bien con el mar y pegué una onda que sí, fiqué muy contento. Achei que no iba a salir como 2 veces dentro del tubo y sí, fue una buena experiencia y ya estoy contento. Con los tubos yo siempre contento.
Obrigado, Aritz. Vamos voltar a ver-nos com certeza.
What do you say? He says, "I'm just happy."
And connected to the ocean.
That's it. He got into 2 and got out of them, and he's stoked. Yeah, this guy thrives on surf. Aritz is a pure surfer. I mean, I was saying earlier, he'll map out. You know, he's looking at swells all over the world. Where's he going at? And I think we got a paddle, and it looks to be a good one, huh? No one got into it.
Shame.
Bit fast, yeah.
Throaty.
But yeah, no, this is just charges full on. He had some really good barrels up north the other day. All right, so we have 8.25. Anthony Walsh wave. We're going to have a look at that. This has been during the interview there. Oof. Nice little wave. I'll get him on the board.
Sure, I like the.
Have a look at another angle here.
I like the ending too.
Yeah, that's clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did maximum 2 time on that one, didn't he?
Mm.
I mean, for the size of the wave and the velocity of the speed of the tube.
I don't think there was much more he could do.
No. Good little finish there. Oh, I do like that one for sure. I don't think it'll go as high as Kieran's probably, but it'll still be a good score. Yeah, 4.5.
Yeah. I was asking Paul Evans earlier on. Do you play any tunes in your mind when you're surfing? Have you got any music in your mind? Are you a music guy?
Oh, I'm a total music guy, but I've got music in my mind all the time.
Me too. Me
the
too.
time. I shape with my music too loud for sure because my ears are shot, but that's probably why it's so loud. But yeah, I surf, I dive. I've whatever I do, I've got music in my mind.
There you go.
And I have a tendency to get stuck on a song, and it'll, like from surfing or diving, whatever, it'll be, I'll carry it for like 3 days.
Me too. I'm obsessive.
And I'll get on another one.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, music's definitely part of my life for sure.
I think I've managed to pass it on to my daughter, which is a great thing. And she's a good singer. I mean, I'm biased, but you know what I mean?
There's I've done the same with my daughters. They listen to a bunch of old guys.
Yeah. She'll sing Nancy Sinatra.
There was, I started listening to Sinatra yesterday. Actually, I got a really good one of his. Here we go. Oh, almost snuck away from that one.
Is that booming?
It was booming. Yeah, he should have turned beachside at a certain point there. We got away with it, but. Oh, was it Anthony?
Yeah,
it
was
okay.
Anthony.
Yeah. A bit of glare here on our screen, so it's hard to
hard
tell
for the
between
judges.
white and yellow. God, there's some good sets coming through now, though, huh?
You see, I think the bike guy's gonna kind of push people down the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a difference in size with the incoming tide, huh?
Big difference.
Totally changed.
Whoop.
And he's turning another one here.
Is he going? Oh.
No, I would have been late for that one.
That was a hard one to take off on.
Yeah.
And as we...
There's a film, I'm trying to remember the name of it. A film by George Greeno.
Oh, which one?
A long time ago.
Crystal Voyager?
I think it was that one where he...
It films a tube backwards?
It was all Pink Floyd music to it.
At the end.
Crystal, what's it called? Was that
Crystal Voyager? There's a section called Echoes.
There you
We've
go.
just missed live
Anthony
action.
Walsh again.
Oh.
Come on, Anthony.
Oh, we
like
got clipped right at the end.
Yeah.
Shame.
And they had
there was a wave ridden before that we didn't
before
see.
Anthony's
Yep,
wave.
yep.
Was it Boomin' or
possibly
Kieran? Well, this is Anthony's
This is
wave,
Anthony's.
right?
Can we get to see him get clipped?
Yeah, I think he got
there.
Clipped by the head, eh? Oh, he nearly made it though, huh? It was Kieran.
This is Kieran.
Yeah.
Ah.
What about that one?
That was booming.
There you go. That's booming.
Looked like the biggest one of the...
yeah, that's a good
That
wave.
might be a high number.
Could be, for sure. Wasn't as long as Kieran's probably
But
the first
bigger,
wave, but it was
yeah.
bigger for sure. More critical takeoff and all that.
Mm.
All right. Getting lively here. But that film by Greeno,
actually, you were asking about the
he
Pink
said
Floyd.
he wanted to use the music. And they said, let us see the film. And they were super stoked and said, use it. We got a little profile on Mr. Anthony Walsh, who's last year's winner and is in the heat right now. Well, that favorite wave of Anthony Walsh pretty much tells you the whole story, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
the
if
basement.
you're a pipeline local and your favorite wave is the cave. Yeah, that's hardcore. The cave, a lot of people that I've spoken to say it's the scariest wave they've ever surfed anywhere in the world. So
I remember that year John
got hurt there.
Yeah.
John got hurt there. A lot of people have been hurt there. Antonio Silva's been hurt there. Saka's been hurt there. You know, I think everyone that surfs there consistently has been hurt there. You know. Very heavy wave. To finish the story.
Yeah.
So Pink Floyd, he said, let us watch the film and we'll let you know. And they ended up offering the music for the film because they thought the film was amazing, and it was.
But he only used it at the end where he films underwater, because the first bit of the film is mostly G. Wayne Thomas.
Yeah.
And the Pink Floyd section is called Echoes.
Right.
And it's at the end of the film.
At the very end of the film.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. But good 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah. They were stoked with the film, so they said, okay, use it.
Were they recording the soundtrack as they played the movie? Would they have done that at the time?
I think he picked the music to fit that, and they approved it for him.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about Pink Floyd. I'm talking about the other guys, G. Wayne Thomas and those
I don't
guys.
know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I think that was a thing at the time.
Yeah, we're looking over to the left here.
And one in front of us.
Oh, little bombers.
So yes, I think Greeno kind of changed everything, didn't he? With that flex tail, spoon.
It was all
high ratio fins.
All kinds of stuff going on with that guy.
I think people were looking at him going, what the hell is he doing?
They do that with a lot of people, huh?
I remember one section of the film, he goes, I studied fish, and he inspires himself in the marlin fin. So he goes, because he goes so fast, he can change direction so quickly, and I think that's kind of how the flex film came about.
All right, we got a paddle on the peak there. That'd be Kieran. Come on out, Kieran.
Oof.
Got muscled.
Almost made it.
Yeah, it's all about finding the ones that open just enough to get out, huh? Because, I mean, you can get into a lot of them. Just getting out's the story here. But it's definitely on the up and up, Kieran. It's a lot more interesting to watch it like this, huh? See a little replay here.
Where was it?
Yeah, he just got pinched at the end there. All right, we've got Kieran in front.
Is he out front in your books? Well, he's got 2. Has he? 3?
Yeah. There's a lot of time left. There's like, 18 minutes left in the heat. Kieran's up right now. 13 wins the game.
Favorite soundtrack to surf films? What's your favorite soundtrack to a surf flick?
Oh, I got a bunch of them. From
me
surf
too.
flicks.
Yeah, from surf flicks.
Morning of the Earth. Morning of the Earth.
Morning of the Earth?
Yeah. And we're going to take a little commercial break here. And we'll be right back for another bit of the perfect chapter.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
Perfect chapter. We're back. All right. We're into it's the third heat now, right? Of the
third round.
Yeah. Third heat, third round. 3-man heat. Got Kieran Jabbar, Peter Booman, and Anthony Walsh in the water. And right now, Kieran Jabbar has got the edge on everyone else there. Booman's got a 9 in there, eh?
Yeah, it was that bigger wave, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, that's the one we said. It was a bit bigger than the other one. Probably worth more than it. All right. Good on you, Booman. A 9 for him. Anthony's got a 4.5, so I would say Anthony at this point's got a good backup. He just needs a bomb.
I'd be worried.
Yeah,
I'd be worried if I was Kieran or Booman.
Looking at, 12 minutes still on the clock, so there's a bit over a third of the heat left, so there's still time to do damage for anyone.
I agree with you.
But yeah, when you get those big numbers up there, it's always a bit more intimidating, eh? See how the rip, there's a lot of rip running out through the peak there right now, eh?
Yeah. Drag you right down eastwards.
Yeah, I think that you got Booman, his local knowledge. He's paddling a bit west right now because it's just a beautiful set come through there. There's some big beefy right-handers coming across, so he might be setting his sights on one of those. Yeah, I would think Carcavelos definitely the local knowledge come in a bit handy here. You've got to have a different interpretation of the tides, and know when the tide's changing, where it's starting to change, and you're familiar with what the fickle little changes will be.
You're right, fickle is the key word here. I'd be following Booman.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
They probably are,
Yeah.
I can't see them. We see them on our screen. Are they down?
Booman's way over there.
Okay.
To the west.
Yeah.
And they're both to the east, but they're paddling west.
Yeah,
so. Go west, young man. They're on it.
So when was the last time you surfed Carcavelos?
Long time ago, man. I surfed it, I want to say about 5 years ago, believe it or not.
Is it longer?
Yeah, it's lasted 5 years.
Okay.
Last time I surfed here. I remember it was miserable cold and miserable small. And I went with my daughter, I think, just to get out there. But, yeah.
The things you do for your kids.
Yeah, it wasn't my most memorable surf.
That's the great thing about not having phones or memory banks. It's all upstairs.
There you go. There you go.
I constantly ask the kids, what are you going to do if you run out of battery?
Here we go. We got a taker. That was Anthony. Not much to offer on that wave, but I think he kind of pulled out as soon as he got into it. We get a replay on that one. But there wasn't a lot to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony pretty much buried it right there.
Yeah. Bullet mission.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when I was in high school, when I was in junior high school, I would have my, when you head out all day on a bicycle with your buddies, and tell my mom I'll be home at 5 or 6, Mom. And she said, well, here's a dime. If you're going to be late, give me a call. And that would be the only telephone call I would make all day, man. Unless it was, to call your buddy once you got home, to, line something up for tomorrow. Telephones were just not a part of it. And it seems, you look at it now, and it's so amazing to think, kids probably think, what did you people do without phones? We had a hell of a good time.
I'll bet you still know the number off by heart.
My folks'
number? Yeah.
4478740.
There you go.
Yeah. I took out some of my buddies' numbers in my mind.
Me too.
It's wild.
Me too.
It's really wild.
I'll even say it in Portuguese.
Hey?
I'll even say it in Portuguese. 247-4279. That's my number. 247-5839.
5839.
That's Kiko's number. And you have a Grom that is going to be surfing the event before the finals. You've got one of yours.
Miguel Fort's son, Martin Fort, and it's.
Tell us about him.
Hey, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He's got all the style that the old man's got.
Wow.
His brother also is an amazing surfer. This kid's a bit more onto the competitive side of it, but they're twin brothers. They both surf unbelievably well.
Mayhem.
Eh?
Are they mayhem on the beach to the other kids?
I thought you said they surf mayhem. No, they surf cement. No, they're super cool kids, eh? But there's a whole generation up there of hungry little kids, and yeah, when you do go out, you got a bunch of little rugrats paddling around your ass.
Martin Carrasco.
Eh?
Martin Carrasco.
Yeah, he's charging. He's charging. He's a little waterman, man. He's on the diving. He's on everything.
Yeah, he won't go.
Here we go.
We
got a paddle, and not a taker. All right, down the beach.
So the question is, where is Booman?
Booman's down there.
He's still down on that right.
He's west, and I think that
Anthony Walsh.
Well, Anthony Walsh right in front of us, and Kieran's right on top of Booman. So
following the local knowledge.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anthony's banking on the peak out in front of us here.
So, what? Yeah, tell us about what's Martin going to be riding.
Hey?
Is it Martin or Manel?
Martin. Martin's in it.
Is he on a pintail?
He's on a pintail. He's got 2 pintails, actually. And I think we've got I want to say a 5.2 and a 5.4, not mistaken. I know I shaped one of them like 6 days ago.
Wow.
And I can't remember the length of the damn thing. I want to say 5.4. They probably have 5.6 or something like that. But anyways, these kids are growing really fast. Him and his brother have grown like big time in a short amount of time.
Well, you remember Tommy? My boards were shaped in Tommy's garden.
In Tommy's garden?
Yeah. And they'd come out and the guy would go, listen,
don't surf it yet 'cause it's not cured.
We're going to get on a little heat recap real quick here. See what's happened up till now as we have a paddle live. And it's nothing.
Kieran's wave.
All right. Yeah, that would have been Kieran's first big score there.
Walsh.
That's Walsh's 4.5 and or that was Walsh's 4.5. Another wave from Kieran.
Yeah.
And this will be Boomin's 9-0 right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was more size to that than Kieran's board wave was. Yeah. That was a beauty.
That made the difference.
Yeah, that was a beauty.
So as I was saying, the guy would go, wrap your boards up in blankets and put it next to a heater. Don't surf for a month.
Cure it.
Yeah. And you would lust over this thing, counting minutes to get it in the water.
Cure your boards. I still got buddies that cure boards for like a month or 2 months, you know. I can never wait more than a day if the surf's good, you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to get inspired. I'll make myself a new board next week. All right, we have. Oh, that one escaped us.
It's Jabor.
Yeah, that was a solid wave. I didn't see that one. Okay. Yeah, that's going to pump him way up there.
Yeah, that's going to be a high score.
Well, Anthony Walsh got his work cut out for him here.
How did he get?
Boomer's got no backup up till now.
True.
But
it's 3 minutes. It goes Boomin again.
Goes Boomin right there. That'll work. There'll be a backup.
I think.
What did Kieran drop a 6 on that last wave? Correct. All right. Well, depending on what they gave Boomin, Anthony picked up. He's got a 5.6 now. So depending on what they gave Boomin on that last one, we'll see what he's got. Got to pull out of the hat here.
Well, as a previous event winner, and all the experience he has, and talent.
Exactly.
Well, I would be shaking in my boots if I had him behind me.
Yeah. Well, there's another good wave.
Yeah. You reckon?
This was Boomin's wave. That's super clean, eh?
Yeah.
How thick that lip is. So it's the size of a wave. Yeah, that's going to be a really good wave.
Local knowledge.
He's going to jump up the top with that one. That's going to take Boomin to the lead. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
I think local knowledge paid off in this heat.
I'm going to say it's going to bring him up there for sure. He was patient, eh? I mean, he waited for 2 good waves. And yeah, I mean, no matter how good you are, it's just a matter of finding it. You know, if you look at the last that. There goes Boomin up top. They gave him a 7.25, so 14.25.
2 minutes remaining.
14.25. Yeah, Anthony needs 8 and a lot.
One minute.
Yeah,
40
crunch
seconds
time.
remaining. That is.
Crunch
not
time
that
for
long,
Walshy.
yes.
Yeah. Boomin, yeah, 2 really nice waves in the seat.
They were.
He assumed the Rich Sarambu position this
He
heat.
did.
Huh?
But you see what I mean when, like, if you were the boys, wouldn't you be stuck on Boomin? I mean, if I'm a cautious,
yeah,
I'm looking at you know who, and I'm seeing what you know who does, you know when, and where you're taking off, and you know.
And down here it's this guy, yeah. He's one of them.
He's one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the young generation, yeah.
Oh, it's always like that. That's Walshy there.
There's Walsh.
Yeah, he's got.
Looking it out. There were no coaches in my day.
Right?
So now you got coaches who have competed, know the spots.
Yeah.
And they'll go, okay, line up with the greenhouse. Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or if it's this swell, do this, do that. Blah, blah.
Do any of them say line up with Boomin?
Who?
Do any of them say line up with Boomin?
Well, if you're
The
smart,
coaches,
you'll line up with Boomin, Rodrigo Heredia,
right.
Pickers if you're at Calhau.
Yeah.
And what's that guy? You know, Pinocchio.
Yeah. Tiago Pinocchio.
You want to line up with... No, not Tiago Pinocchio. The other Pinocchio. The older one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I made him aboard not too long ago.
Yeah. You want to line up with him. He knows what's happening.
Yeah, we're coming down the last 14 seconds here. It looks like a booming victory unless someone else pulls something out of the hat here. Wow, it's great to see the hats come together though, eh, Kieran? Such a difference. Have some, good waves for these guys. It is a perfect chapter. And that winds it down. At the end of the third heat. In the third round. And Mr. Boomin, local boy, pulls it off.
Boy.
It's good to see. Anthony Walsh, sadly, last year's victor went down. But we've got Peter Boomin and Kieran Jabbar carrying on.
Who's your money on?
Eh? I'm not a betting man. All right. We're going to take a little break right here, and we'll be back for some more action here at the Perfect Chapter 2022.
Woo!
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to live coverage. Perfect Chapter 2022. It's all coming together beautifully on a sunny Saturday afternoon. The man of the moment, Pedro Boonman, Portuguesa, absolute tube pig. Got shacked off his dial out there. Big scores raining down from the judges. The crowd love it.
Yeah, looking happy about it. All the local crowd.
Oh, man. The energy level just ramping up here. And this is really enjoyable to watch now, Nick. And we're thinking this morning, we're looking at it, we're thinking it's kind of like shoulder high.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
And right now it's thick, it's barreling.
It's all has to do with the tide having come in and that. It's been two really good heats in a row.
I just caught up with our contest director, Fortes, Miguel Fortes. Said, mate, you're a genius.
Yeah, classic.
But yeah, he was like, this morning, but it's a tube contest. We got tubes, we're on.
Yeah.
So we're loving it now, and the scores just reflecting the quality. It's always been there from the talent, but just in terms of the waves and the exits and the chance to get super deep, look like you're not going to make it, and then make it, come out with the spit, all that kind of visual drama that we love. And we're really enjoying ourselves here. And I was just down on the little boardwalk there, and the crowd are getting really into it. It's free surfing going down up the beach from our competitors, and they're hooting that too. Really, really fun scene.
The beach is filled right up. I mean, it's always a pretty busy beach on the weekends, but it's filled right up now for this competition at this point.
So we're going to have a look at our last quarter-final now, I believe. This is number 3. Let's check out Lucas Silveira, Clay Marzo, Miguel Blanco.
That's a full table, huh?
2 of these will go through to semis. Let's see who. Here's some replays, Nick. Splitting the peak.
It's a good way to start the ball game. So we got on the other side there. That's Miguel Blanco, correct? I know. Lucas Silveira, I'm sorry.
Whoa, and over the falls. Big wipeout on the right-hander. And that's the payoff. The other side of the coin, you've got to take risks. You've got to go late to get under.
Absolutely.
But if you get your time in just slightly amiss, that looked like Blanco going down heavy Blanco, and hard then.
That first right-hander, I think we had Clay Marzo and we had Lucas Silveira on the left.
And you
on
just
that split peak situation.
The magnitude of that whitewater there, Nick. There's a lot of power out there. Let's have a look here at paddle. That looked like Marzo having a concerted dig. So we're shuffling up here. Nothing's dropping in.
On that first exchange, it was Miguel Blanco to the right and Silveira to the left. And they both came out with pretty decent scores on that.
Yeah, they're getting busy, those judges. 7-5 for Silveira. What a way to start. A 7 for Blanco. And an absolute smoke cut of an opening exchange in this, our 4th quarter final. We're going to eliminate one of these surfers. Really good numbers posted. But how cool is it to see Clay Marzo competing?
Yeah, it's great.
I can't really remember ever seeing him on a broadcast, particularly, unless I'm mistaken. I can't remember seeing him surf live in competition. I love his clips that he drops. Let's pick up live action here. Peeking out of a tube. It looked like Blanco was it. No, that was Marzo actually. But okay, we'll just picking up a replay then. It's super cool to see him.
Yeah, I know there was one period. I think he was doing the circuit, the Pro Tour, the QS for a little while, but it didn't last long. I know that, but there's been a lot of films and a lot of clips of Clay. It's just such an amazing surfer.
Let's go down here from the man who lit up the beach. Energy's ramped up from a performance from a Portuguese, Pedro Boom, and he's down for an interview.
Ok, bem-vindos de novo aqui ao Capítulo Perfeito, 8ª edição, flash interview. Temos aqui o homem da bateria, Pedro Bulman, num local. Como é que sentiste o mar hoje, Pedro?
Olha, as condições do mar estão a melhorar bastante, de hora para hora. Tive a sorte de apanhar aquele 9 logo nos primeiros 5 minutos e depois só estava à procura de uma segunda onda, mas tenho a dizer que Carcavelos está de gala.
Boa, como é que se sente uma pessoa que é local aqui a representar as cores de Carcavelos e a ter tão bons resultados?
É sempre um fator a favor, não é? Mas acho que todos os surfistas são bons, se a onda vier, acho que qualquer um é capaz de fazer a onda, ou fazer a nota neste caso.
Ok, falas-nos um bocadinho da tua prancha, a prancha que escolheste.
Eu desenvolvi agora um modelo com o Paulo do bairro, com a Podium. Este modelo que eu agora utilizei foi o modelo de frag, que temos vindo a desenvolver agora e parece que a prancha está no pezinho, tive sorte.
Parabéns ao Paulo também, obrigado Pedro.
Great stuff there from Pedro Boonman.
Yeah, he just mentioned that it's all about finding them. The conditions have come together majorly in the last hour, and he says it's just all about finding the waves, and that he was fortunate to find them. He was also talking about the board he was riding. It's a model he's been putting together with Paul Dubai, who works at Paul now, and that. He's a good friend of mine also, so it's good to see.
Found himself some beautiful shacks in that last heat. Good scores too, and you can tell it means a lot to him. His energy dialed back for the interview, but in the water he saw how happy he was when his scores came through and he went into that lead. And a bit of an upset seeing our defending champion Anthony Walsh, he bows out.
That's it. It's the way the cookie crumbles, right? It's pretty much what Booman said, though. It's just a matter of finding him, and he was fortunate enough to find him along with Kieran. So, you know, you look at the heat before that, which was, the first heat of this round, which was with Bruno Santos, another defending champ. Unfortunately, didn't find anything either. Nobody found anything.
That was a really quiet heat, that one, yeah.
That was a slow one.
Yep.
They happen, yeah, anywhere in the world.
But it's certainly ramped up since then, that energy. and there's plenty of it now. And what we're getting is that real nice triangle effect that we've come to love down the years here. Surfers able to basically take off wrong side of the peak, backdoor it, get deep, and have huge speed to make sections. So visually impressive when they do that, when they do it close to shore as well, as they do here. It's a great one for the fans. We
Definitely keeps it up front and personal, eh?
Absolutely. Putting on a show here.
Here we go. We've got a paddle.
And we got nice and deep and driving. Silveira, your heat leader.
There you go.
And a little wrap to finish. She's smooth as silk. And that'll be a good number as well. He's already got the 7.5.
Yeah, that'll fit in well for him. It was a tight little tube in the end, though. It wasn't that wide open. It seems like a lot of the waves, the lefts have been a bit thicker, a bit more wide open than the right-handers in this so far. But
did well with the stall, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it might be the wind a lot, because the wind has tendency to open up the lefts more than it does the right-handers.
A beautiful entry. And on that tight shot, you just see the kind of intensity of that explosion.
Yeah.
A little adjustment of the feet there as he goes from the Scott forward tube, weighted forward, and then puts the foot back, and a really nice little S-turn. Not massive points from the maneuvers compared to the tubes, but nevertheless, what a great way to finish it off, and he's so polished. Here's Marzo, stolen the double hand drag. And he makes it as well. So
that'll be a score for sure.
Difficult from that angle to see how deep he was, but looked pretty nice at that throaty section. You mentioned that wind going into the left, and it just gives him that beautiful hollowed out shape.
Picks him up a lot. I know earlier in the heat, in a previous heat, I saw quite a few heats back actually, a left that had got a really nice score, and I had no idea. Just from the angle we're looking at him, it doesn't match up to what it really is. So we'll see what comes through with Clay to get an idea of the intensity of that tube.
So a number will put him back in contention in this. He was chasing early on. 7's in for his adversaries of this one. But he will get a score here. Let's see where that goes and where that puts him. But already right from that opening exchange, this one lit up.
Yeah, I think we still got one for Lucas to come through, which is going to definitely put him on top. He's already up there, but it's going to solidify his position there for a little while. Having a look here at Clay. I know. There we go. Yeah, that's a better angle there, huh? There was a couple exchanges there, huh?
Absolutely. People getting deep barrels. Marzo with the last of that. Bit of whitewater on the face to deal with as well from the previous. The backhand effort on the left from Lucas Silveira just looks so smooth and polished. Really nicely done. Miguel Blanco as well with that 7 from early work done. It's so good to get good number. What you consider would almost certainly be a keeper from your very first wave. Just kind of simplifies everything really in your head.
No,
so on the scoreboard too.
Yeah, that initial, you know, a good wave straight out always makes it a lot better for any heat for sure.
So watching Miguel Blanco on the replay there.
That was a replay of his wave. Exactly.
Nice and clean. Comes out, no doggy door, comes out the front. Judges like that. Comes out with speed as well. Puts himself right up there.
So I think we're waiting on two waves, right? We're waiting one from Clay and one from Lucas. See the little jet ski there. There we go. All right, Clay got a 6 on that.
So we game on here. The Lucas is going to get a decent score as well, but everyone with a pretty decent number to open up with should be in for a really great heat. And how good is it when we get these exchanges and these lead changes and all that kind of stuff? Really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, it's always nice when it's kept tight too. I mean, when scores are close enough to keep it really interesting for everybody, you know. There you go. That second came in as a 7.1, so that's a really good score for Lucas also.
Well, we mentioned we haven't seen much of Clay Marzo for a couple of years. He's been quiet at home in Maui. He's been doing some amazing surfing. Let's have a closer look at the man. First time out in Portugal for Clay. He's found himself in a tube contest called Perfect Chapter. He's found himself a couple of numbers so far today already. He's got a decent one, a 6 in this one. He's got a heat in his hands though, because his competitors in this one have each got 7s. And watching some bombing energy now, really starting to fill in corduroy lines here, working against this brisk wind coming through. Silveira backs up his 7.5 with a 7.1. Big total for him, 14.6. Good enough for first place, the Brazilian.
And Black has since backed up his with a 4. So he's sitting with 11 points in second place there. Clay's down what? He's down 5 points. So still all very contestable. It was nice to see that little eclipse of Clay there. He's got that.
Yeah, and he's got a wave here. Just picking up that replay. That was during that package, and it looked like a meteor wave. So, came from behind there. He had plenty of speed and disappeared for a while. Came out, gets that little clip off the top. Clay Marzo just loves getting barreled.
Yeah.
Such a kind of natural surfer. And you can just imagine him really loving. He's mentioned on that first time in Portugal. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of ways he'd enjoy surfing around here. If he can deal with the wetsuit,
no doubt,
and the kind of relatively chilly water, I reckon he'd be pretty happy a lot of the ways over here.
He looks like the kind of guy that would jump on Anthony Walsh's boat and say that the cave is his favorite place in Portugal, probably. He's got that reckless style, doesn't he, Clay?
Yeah, absolutely. And doesn't mind surfing into a bit of wind. This won't feel particularly unfamiliar coming from Maui.
Sure, coming from Maui.
Pretty windy place, and the trade wind that blows into the left. He won't mind that out here. Silveira, heat leader, nicely done. A throaty one. Manages to stall from inside the tube and put himself a little deeper again. And the judges now really have to sort of unpick the technicality of that. See where that goes score-wise.
Clay taking off to the
Marzo.
left.
Oh, and that one just squares out hollow.
Yeah. Bottomed out on him, didn't it?
And he saw that white water on the face as well, and that turbulent water, and it'll go down, but it'll gather. Not a lot of time lost. It'll be straight back in the lineup in about 5 seconds, and ready to swing again.
Well, Lucas Silveira's definitely rocking him up. That was a really good wave. That might be his best wave yet, actually. I think he was able to stall and get deeper on that one than the previous wave, so we'll see. Oh, yeah. Plenty of tube time there, eh?
Again, really nicely done. Super polished from Silveira. Gets the little kind of first spit whilst it's in the tube, and then gets another little second bowl. Good stuff from him. Already good numbers. He's going to be throwing away.
Pretty comfortable, isn't he?
Yeah, one way or another, he's throwing away decent scores in this, and he'll look to build from here. Put up a nice head of steam. Haven't seen much of Blanco for a little while.
No.
Let's see if we can pick him up. Such a good tube rider, Miguel. Absolute charger.
Definitely. But he's still got time. He's a local boy. He's going to pick one for sure. Yeah, this is Carcavelos amazes me just how much things change just with the tide change and that, you know. It's just so fickle as far as like, you know, tides and currents and directions of swell and that. But when it's on, it's beautiful, and there's some waves that are on now. 726, Karen needs. Clay Marzo needs for second place right now.
To a little lull in the action in this one. We're going to go and check out and about, roaming around. What have we got?
Os prémios que serão entregues nesta 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito. Vamos lhe pedir para ele nos descrever um pouco o que o levou a criar estes troféus e a forma como ele pensa que pode impactar a existência deste tipo de troféus em contextos de surf e de competição. Manel.
Olá, boa tarde para todos. São troféus que nós, tanto eu como a minha esposa, decidimos fazer em 2015 para retirar um pouco, pensando na sustentabilidade dos oceanos e tirando um pouco os plásticos que nós vamos vendo. E então decidimos criar troféus em madeira sustentáveis, procurando sempre madeira sustentável também. Todos os materiais que nós usamos são sustentáveis, não prejudicam de alguma forma o meio ambiente. E criámos os troféus Cogiard para eventos de surf, de bodyboard, de atletismo, de todas as modalidades que queiram realmente estes troféus sustentáveis.
Exato, no fundo conjugas duas vitórias, a vitória do competidor com a vitória dos materiais e da tua arte.
Exato. Pensando sempre no competidor, porque ele é que é o verdadeiro personagem de tudo, não é? Tentamos sempre aliar um pouco de arte nos troféus para que ele possa se relembrar sempre do seu feito, não é? E pensando todos os surfistas também, não é? Pronto, assim penso eu que possam chegar e terem isto exposto em sua casa e relembrarem aquele momento tão bom que para eles foi, não é?
Manel, diz-me uma coisa, temos aqui também uma peça tua que eu penso que é um original? Sim. Fala-nos desta peça.
Aquela peça é um projeto que a minha mulher lançou há 28 anos atrás, que é recolher todo o lixo que nós vamos encontrando nas praias. E há 28 anos que nós vamos batalhando, vamos sensibilizando as pessoas para a problemática do plástico nos oceanos, que é um problema gravíssimo que nos está a assolar a todos, não é? E então decidimos, com algum do lixo que nós vamos apanhando nas praias, criar alguns objetos para sensibilizar também as pessoas, para que elas possam também ver o problema que se passa, não é? Porque eu, como surfista, também não conhecia esse problema, porque passava por lixo e não o conhecia, não olhava para ele sequer. E a minha mulher, há 28 anos atrás, sensibilizou-me para esse problema, no qual estou muito agradecido a ela. E hoje fazemos em conjunto. Basicamente todos os dias levantamos muito mais cedo da cama e vamos até à praia a apanhar um pouco de lixo e depois vamos para os nossos trabalhos.
Fantástico, Manel. Olha, muito obrigado. Alto projeto. Façam o mesmo também, acordem mais cedo e vão apanhar lixo. Não precisa de ser na praia, pode ser na serra. Cheers. Obrigadão.
So a cool little debrief on the trophies there, made out of wood, recycled materials. If I can sort of guess what was going down, is that about right, Nick?
No, it's all about making trophies are all out of stuff that's found on the beach or wherever. So, take care of trash in a different way. There was a good exchange there while we were gone. Clay had a really nice late drop, stalled in the pocket, laid back in the tube. So we'll see where that comes up at.
Yeah, see if we can get caught up with some replays here. And this looks like Lucas.
There's Lucas. That's probably after Clay's wave, but
this one closed out, just ran away from him, so he
Yeah.
won't add massively there. I tell you, on the other side of that, there was this left-hander for Miguel Blanco. This thing was sick, Nick.
yeah, that was a beautiful wave. Yeah, that'll strengthen Miguel's position there for sure. Clay Mars will be playing catch-up. They didn't show his wave there, but I know Clay had one. Also,
Prior to that, as you
We'll
said,
see.
Clay Marzo had one where he almost had that layback, that kind of old-school move in the tube, where he just parked it off the bottom
There you
turn,
go.
almost
Straight
did that
into it.
classic layback. It looked beautiful to see it live, as we'll pick up a wave here, just spit and hose.
that was Lucas, correct?
Silveira off the top, clipping it, and he has got all sorts of numbers to process. He's just enjoying himself, as are all of our surfers. There's a real kind of thickness to the energy now of these waves, and compared to what we were seeing earlier, it was kind of little head dips, and
Yeah,
a lot of people riding tubes, stuff you could just kind of poke out of. it's actually really thick and heavy right now. You need to get your line right. When you do, you can be in for absolute drainers down there.
You're going to score. If it's the
Let's
right
get
one.
another look at this right-hander that we teed up from Clay Marzo. We've got a replay of it. It's really fun to watch.
Here we go. Late drop. Slams it right there. You know, that it wasn't a long tube or anything like that, but it was very critical, very technical.
Just a short section. He made sure he put himself in it. All the work done with that bottom turn to make his positioning critical. Of course, very well known for his forehand for left-handers. Definitely no slouch on the backhand too, is Marzo, and this is a really enjoyable one.
We got another look at it. Yeah, it's a beautiful stall.
Oh,
Just
nice.
lays his whole body back, eh?
Love it. He's just having fun. There's Marzo. He's rubbing up. He's had a long flight over here. He's in the colder water, but he's feeling, it looks like he's feeling at home.
He's got shorties on.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's got short legs, short sleeve wetsuit on, if any at all.
He's all good. It's like, this isn't cold.
Yeah, he was walking around earlier without his shoes on and that, just cruising around.
All right, where are we scoreboard-wise? Big number in for Marzo. That throat he left from before, I'm presuming, was the 8-2-5 and 8 for Silveira. Blanco gets a good number 2. I'm not sure if he's got another score to drop as well. And this is such an enjoyable heat. Look at those scores there, Nick.
I think not. Wow, that just did a major turnaround. He was well rewarded for that right-hander.
Might have come on the left, huh? Remember prior to that, he got that deep left, didn't he? And just with our glare, it's quite hard to see how critical those are. I think that came from that.
Where I said we couldn't see how deep it was and all that. There
Yeah.
you go. Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
But though he was well rewarded for that right-hander also. 6 points.
Yeah.
You know, for it. It was a short tube, but it was very technical, like I said. So.
He's really enjoying himself out there, as are all of our surfers. And it's epic to be here, calling it, watching it all go down. Of course, perfect chapter powered by Billabong, one of our many sponsors coming in to support us here. Yeah, beautiful Carcavelos in the Cascais region of Portugal. And we are absolutely loving the action. Silveira here again.
Heat recap. That's a live one, okay. I think we're going into heat recap here. That would have been Clay's wave, right? The 8-2-5.
I think that was his early wave. I think he had another left after that. They got the number. Let's just see if we've got that. I think that was the 6 he got early on. Silveira's looks so good, doesn't he?
Unbelievable, huh? Unbelievable.
He's just so in rhythm. Parks it, Marzo does on the backhand.
That was a beautiful wave. Short and sweet, eh?
And what a cool heat we've had. The wave's really firing now and offering the exits crucially. So rather than just travel through the tube and go down heroically, our surfers are getting a chance to make it out.
It is crunch time. We're down under 4 minutes.
Oh, where's time gone in this? Half an hour's absolutely flown by in this. Let's see what we got towards the end. Blanco's, he's surfed a good heat.
Yeah, he's needing a 7.2, which is that's a fairly decent score. You know, if you look at the scoreboard, it's more than what he has right now, but everything is possible.
Just not ridden quite as many waves. And as a result of that, he is on the wrong side of a number right now with around about enough time to get it. He's kind of all on his own on the peak as we watch Silveira and Marzo just kind of making their way back towards and on the peak right now. Looks like we've got a bit of energy swinging in.
So Luca looking at it. Yeah, it's very tight heat point-wise all the way around though, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. There's not a lot in it from third to first. Couple of points, spreading it. You know, really enjoyable one. Good to see excellent range for two of our surfers.
Absolutely. It keeps it interesting like this because points are real close in that, but you still need a 7.2 to advance or something like that. So it's still a high-scoring ball game, this one.
And just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Just over 2.5 to go. And it is Miguel Blanco, the charger, out of Cascais, Portugal. looking for that 7. Can he do it? We saw Boonman do precisely that towards the back of that last heat. Got himself an 8, actually, did Pedro. Meanwhile, up on the peak, looking for more will also be Lucas Silveira and Clay Marzo. And it's just not a name you get to say very often when you're calling a live surf competition. Clay Marzo's great to have him over it.
Never, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
Absolute legend and a big favourite for a lot of people watching, particularly obviously from the free surf side, but it's cool to see him down here. And he's basically kind of free surfing, right? He's got a jersey on, but it's kind of a free surfing event anyway.
Yeah,
it's a tube contest.
It fits his style, this kind of event. And I think it's great in this event that they have, since the time that they've opened up to international surfers, it's made it a lot more interesting. And they brought some great names over to surfing. It's been a lot of fun.
There's that requirement for Blanco. And with 90 on the clock, well,
it's crunch time.
Yeah, that's a tough ask for him. You know, he can easily get that score if he given the opportunity, given the wave. Will he get time to get that? Let's see.
See if we get another local boy through this here.
And right now, just be scanning that horizon, just willing himself a wave, a bit of energy. At the moment, as things stands, we're sending Silveira and Marzo to the semi-finals. They'll be coming next. This is
We'll be straight into the semis, correct?
This is our last quarter. Yeah, I believe so. We're wrapping up the quarters now. And the way everything's come together in terms of heading to the most important 3 heats, the semis of the final coming up. Conditions as good as we've seen them throughout the day. The swell pulsing now. A little quiet period in this, the last 8-9 minutes or so, but overall it's thick. There's a lot of energy. Good tide. Covering that sandbar. Just throwing out big triangles.
Yeah, it's 22 seconds, Miguel. Find a gem.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to find a wave here. I'm not sure we'll see another wave ridden.
A few out there. I don't know if you're going to get there on time, though.
Yeah.
This is wild. There's always like a few out there, right? Out at the Carcavelos. It's lined up forever. Huh?
And we're going to count down here.
We've got a taker.
Silveira will just swing a couple of times off the bottom, off the top. Classic contest surfing usually.
Play with victory.
Doing those turns would get you a good score. Out here it's all about finding tubes. There's a little look around. He's given a very good account of himself. And he's won another heat with an emphatic performance. Another really well surfed heat from the Brazilian. Marzo was good value too. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll bring you the semi-finals from Perfect Chapter in Pumping, Portugal. We'll be right back.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to live coverage from Perfect Chapter. Carcavelos, Cascais, Lisbon is their venue. The best tube riders from the fair shores of Portugal, Europe and all around the world convene. Try to get barrel deep, come out, get numbers from the judges. And we're really enjoying the way the swell is just peaking throughout the afternoon. Paul Evans in the studio, joined now once again by Kieran Grant. Local knowledge of this very wave here, mate. And how good is this in terms of, like, what are you giving it as a score for Carcavelos overall so far, what you've seen? I know you're a harsh marker, mate. You're like a judging panel. What are you giving it?
I'd give it a 7.95.
Okay, pretty good. I'll take that. Yeah, that'll get you through a lot of heats.
Yeah, 7.95.
Some really fun ones.
I saw some really good ones during the break.
Yeah, there's waves up and down. There's a lot of variety on offer in terms of sort of positioning and the peak. Everyone kind of sticking to that same place. You're happy with the positioning where our surfers are? Feels like the best part of this.
It does. They're hanging a bit west from where we're sitting, and it seems to be the best spot. I'm sure they've been looking at it all morning.
In terms of like approach, the busy approach seems to be a pretty good one. You don't want to be too patient out there. Keep catching waves. You like that approach?
I like that approach.
Okay.
Pedal to the metal. Keep busy. Is it Sack out there now?
Portuguese Tiger, who's been on a roll. Bringing the heat presentation shortly. We'll get caught up where we are exactly, but we're back on 4-man format now. And we will be picking our first finalists when we wrap up this next heat. Wow. So we'll just pick up scenes of, if you're wondering why it looks so backlit, it's because we're facing due south, so normally that would be late afternoon in Europe, and that's when things can get difficult to see, but what we can see is a big old wave belting through here. So some solid energy. Meanwhile, stolen nice and deep and consumed by a section. You see that board tugged ferociously by the leash. Plenty of power out there.
A lot of power out there. You need a good leash on you.
All right, live action here. And stolen in with a good pump. And a nice little kind of sit down pin drop exit as well.
I think that was Saka.
That was Thiago Sacapidis in an absolute cracker of a heat, taking on a man he surfed how many times down the years has he surfed against Adi Taramburu.
And Corey.
Corey Lopez too.
Were they on the CT together? They were?
Yep, absolutely. I think two highlights, of course, Saka making the final in Bali.
Here he
Called
goes.
Search.
Against, what's that man called?
I can't remember. Kelly something? Against Slater. And Saka was amazing at Padang. You remember some of those backhand tubes that he surfed in that event. Absolutely tore it up.
I think, was it Bruce Irons took that win?
It was actually, yeah. So Saka beat Kelly, did he, in the semi?
Not
long
sure
time
where it
ago,
was.
mate.
Long time ago, yeah.
The sands of time have sort of trickled down our memories there. You could almost hear the cogs moving, couldn't you, as we were trying to sort of like remember what went down. It was good anyway. Saka was awesome. And he's back at it, and he's still showing us he can get tubed.
Than a knife. You know why elephants drink so much, don't you? To try and forget.
Ah, good. Very good. The old ones are the best
dad
ones.
jokes.
In the meantime, let's go down here from the winner of the last heat. His name's Lucas Silveira. He's standing by for a chat.
Ok, estamos aqui na flash interview. Lucas Silveira aqui a receber props aí do Miguel Blanco. Como é que estás a sentir aí a competição?
Agora sim o mar está melhorando. O swell que estava todo mundo esperando encostou. E, pô, foi ali. Se pudesse escolher uma meia hora, seria essa meia hora última de vários tubos, um atrás do outro. E assim que eu saí da bateria, veio acho que a maior série do dia, então ali agora para as meias finais e para as finais tem tudo para ter show de surf.
Quais são as tuas expectativas?
Acho que sem criar muita expectativa, tentar entrar e continuar conectado com o mar e pegar tubo, né?
É isso mesmo aí, Lucas. O Lucas agora vai se concentrar.
Silveira, great energy from him, thinking all about the business end. Going to come back for a semi shortly. Very good value, throwing away big numbers. A good total from him, 15 something or other he posted.
Wow.
It's looking sharp.
Have to be on your toes with him in the heat.
And now back to that four surfer format, so possibly slightly fewer opportunities in terms of needing to make him count. Plus we've got Russ Bierke out there, who's looked real good. Corey Lopez too, who surfed really well. Aaron Burrow's got the high score, the 9.5. Could have been a 10. Don't see many 10s these days, rarer than hen's teeth in surfing. What do you got to do to get a 10? What do you got to do?
You've got to be really good.
So a smoker of a heat. 2 of these will be
advancing on to the final.
Heading to that all-important final heat.
I'm super excited to see that Grom heat just before the final. Super excited.
Something for everyone coming up. Perfect chapter. Big crowd on the beach. A few people enjoying a little cold beer, maybe a glass of white wine with their luncheon. Sitting in the sunshine. When you get out the wind, it's actually pretty warm for midwinter. That wind is fresh, but when you're sheltered, you're looking good.
There's been a shortage of rain. We need rain. We still need rain. I think a lot of farmers are struggling this year. Not good.
I'm still digging the elephant joke, mate. You got any more like that, or just that one?
What do you get if you cross a sheep with a kangaroo? Woolly jumper.
Yeah, I think I've heard that one.
Yeah.
Back in the mid-80s, kind of. Yeah, good vintage. I like that. Aaron Burrow there with the lead so far in this. Got the 6.5 early on.
Oh, is he coming out for a... Think he's going to do a run around, swap a board or something?
Looks like he's heading in. So let's just hope it is a reposition. Nothing untoward for Ritz, but he's been on an absolute tear in this event. And he's peaking at the right moment. And he's already posted a good number in this, in what's going to be a tough semi. But so good in the Tuberitz, in both directions. Makes it look really easy. And he's just got that kind of natural ability to always kind of pick the best ways and put himself in a good position. He goes Bjerke on the backhand, trying to get barrel. Not sure he got particularly behind the curtain.
No, I think he was at the door, so to speak. I think I literally translated that from Portuguese to English. We say a porta.
He was knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Here he is. Small away from Russ. Not going to go massive on the score with that, is he?
Shouldn't think so. There's another expression for that. It's called a hat. Tripling.
A little shampoo.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a little run around going down.
Yeah, that rip is mental.
I've seen a great deal of Corey Lopez in this in the opening 8 minutes or so. He looked very polished in his last heat. He's second place in it, but looked so good. Found himself some absolutely beautiful waves. He's still so smooth and controlled. Super technical surfer as ever.
Saka not making it past that section.
Thiago Pires unable to get around there.
Yeah, I think everyone's on the old run around.
So that sweep, just getting hold of our servers and really just pushing them down towards Lisbon city centre, which is to the left of your shot as you go into the Bay of Lisbon. The famous bridge. It's not called the Golden Gate Bridge. What's it really called?
Ooh, originally it was called Salazar's Bridge.
Okay.
The dictator. And then it after the 25th of April Revolution, they called it Ponte 25 de Abril, so the
bridge
25th.
of the 25th of April.
Yeah. But same architect as the Golden Gate. I think it's about 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers wide, long. With old Christ the Saviour looking over the town.
So Russ Bjerke with the lead in this so far. Modest numbers, 5.4, the best of it. The high score overall in this one, 65 from Ramburu. He's also got the perfect wave high score for the day with that 9.5 at the moment, because we do have multiple awards: best tube, commitment, best wipeout, best Portuguesa. Meanwhile, deep
Are you saying
in a tube.
Portuguesa?
Oh, that was really nicely done. And it's pretty hard to pick out. It was a free surf, was it? It's pretty hard to pick out who we're watching there. As we're sort of looking at our backlit screen. Was that Thiago?
Could have been Russell.
Okay.
Not sure. Maybe we'll get a replay and be able to work out who that was. You been over that bridge?
Yeah, mate. I love the other side down there, Caparica.
Yeah.
Beautiful little part of the coast. And all the way down, all the way along there. It gets a bit more wild down there. Almost feel like it's slightly different in climate as well, right? You get sort of slightly warmer and more sheltered by this part of the coast, essentially. I guess this headland kind of keeps things sheltered. There's some really fun ways down there between the jetties. It's a cool little...
Beautiful strip.
Cool little bars on the beach as well. There's little restaurants on the sand down there. Little sundown feel down the little dirt tracks. Could be in a shame, mate. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, been to Oz, mate. The land of Oz, mate.
So Thiago, it doesn't seem in a particular hurry to get back out. He's just kind of wading through the inside. He's going to wait for a set to go and then time that sweetly. Meanwhile, we got energy filling in. Look at those lines.
Wow.
At Carcavelos, feeding us swell, giving us tubes. Aaron Burrow unable so far to back up his high score of the 6.5. Good enough for second, though. Corey Lopez has been very quiet indeed in this one. 18 minutes remaining in it, so get down towards the halfway point. All right, what do we got here?
See
some paddling. This looks like we've got Aditz. Oh, beautiful. Oh, can he force his way out? And he can.
He did.
Just muscle through that. Does have that low center of gravity. He's got some strong legs.
Wow. Do you think he'll get the score?
Well, he's sitting on a 0, so he's definitely going to improve.
It is Aditz, yeah.
Yeah, we're just struggling a little bit just to make out the colours. Now we can see that white.
Yeah.
But while we're backlit, we're just looking kind of at silhouette. So unless it's Corey's, obviously a goofy. It's hard to make out those distinguishing features, particularly when they're actually in the tube itself. But that was definitely Aditz Adamburu, and that's definitely going to put him into first place. Let's have another look here, Kieran.
Wow. Parked. Oh, he made it out that doggy door section.
Just squeezes out.
Wow.
Really nicely done.
Connecting with the wave, has a hand touching the face of the wave most of the way, I think.
Explosive
in the beginning. Wow.
On the exit. A bit of foam ball riding at the start of that tube, and then he got on the gas.
So technical.
And it just really hit that accelerator, picked up the speed. He's already back in the lineup, and he's hungry. He'll go, do you know what? I like to go left too. Pig Dogs behind the curtain. Aramburu, he'll come out successfully. I tell you what, he's enjoyed.
He's using the lefts to get him back into that right-hander. Like he's
cheeky, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's a cheeky chappy.
Wow. Use the ocean. Thiago kicking to get back that right, I guess. Beautifully parked. Excellent positioning. And he's using that bit of wave to get him back into that right-hander.
Aaron Burrow spent a lot of time in the tube today. Corey Lopez on a bar.
Wow.
Madrena, he's flying through this. He'll come out of a low line. Really nicely done. And he'd been quiet, Corey. And he put himself in there sweetly. I love the way he chooses that line at the start of the wave. As he comes off the bottom, just selects such a nice, delicate line to put himself in the sweet spot. Keep it critical. Let's get a look here, Kieran.
Drops in perfectly. Eyes, bottom turn into, wow. Wow. Beautiful surfing.
Really nicely done.
Stylish, beautiful.
Just
I think, yeah, he got properly covered up.
Using that patient approach early on, just waiting for the right wave. He knows exactly what he's looking for. And he bided his time to find it.
You think he'll go third?
Let's see. Well, the judges make of that. They've got a couple of scores to bring in. I think we just had last of our Ritz as a forward. I don't know if we've had previous of him. Yes, we have. It's the 8-5. So the 8-5 for Amburu. That was the right-hander when he just travelled an absolute mile.
Wow.
And just forced his way out, really. He fought his way out of the proverbial paper bag. Gets himself an excellent number once again. He's looking good so far for a spot in the final. Plenty of time left to come, though. 14.5 remaining. He's got tough opposition coming up against Russ Bierke, Thiago Perez, Corey Lopez. Numbers to come in for Corey.
Exciting heat. This is all gonna. I think we're gonna see people go backwards and forwards. You know, first to second, second to third, third to second. Don't know. Let's see. 40 minutes remaining. There's still time. A lot can happen.
Ritz will be feeling very comfortable. I think that confidence, particularly in these kind of waves where it's kind of a lot to do with feeling, really, with the ocean. You know, we talk about sort of technical maneuvers and that sort of skill set, but, you know, they're not necessarily doing loads of maneuvering as such on the board. It's all just about that kind of ocean feeling and just basically finding the line. And that's all to do with spotting those opportunities and feeling like you're in rhythm. And when you see a deep, maybe an improbable one, just backing yourself to make it. And when you get into that kind of headspace, that flow state, well, that's when you really can put it all together for an incredible performance. Ritz will be feeling really good. Lopez gets the 7 for that last wave. That left-hander, it was patient and waited for, and he puts himself in a good position as well. His backup's a low number, as you can see. He's got the 1-5. That'll be toast as soon as he finds himself a legit opportunity. Another enjoyable heat here. Our first semi-finals. Not disappointing us, Kieran?
Not at all. Haditz was the first person to say, well, I managed to connect with the ocean. You really have to be connected out here. What's going on? Feeling. Only a surfer knows the feeling. Yep, scouring that lineup. Yeah, it seems to be that peak further to the west that's working. "12 minutes remaining.
Nice little package there from Aaron Buru. See, it is. Tube works so good in the barrel in both directions. Such a positive character as well around any event. I'm enjoying watching him compete down here. He's already given himself a decent shot at getting in another final hit. But lots left to come. Over 11 minutes. Some serious talent out in the water, but you got to be thinking when you got an 8.5 and you're working on your backup of a 6.5. 2 surfers are advancing from 4. Just looking at the numbers themselves, there's a pretty favourable.
Very favourable.
However, you got Bierke, you got Corey Lopez, you got Thiago Perez as well. That man on the screen who's not had a great heat so far, Saka. What does he need to do to turn this around? Apart from the obvious, get barreled.
He needs to believe.
Does he need to believe in life after love?
Yes.
Tell you what, Cher would not be a great one to have in your head, would it? Not a surf classic. Not a classic.
We should get that into the post-interview questions. What were you listening to? Huh.
That was the thing. Cher might have been the first one to use that weird auto-tune thing on the voice. And when that song came out, you're like, what was that? What was she doing? Now it was like,
Wasn't it Frampton? Wasn't it Frampton?
Okay.
Might have been Peter Frampton. Okay. Not sure on that one. But you might be right. You might be right.
Now it's like everyone's using it, right? Apart from us,
Even
of course.
rappers.
This is just our natural, cadence. Yeah. I know it sounds like we're machine assisted, but you know.
I love that old tune, Guns Don't Kill People, rappers do.
Goldie looking chain.
Saw it on a documentary on BBC Two.
All right, action out in the water remains Aramburu Lopez, your 1-2, Bierke. He's got a little bit of work to do. Let's pick up.
Ooh. Someone having a sneak peek.
So number to come in for Bierke. So we'll pick him up on the inside, paddling back out. Let's see what he's got for us. He's had a few heats where he's had required scores and he's kind of found waves towards the back end of heats.
Playing the patience here. I think we missed, possibly. Has a wave gone through?
Yeah, well, he's got a number here. Gets a 5-4. At the moment, he'll leapfrog Lopez. So Bierke gets to second with that 5-4. Under the 9-minute mark, Corey's still sitting with a 1-5, though. As soon as he goes to work on that, he's right back at this. Let's have another look at Russ.
That's one.
Doesn't get like crazy deep, but it was a thicker wave.
It is.
Gets points for kind of criticalness of the wave, I suppose, but by his own standards, not super deep.
Not the highest score.
But importantly, gets him in one of those two advancing positions. At the moment, it's second.
It all comes down to two waves, isn't it? Two good waves. Where's Saka?
Perfect chapter 2022, live from Carcavelos. Saturday lunchtime in Portugal. Beautiful sunshine, crisp and brisk offshores. They were pretty much howling early on as we'll watch live action. And Aramburu, Yeet leader, again just emerging from the depths inside the confines of a tube here. In Cascais, see what he did.
Got under that lip. Not much cover up. I mean, oh, it is. It's proper.
Straight from takeoff under the lip, doesn't get a second section, so not a particularly lengthy tube by his own very high standards, but nevertheless, it's nice and critical from the entry. Crowd enjoying that. 6.5 the backup. If he can improve that with his last wave, in terms of the judge's opinion, he will turn the screw slightly. In terms of his lock on this heat, he's looked good pretty much from the get-go in this one. Bierke made a little bit of a charge, kind of a modest one towards the back part of this. 5-4 is what he's got, but because Lopez has that 7, crucially, doesn't need big numbers, only looking really for a 2. But he won't be looking for a 2, of course. He'll be looking to go right up through the scale. He's been patient, his wave selection's been on point, Corey. Let's see what he comes with. Thiago Perez had a bit of a shock on this one, been real quiet. We need to get him onto a wave. We need to get him there pretty soon.
I still think Russell. Oh, he got clamped. Shame. 6 minutes remaining. Hard work for Saka to pop out a 4th.
Yeah, the danger for him is the surfers in second and third have got a good score each, but they don't really have a backup. So as soon as they improve, that requirement that he's got now, which isn't huge, to go from 4th up to 2nd, for example,
True.
That's likely to change, very likely, because both 2nd and 3rd have got healthy numbers. So in all fairness, he's probably going to need 2 scores, really, Thiago, by the end of this one.
He's only got 5 minutes.
Check out Kieran Jabor having a little scan down here, enjoying the lineups in his second home of Portugal. Just kind of a little quiet this one in terms of quality early on, a little flurry. Since then, not a lot really to bring you. You get that natural kind of ebb and flow of the ocean, as we'll have a busy heat and then a quieter one. We've had a couple of busy ones, maybe 3 in a row that were exciting. This one, just a little bit kind of terse. and tenths, apart from Eritz Aramburu is 8.5. Other than that, not massive quality out there in terms of the waves.
You've got to give it up for these boys. They've been turning silver into gold all day long. What do you think their diet consists of? Lots of water? Protein?
Yeah, I think a lot of meat. I think, they're keeping it meaty while they're in Portugal, right?
Fish
for breakfast, meat for lunch.
Fish for dinner.
No, very healthy, mate, these days. Everyone very much looking after themselves, aren't they? And kind of doing all the right things. Although, dessert's tempting, isn't it? I didn't want to do it last night. It wasn't going to get a dessert, and everyone else did, and I crumbled, mate. I buckled.
Oh.
I didn't even want that chocolate mousse.
Oh.
But I thought, if I'm getting a coffee, I might as well get a chocolate mousse to go with it.
There you go.
You know?
They're throwing salt on it these days.
And then I was like, how did I get here? What? Every decision I've made in life has led me to this point. Here I am eating another chocolate mousse. It's quite a big one. I thought, Paul, is this the right thing? Yes, was the quick answer. It absolutely was. Live action, Lopez. Nicely done from him. Really good.
Very good.
And he will lose the 1.5 for sure. Don't know if he'll threaten the 7, but he might come close to it, and he might threaten Russ Bjerke there. And we talked about his patience and waiting for the right opportunity. What we haven't seen Corey do is speculate on waves and go down, right? He's patient, and then he gets keeper waves and he makes them. So what he does here, really nice.
I'd say age and experience do pay off.
So just finding the right line there.
Tucking in. Body positioning, just immaculate.
He's able to put himself as deep really as the section will permit. And it's going to be a mid-range score, you'd reckon, and it's going to be good enough for second. Crucially, in the dying embers of this heat, as we'll count down towards the back part. I'm not sure exactly how much time's left, but it's not a great deal. And Russ Bjerke now will probably need a requirement when the score comes through. Thiago Perez could be in all sorts. So 2.5 on the clock.
You're right.
Lopez gets that 4, so Judge's not overly seduced by it, but it's good enough for second now. Crucially, Bjerke's number, well, he's going to need quite a bit
to back up.
He's going to be looking at the 6, something of that order is his requirement. And Thiago Perez now probably needs a couple of waves. Let's see if we get a little flurry. Out the back right now, it looks like Aramburu, your heat leader. That's a deep one. I'm not sure. Well, I said that earlier, and he came out for nearly a 10. So I'll just wait until that wave concludes. Ritz will appear from somewhere in the melee from under that white water. We've got Ritz Aramburu. There he is.
There he is.
So didn't travel a long way, and that won't add to the score. A little bit of time will tick away. Lopez crucially gets himself into second. 1.5 minutes to go in this. Russ Bjerke, the Australian, he's travelled a long way to get here. He's had a couple of good heats so far this morning. Not a massive requirement for him. Does need a wave now. Let's see what he can get. It's been a bit quiet in this one. It's not been loads of action in this heat here, Kieran.
It's been pretty slow. See what the tide does. Hopefully it'll improve in time for that final. You said you weren't a betting man. Was it you or was it Nick? Someone who their money was on. I was like, I'm not a betting man.
I reckon Rick's got a really good chance of getting in the final. I'm going to bet the farm on that, I reckon. There's the spread for Corey Lopez, 4.15. Good enough, crucially, to get him into second.
36 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's served a good heat, really. He's waited patiently. He's not really wasted energy going closeouts. All of his waves are counted, and what he's crucially done is he's improved his score each time. And then he's nudged it up. And the threat from Bjerke now, well, it looks relatively minor with under 20 seconds and not much coming in terms of waves. I'm not sure where Russ is. But
possibly
10 to
west.
go. Yeah, with 10 seconds to go in this one, Aramburu looks safe in the final. Lopez by virtue of that last 4.15. Looks like he's going to join him into the final, and that is a very well-served heat for those two.
Very well-served heat.
And it looks like, barring some sort of heroics that we've missed somewhere up or down the beach, we're going to say ciao for now to Bierke and Perez.
Corey.
Attention, fly marshal, check in. Check in at the beach marshal. Fly marshal, please to check in.
Herrett's little victory lap coming in. On the backhand.
Bang.
He'll hit one
Bang.
and bring that in. He'll come in not for a meat-based snack. I reckon he might have something nutty. Maybe some almonds, maybe a cashew,
Water.
something like that. Maybe a little goji berry, a little fistful of those. A drink of some high-quality H2O. And he'll be thinking about the final. He's been there before. He's gone all the way. He's won this event in Nazaré. Got shacked off his dial on a big grinding right-hander. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you Nick Uricchio into the studio. We're also going to bring you the second semi-final. It's pumping in Portugal. Join us for more real soon.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And we are back.
Welcome back, Nick.
Back in action here. Another Aritz Aramburu domination heat, huh? Yeah,
Yep.
Aritz is on it, man. When the guy's focused, forget about it. He's looking pretty deadly. Now, who got through with him? Was it Corey or?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He progressed to second, and there he stayed.
So we bid farewell to Russell and to local hero
Saka.
Thiago, eh? You know, it's got to be winners. Never
Yeah,
heat, eh?
true.
It's just the way it is. All right, Lucas Silveira.
On our screen.
Pedro Booman. Who have we got else? We've got Lucas. We've got Pedro Booman. And?
I would say Kieran Jabeur.
Kieran. There you go, Kieran Jabeur.
It's a four-man heat. Who's last?
And one other person here. I'll get it on the screen here. God, I was walking around during the intermission. It's like we said earlier, the swell fills in on the tide here. Unbelievably. It's just like from day to night, huh? It's like at ankle slappers this morning, and it's like well overhead now. You know, there's a lot of power and a lot of paddling involved, and been some good barrels, actually. I mean, we have seen some 9s and 9.5s today, so.
They're out there.
They're out there, just to be found. Not always easy finding them, but.
Difficult with this rip.
Yeah. What's your favorite size out here?
5 foot.
All right, all right. What's your favorite place on the beach? Straight in front of us or?
Down that neck of the woods.
Yeah, over farther north, farther west.
Further west.
I always think everything that's that way is north to me because I live on the west-facing coastline. Here we go. Yeah. First web, I didn't catch who that was from. We've got a bit of a glare on our screen here. It makes it hard to see sometimes.
Very hard. But you find that surfers from this beach, when you get them to a point break, in the beginning, they don't really know what to do because Carcavelos is so fast and so
but
meaty.
because it's such an intensive wave, you know, it's very intense. So I think they're pretty handy anywhere they go. You know, it's a heavy drop here. It's you know, it's a fast down the line wave. So if you get them up, you know, to other places aside from here, I think they're super handy.
I think it's a great school.
Oh yeah, it is, for sure it is, no doubt. And like we say, some of Portugal's greatest have come out of here. I mean, a lot of national champs have come out of here. We're talking for back in the day.
That's our person. That's our missing person. There he is. I think we're going to see great things.
Clay Marzo, you know his last heat. Okay.
See,
his last heat, and I don't know if he's the same on this one, but his last heat he paddled out in board shorts and the jersey, no wetsuit. And look at him here, he's still in board shorts and he's got the leaker on. I don't know if maybe he's got a...
Is that Kieran?
Yeah, that's a good little wave, yeah.
Oh, nice round-the-house cut back.
Yeah, got carves.
Another carve.
Yeah, he's board shorts, man.
Wow.
I think he went out this morning in a wetsuit and he probably thought, I can't move in that thing.
Yeah.
You know, he's from Maui and he's crazy, so, you know, he's probably just said, I'll put some board shorts on. It's only half an hour anyways. And he's looking pretty loose.
Wow. Well, my first wetsuit was a man size, and
you were a little rugrat.
And I was a rugrat, and it filled with water, so it was basically like not having a wetsuit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there was, you remember Litrius from Carcavelos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Met him last summer.
Eh?
I met not him, his brother.
His brother, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, Litrius is long gone. But when I first came over, he used to surf with a black T-shirt.
Jesus.
Because he thought, that, you know, all the wetsuits are black, so close enough. It'll keep them warm, you know. That was the mentality. That was back in the day when these guys had, like, you know, clothes.
What's it called? Yeah.
Cords that you'd hang your clothes out on.
Enema.
Them. Yeah.
Didn't they use enema?
Tubes, yeah, leg ropes that
with rope
you fall off the 20 yards offshore and your board comes to the beach and then it comes back at you. Then it comes back at you at 90 miles an hour. We're going to go to a little interview here with last heat winner, Mr. Aritz Arambu again.
Ok, estamos aqui na flash interview com o Aritz. É a terceira bateria que ele vence. Como é que estás a sentir este dia de competição, Aritz?
Nada, de momento está rolando todo cierto, estoy contento, con buena energía, encantado de estar aquí en Portugal una vez más, adoro Portugal y ya una más, así que ahora finales va a ser un todo o nada y nada, estoy contento, así que hemos pegado algunos tubos, estoy contento y ahora vamos a ir a por más.
E as pranchinhas a funcionar bem?
Las pranchinhas están óptimas, sí, están funcionando muy bien, están rápidas y sí, he estado todo invierno surfando con ellas, así que estoy muy contento.
Então vá, desejo tudo bom para a final, Aritz. Força.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we have Mr. Aritz Arambu. Happy as always.
As Larry.
Yeah, he's always happy. You know, he's getting barrels, scoring some good points. Why not?
Very happy with his boards.
There you go.
Happy to be in Portugal. Likes Portugal.
Oh, he spends a lot of time down here. He's got a piece of land up in Nidiseta.
Does he?
Yeah. Hasn't done anything on it yet, but he's got a piece of land. He's a
smart man.
It's part of it. Just
how far are you away from the waves?
Oh, I'm super close. My factory's 2 minutes from Cochise, and my house where I'm living is another, probably 8 minutes away. So,
wow.
Yeah, we're right there.
Wow.
I was exchanging messages with Goni on my break there, and he's in Tenerife right now with Jonathan Gonzalez, and it looks pristine, man. There's no wind. It looks like it's a good 1.5 meters, 2 meters. It looks pretty clean, Tenerife. And just messaging back and forth because him and Aritz Arambu are really good friends. I said, hey, Aritz is on a roll, looking pretty tough, and Goni says he will win it. Oh. So we'll see. Yeah, he's a hard guy to stop when he's on a roll, and he seems super focused, like he hasn't really messed around in any of the heats. He's gotten in there, and he's gotten his work done pretty quick and that, and he's very consistent.
cold-blooded, I would say.
Yeah, very competent, you know. Competed quite a few years on the CT. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, I would say packing experience under your belt is definitely be a big plus out here.
Now we have the wind has backed off, eh, Kieran?
Yeah, seems like it. A little bit. Actually, quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit now. It's kind of a lot nicer. A lot of people. Pretty busy down the boardwalk there, man. This is all weekends like this. It gets busy regardless of contests or not.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. I'll say the same thing about it you said. So we have a taker and a left-hander there.
On goofy footer.
That's a good wave.
I think that could have been booming.
Yeah, it would have been booming. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. That's clean. Way clean. He'll be stoked with that. That was deep, huh?
That was deep. Did the old Tom Carroll.
Yeah, Mr. Boomin. That looked clean.
Putting on the handbrakes.
Yeah, it was perfect timing on the stall on that one. He just drove it a little higher, stalled it a bit, got maximized his two time in that, and it's the way to do it. So we've got Kieran got a 4.75 up there, and Lucas got a 2.5. Boomin had a 1.65 for this one. I'm going to put this up there. This got to be a good score.
Are we sure it was booming? Because there's so much.
No, it was booming for sure, I would say.
Yeah.
It looked kind of almost too big to be Kieran.
No, I mean Clay.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't have been Kieran. Kieran's not goofy. I'm going to say it was booming. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see when the scores pop up here. Like I say, we got a lot of glare going here.
Sorry, folks at home.
Hey?
Here we go. Have action. Oh, just got pinched.
Yeah, that didn't offer much. Shut down on there.
Oh yeah, it has backed off. Yeah.
That was Kieran on that one, correct?
I think so.
Omba.
Yeah.
Glory shot.
Silveira? Lucas Silveira?
Yeah, I think so.
No. Oh, waiting for scores.
Yeah, we're still waiting for. I think we got a few scores coming through now. The best of the exchange probably would have been Boomin's if we're correct on that one.
Bit of a lully.
Yeah, there you go. It was a 6.9 on Boomin's wave. That left-hander we saw.
Yeah.
With a stall on that. Well, good for him, huh? Boomin's going up against 3 Lions here, so.
Wow.
It's good to see he's putting some points on the board. Last heat also he was all his, eh?
See them scrambling. Could there be a set coming?
There we go. Got to take her to the left.
Just getting.
There's a no-show exit.
It's getting pinched there.
Yeah, it's a wave selection situation here, you know. If you pick the right one, you're going to score.
Not the easiest.
I was just over at the VIP area real quick near my break. I was talking to actually 2 classics, man. Two legends in their own. Nuno Jonet, who just rocked up.
Here?
Was over there, yeah. And actually, the first place I lived when I arrived in Portugal was in Nuno Jonet's house in Lisbon. Near Castel São Jorge, up there in the center near Portimonense. And
did you ever stay with Portas?
Paulo Portas, Nun Portas.
Yeah.
João, Paulie Nun, yeah. Shit, they used to have me over for lunch and that. That was a great family, man. I haven't seen him in ages, but you know.
I just sat with him on the wall.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. You haven't seen him in ages, man, either one of them. But the other guy I was going to say was Bubish is over there.
Bubish?
Yeah, Bubish is here. He's been living in Santa Barbara for a few years now. Now he's back. I think he's been back for a few months now. But yeah, it was nice to see him also. He was a runt when I was over in Costa Caprica, man. He was just a little kid running around with mom and that. And then him and Tiago Oliveira ended up being two really good surfers from that generation.
I have seen him surf CDS, and I've never seen anything like it since. Oh, I have.
He's a style master.
Antunes.
Yeah, Antunes surfs are really well too. They're very different, but yeah.
But I mean, we were talking about style earlier on, and Bubas is like,
style master from that generation, huh? That was like Paulo in a sense back in the early days at Carcavelos here. That guy was phenomenal.
Paulo had a run-in with his son the other day.
There we go. That's white.
Wow.
All right. Little tube, that'll work. So that was Lucas Silvetta there. Wasn't much tube time, but it was still a nice wave. It'll
good combination.
Help him out. He hasn't got a lot going yet, so they'll put something up there for him.
So I was saying I had a run-in with Paulo's son. And I said, hey, kid,
Paulo in the sense son,
I've been surfing here for 30 years.
Okay, we're going to grab a couple of waves real quick here that we missed online. Whew. That was nice. Rah. That was just one Lucas just had, isn't it?
Booman?
Yeah, but I don't think that was the same one, right?
No.
The wave previous to that was better, so that's going to be a good backup anyways. Is that Booman right there?
Yeah. Pumping. Doesn't get that much cover-up time.
Yeah, but it's still...
Kind of lost his balance coming out.
Like I say, it's going to be a good backup coming off of the other one. He's on a quad, actually, yeah.
Is he?
Yeah. On a quad shaped by Paul the Bider. Supposedly a model him and Paulo working on. So it's good to see Paulo also rising. He's been, he's another from down here guy, right? He was maybe São Pedro or Parede.
São João.
Okay, but he was, it's Carcavelos where they surfed, right? Most of them. But yeah, he worked with us for a long time. Paulo worked with us for a long time, and he's, been
sanding?
Sanding, and mostly sanding when he was with us. He went on to, do more sanding, and then got involved in making his own label, Divine Surfboards, and now he's over there with Alvaro at Poland. But, it's good to see he's stuck with the industry. He's a perfectionist, and it's good to see that he's interested in it, and he's, been successful in it. It's nice to see. He's also coaches kids. He's got a lot going, Paul. It's good to see. All right, so Booman's up there. Lucas Silvetta wave. That's a mid-ranger, 515 is what I figured. And so it's,
How much they give...
on that second one of Booman's?
310, yeah.
Yeah, they gave him a 310, exactly. Probably just wasn't much tube time, but... Could have gone either way, he could have given it a hair more maybe, but here we go. Again,
Lucas
Silvetta. Maneuvers. No, there wasn't much on offer tube-wise on that one.
But just possibly using that left to get back at that right.
Yeah, that's possible too. Saw a lot of that at Sunset the other day.
Did you?
Guys grabbing a wave to get out of the way of the lineup that was going to mow them down, just like survival. Huh? So this would have been the 310?
Clay Marzo.
Oh, is that Clay?
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Did he get pinched?
Yeah.
Ah, that's a pity because that would have been a hell of a score.
But did you see the way he took off into that barrel? That is mastery in motion.
Wow, that's a pity. That would have been a high score.
Shame.
Well,
if anyone can turn this heat around...
Swim trunks?
Oh, I didn't notice.
Yeah, he's swim trunks, man.
If anyone can turn this around, let's say...
Yeah, it surprised us all.
I wouldn't be comfortable in that heat, would you? Nope. Well, I wouldn't be comfortable in any of the heats.
Yeah,
today.
I was going to say that. Yeah, I didn't want to say that, bro. But no, it's definitely all competitors that are, everyone is here, deserves to be here, and they all amazing surfers in their own right. It's just a matter of getting them in a heat. It's the same with any contest.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing the kids?
Hey?
Are you looking forward to seeing the
totally.
kids? Me
I
too.
mean, it's good because it's, you know, there's surf. It's not like we're going to watch them do ankle slappers here. So, yeah, I'd be excited to see what they bring to the table here, the little runts. I'd like to see the final list. I don't think we got that. I know that Martin Forts is there, and I really don't know who else is. So,
Salvador Vala and Martin Forts are the two names that I know are there.
Salvador
Vala.
Okay.
And Martin Forts. Here we go.
Here we go. Take her. That'd be Clay.
I think Kieran. No. Yeah, Kieran.
Yeah,
Chua.
Kieran. Okay.
And there are waves happening. People are paddling.
Yep. Still got 11 minutes on the clock here.
Replay. Whoa, nice wave. Beautifully surfed.
Yeah, smaller, but it was perfect positioning and all that, huh? All right.
Trying to think of those other two
This
names.
is second semi, right?
Yes.
So we're winding down. So after this heat, we've got a little kids heat. There's Boomin again paddling. Oh, no, excuse me, Silvetta again.
Silvetta. Oh, he managed to come out.
Make it. So we've got a old Grom heat after this, before the final. We'll see what the kids can get out there and do.
I know Salvador was trying his. He's got a new board, and he was trying it yesterday.
Yeah.
However, the waves aren't as big as we expected, so he's possibly going to be on his.
What he had beforehand,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I've got Martin. I made him a step up also for this little heat. There we got a taker down there. That'd be a Clay Marzo, I think. Oh, went on forever before he finally got dumped there, but.
Oh, I want to see this replay. What was the step up? A 5.6?
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Like I say, it's either 5.4 or 5.6, but you know. Looks like there's a decent set coming out the back here, Kieran. If you look outside the screen, see that?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a solid set coming.
You know what? I actually noticed. I think he is in board shorts. You're
He
right.
is, eh? He's board shorts, man. I think he just, you know, if you never wear a wetsuit, which he probably doesn't, he's always in Maui. If you never wear a wetsuit, you feel so restricted by the thing, you know what I mean? Like claustrophobia plus, man.
Wow.
Boomin'. Boomin's on a roll.
Well, he's got a lot of water time out here, this boy.
But he's taking them on. That's a good, decent sized set wave too, huh?
That set you were talking about.
Yep, there he is, slotted. Well done. All right. Well, so far he's pretty much dominated this heat, hasn't he? It's like 2 in a row for him.
That's all you need, isn't it? 2 scores?
Hey, that's it. That's all you need. Is that another look at, or is this someone else's wave here?
That's Lucas.
No, that's Lucas. Yeah, excuse me. Another look at. All right. So I think Boomin's score will change things for him a bit on that wave. That was better than his other backup, I think. And I don't know if Lucas' wave will have that much influence on his score at all.
I reckon you're right. He had a 310 as a throwaway.
Oh, it may actually. It may help him out a bit.
Wow. Anyone on that wave?
No.
So much glare.
That one went empty.
Here we go. Oh, there was someone on it. What closed out on him?
Yeah, we're gonna get this done probably right on time before the sun just blisters us out of here, huh? We're facing south here in the booth, and the sun's about a meter away from the corner of our tent. All right, so given another,
yeah,
given another hour and a half, we'd be roasting like little Wiener schnitzels in here, huh? Hello all. We are at beautiful Carcavelos, and things have come together here. Swell moved in.
The wind dropped
with the
off.
tidal change. Yeah, the crowd showed up, and there's been some fantastic waves the last, last 4 or 5 heats. So it's
like I said before, that you're so lucky to be down by the water's edge. You can actually see the action not far from you.
Yeah, it's up front and personal. It's beautiful to watch, huh? Similar to Super Tubes like that. Super Tubes is the same. People are like right on it, It's a good look.
And courses.
Eh?
And courses. You can be down at that.
Yeah, a bit, but it's always, a bit farther out there, so it's a bit different. No one wants to be surfing on the rocks there, All right. Alrighty.
Glare Witch Project coming towards us.
Eh?
Glare Witch Project.
Yeah.
That sun is going to be coming down. It'll be hard for the judges.
Yeah, it would be. Well, it's like they say, they'll have it wrapped up on time before it gets like
Ribeira.
You got to have a spotter. We have a taker. Oh, that's deep. If you can get out of that one. No doggy door on that one.
Who was it?
I couldn't even tell, to tell you the truth. We'll see it again here.
See it again here on the replay.
Booming again?
Ooh, booming.
Yeah.
Getting busy.
No, that's booming on this one, but that wasn't the replay.
No,
so.
the replay was a right-hander, wasn't it?
No, it was a left also.
Was it a left also?
Yeah. We'll see real quick now. That was booming on the in and out. And before that, it was a left. I don't know if we'll get a replay on that or not. But it was a runner. There was just no way out at the end of it. All right, so it's pretty tight between Kieran and all. That second wave of boomage came through to 6.9. That's a pretty healthy score, huh?
Very healthy.
And it's pretty tight between Kieran and Luca. Clay Mars was a bit dormant so far.
I wouldn't write him off just yet.
No, I wouldn't. We're getting down to... We're going to have a heat recap here. See what's gone down up till now and why people are where they are.
It's Boomans.
Yeah, that was the wave of the heat.
Pumping in there.
Definitely the wave of the heat, that one.
We're going to get to see Clay Mars do that mastery. Wow.
Yeah.
It's booming again. Just a quick one. Kind of lost his balance coming out. Just, whoop. Staying connected to the wave with his hand.
Yeah.
Kieran?
Yeah, that was Kieran there. That was his best wave of the heat. All right.
Oh, we didn't see.
Little Oitavos replays.
Didn't see Clay Mars's wave. Shame.
Got all kinds of prizes for this. It's not just, we have that little book over there. It's not just the winner of the contest. That's the main prize.
Is there a wipeout one too?
Yeah, there's a couple here. I'll give you a rundown on them. We have the winner of the contest, which is awarded prize by Billabong. Best score is a Go Chill prize, so award on that one.
Wow.
The best Portuguese surfer, who I think will be Bowman. I think it's the only one left, isn't it?
Yeah.
That will be from Fidelidade. Best wipeout from Casio. And the best tube, 58 Surf.
You know what? I'd be up for the best wipeout every winter.
There you go. Yeah, that's an easy one, huh? We would thrive on that award, huh?
Wipeout time.
Yeah, some.
Wow! Look! Everyone's come down.
All right. Yeah. Weekend in Portugal. The rest of Europe's getting battered by Eugene and horrible weather, and the roofs are being torn off, and it's sunny down in Portugal for a change, right? Like.
But I was saying earlier on, farmers are finding it hard this winter.
Yeah, there's been a lack of rain
Portugal is in
this year,
need
huh?
of rain.
Yeah.
I mean, we hated it at the time, but it's so good for the crops. It's
Well,
you know,
there's still hope.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, there's still April.
Yeah. April showers brings May flowers. But it's a long way to April, man, when you get some rain in March.
Yeah.
I need some snow, too. I'm going skiing, man. I need some snow to start falling sooner or later.
Are you a proficient skier?
No.
Okay.
I surf about once a year. I love doing it, though. It's just, yeah. It's one of those things. You can get away with it. And, you know, you don't have to... You don't have to paddle for the peak, and you don't have to battle with a bunch of young guys, man. So it's, you know, you can get away with it.
It's having my feet stuck.
Eh?
It's having my feet stuck that kind of throw me off.
But you're talking snowboard or?
Talking snowboard.
Yeah, no, I ski.
I don't
But you
think I
still
could-
have your feet stuck, man. You get your legs way bent out. Ski.
Yeah, I couldn't. I don't think I could handle the tube.
You
kind of
get
loose.
to it.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of fun. I did it when I was younger a bit. Never was that avid or that into it, but you know, I totally enjoy it now. It's a good getaway.
So, situation remains the same.
It
Booman first, Kieran Jabbour second, Lucas Silveira third, and Clay Marza fourth. And we've got 59 seconds remaining.
And Booman, dominating.
Wow.
And dominating, not an easy field of players here, you know. You're talking about major surfers, man. Local knowledge.
Local knowledge.
He pegged it. He pegged probably the two best ways of the heat. Definitely the two best ways of the heat.
Miguel, I saw a wave of Miguel Blanco's on my break. Just incredible.
Good one, yeah. But it was in the heat or free surf? It might have been the heat because I think that was a heavy heat.
The
Yeah,
heat.
it was just a tough heat to get through. I
Crowd
think
down here
there's
loving it.
one more set slipping if anybody's got a chance at it here.
Here we go. It's back
Right.
kind of looks like Kieran. Yep.
Yep.
The 9 seconds of the heat.
There's one more. We got one more paddle.
See
He's
that
up.
one?
He's up.
Yep, booming before the.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
All right. Booming.
Round the
Domination
house.
all at the end. That was just a little cherry on top of that last one, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
We got it. No worries, eh? Definitely. Okay. We got a little commercial break coming up, and we have a little action coming with young kids in no time. We'll be back.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
And we are
And we're
back.
back.
And we got a little variation things here. We're going to take a a break before we go into the final. Before we go into the final, we've got the kids out there. Little Grom heat. Just a special little session for the boys out there. And then after this heat, we'll see if we go straight into the final or if we do take a break to wait for tide or just pick the best perfect time for the final on this. So to offer up the most possibility for an exciting final. But right now we got the kids in the water.
You
and I know a couple of the names. All right, I think we're a bit farther down the beach for the kids here.
They are west of where we're sitting.
Okay.
So for you, it would be north.
I know we've got, there you go, for me it's north. I know we've got Martin Forts out there, Salvador Valles, and I do not know the other names. Someone help me out here, I appreciate it.
Hopefully we'll get the names up on the screen soon.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
I think I recognize that standing on the board looking out. I think that's...
Well, Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have they given him a hooter on the start of the heat here? Or?
I haven't heard it yet.
All right. All right, well, it's been an interesting day. It got off to a bit of a slow start in the morning, but it's all come together in the last, last couple hours. Been a lot of good surfing going on.
Hopefully these boys have been watching at it. And
yeah, for sure. For sure they have.
All the action.
I saw them sneak off, an hour ago. They were surfing over on the left
The
there.
kids?
Yeah, warming up, getting hammered, a few closeouts and this and that. So, all right, there we go.
I see Salvador on the screen.
Salvador Grasa. And Salvador Grasa also, correct? And Martin Fort. So it's just three kids. Cool. Is it Salvador Grasa?
Santiago
Grasa, I'm sorry. All right, we're coming to a little interview here with the winner of the last heat, Peter Boomen. Take you down to the beach.
E estamos aqui na flash interview, aqui com o Pedro Boomen, ganhou mais uma bateria, é um finalista, tem aqui muitos fãs à sua volta, ele é local da praia. Como é que te sentes, Pedro?
Isto são os meus fãs, isto são todos os meus amigos, a minha família toda. Contente por ter passado o beat, Carcavelos está a mostrar boas ondas, como sempre, e falta mais a final, vamos ver.
Então vá, boa sorte, Pedro.
Yeah. All right, the local crowd cheering the homeboy on. It's good to see. It's good to see, and I'm super stoked for Pedro, man. It's nice to be, especially on your home break. We got a little Grom.
That was Salvador.
Attacking one there. That was Salvador, was it?
Yep. And
right.
Santiago had one just before that. Quick in and out too.
Okay. All right. Taking that one on the head.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's heavy impacts on here at Carcavelos. Always has been. Some things never change. Huh? All right, we have a paddler.
Santiago.
All right.
Pumping.
Pump it.
Is he coming out?
I don't think so.
No.
Got pinched. It's a
Shame.
good pump, though. I mean, it's a good effort. Good effort. How old is Santiago, do you know?
Santiago would be 15.
15,
I think.
Okay. That's the same age as Martin Forts and that also around there.
They 14, 15.
Yeah.
So Salvador is the youngest in this heat. He's 13, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's come full circle because I've been Martin Forts is 15 now. I've been making boards for him since he was probably 6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah, you've been making boards for his father since he was.
Yeah, I've been making boards for his father for like 39 years now.
Wow.
So there we go.
Wow.
That's Salvador Valle.
Yeah. Trying to get a little bit more cover up, hitting the brakes.
Yeah, so it's it's a trip when you I was making boards for Miguel Forts when he was a Grom, and now because Miguel Forts is 10 years behind me, so I'm making boards for Miguel since he was a Grom, and his kids is the same thing. So it's pretty rewarding. It's a cool thing when you're like all of a sudden you're dealing with his son, the same age you were dealing with him at.
It's crazy. How lucky is he?
Is that
boy? having boards made by you. How lucky is he?
How lucky is he to live where he lives and have the
Yeah.
father he has? I mean, he's traveled all over the place, man. The kid's been, his dad's a surf fanatic, and his dad drags his butt everywhere he goes. So, both of his sons have had amazing surf trips, and they're very fortunate to have the father they have to be able to enjoy surfing in as many places as they have, as often as they have.
Here we go.
We have paddler
Santiago. Is he going to make it? He's going to make it.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, shame.
Definitely, he's local, yeah? Yeah, he's definitely got the...
Salvador and Santiago are local boys.
Oh, they're both local boys.
Yeah.
Okay, that leaves my boy in the disadvantage,
Yes.
don't it?
Yes, it does.
Huh? But you definitely see in his case... that
I don't think they'll be marking...
no, they're gonna team him, eh?
I don't think they would.
No,
I don't think they're... I think
He's
this
bigger than they
generation...
are.
Yeah.
No, but it's pretty, you can see by Santiago surfing that he's
committed.
He's tuned to this place. He's used to surfing here. That's that sideways takeoff with a pump straight as soon as he gets into it, so it's looking good. They gave the kid 25 minutes, I guess, huh? Or no, maybe it's 30. We just missed out.
Possibly.
Things didn't happen for a while there.
Another thing about Salvador is he's an amazing skateboarder.
Oh, really? Huh? That helps.
It could have it could have gone both ways, and he kind of
went for the water. Well, he probably still keeps skating anyways, right?
Oh yeah. Amazing in the bowl.
Right.
And vert ramp, and so committed. But since he was knee high to nothing.
Right. It's a good base, huh? I mean, I know a lot of good skaters that are also really good surfers.
So proud of this kid.
Good combo.
So proud. Need a napkin.
You got a whole another generation of homies, huh? I don't know. All right. Up and coming.
Well, his dad was my surfing buddy. So Salvador's dad was my surfing buddy.
Right.
And we come up behind Grego and Marcos. That's where that gap. We're beneath.
Greg, Marcus, Pecos, all those guys, yeah?
Pecos is our generation.
Okay.
And Saka comes underneath us.
Okay. All right. And Greg's above you guys?
Greg was older than us.
Before you guys. So it would be Greg, Marcus, PB.
I remember Greg taking ages
Paul Devada
to
would have been
stand
the
up.
same as Greg and those guys then, right? Okay.
Greg used to take ages to take off.
To get going, yeah. Hey, he was a hard worker, man, to get what he did in surfing. Amazing surfer, but he was a disciplined worker you know what I mean? He worked for it.
Committed.
Yeah, really. And he's rock solid surfer.
Yeah. I think I've seen some of the most incredible barrels in Carcavelos were Gregos.
I believe it. Some of the best ones I've seen coaches with Greg.
Yeah. And then over the years, I've seen a couple. I've seen. Remember? Did you ever meet Joe Vaselko?
Oh yeah. Kidding?
Joe's incredible out here.
Yeah. Joe's a good surfer. Someone on that one. It's free surfer.
Dingalima?
Eh?
Dingalima?
Oh, Tinga.
Wow. When no one wants anything to do with us.
Yeah.
Here we go. Salvador. Oh. Well, managed to stay up.
Yeah.
Power on the legs.
There's still pretty low scores all the way across. Martin Forts evidently had one I didn't see. 1-2-5. He's paddling over now. Looking interested in this one.
I think that's Martin.
Yeah, on the far side of the screen there.
Yeah. And Salvador goes to first.
Yeah, he picked up with that one. Salvador Vala leading. Not by a lot. Like I said, it's not.
Yeah,
well, they're actually equal scores. You just got a higher scored wave.
Keep busy. With the Groms, I never want to see any Groms lose.
Hey?
I never want to see any of the Groms lose. Well,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No. Yeah, you want to see kids win.
Yeah.
As long as they're happy about competing, that's probably, that's all about. But sometimes it's hard to tell them that, huh? It's all about competing, just having fun. But I want to win.
Yeah.
Who did they get on the jet for this contest, do you know?
No idea.
Wow, that's something that never existed in contests back in the day, huh?
You wore it on the head, and that was it.
Yeah. Just back at just watching Sunset the last few days, and thinking back to the Smirnoff contest when it was what, 6 or 8 man heats.
What would that be? 70s?
Yeah, 6 to 8 man heats. I don't know if it was 6 or 8. It was just a ton of guys on it, you know. No priority situation.
Is that
nothing.
Is that pre-leash?
I don't know. I think they might have had leg ropes already.
Okay.
But yeah, big Sunset with no leggies. It would have made 8 would have turned into 2 in no time, huh?
Actually, I went last time we were here. You spoke of a guy, Butch Van
Strallen. Butch Van Strallen I always forget his name. Did you read up on him after I talked to you about?
I did.
What an animal, huh? Yeah, he ended up being a lifeguard at the end of his life, but he was a pretty heavy drinker, so he kind of did himself in. But yeah, he was a legend, that guy, huh? Waterman and a half, huh? Through that part, he used to swim, or like people would lose their board, he'd swim out and get their boards back for him.
That's incredible.
Swim out in the current till he arrived at a surfboard and paddle it back in for somebody, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, pretty hardcore. Yeah, there was a very robust, very tough crew in the early days in Hawaii, huh? I mean, all over California, wherever, Australia and all that, but pretty hardy crew. All right, we have a paddler.
Action.
It'll be Santiago Grasa. See if he gets into it. No, doesn't pick it up.
I wonder if they're on their step-up boards. Might be.
They're probably on whatever they're comfortable. It's not that big to really merit a bigger board, I think, you know.
To muscle the wind, you see.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh.
Close out.
Nope.
Oh, he's still on it.
Someone rode it.
All right.
I think it was Salvador. Can't be
Salvador.
sure.
It was Salvador.
Was it?
I think the only one out the back is Martini. And
yep, there he goes. Wow.
You got in there on that one.
Wow.
All right.
Ew.
Yeah, baby, that'll do it. That'll be a high one.
Gendododo.
That'll be a high
He's happy. How many?
8. 8 point something.
Wow.
8.0.
Wow, they're out there.
That'll make him and Papa happy, huh?
Oh,
Him
Dad's
and
over the
old
moon. Over the moon.
Yeah, he claimed that one, didn't he?
He did. And Mum, and brothers.
There you go.
And
Whole
his
crew.
dog. He's got a blind dog called Miles in the Dark.
A blind dog?
A blind Labrador. Can you believe it?
Miles in the dark?
Miles in the dark.
Like way back there in the dark? Huh? Yeah, I was going to say Miles Davis Jr.'s not blind. Huh?
Here we go. Santiago. Just didn't make it out of that one.
No.
Didn't seem as big as the one before. Ridden by Salvador.
Yeah, but the kids are getting waves, though. It's good to see. All right, 8.0.
Come on, Martin.
Yeah, look for Martin here.
Yeah, he's out the back. I think that's him.
With my homie. Come on. Can't be an all Carcavelos show. We need some itty seta in this mix, man.
There he is.
Yep.
Yellow boards are winners.
Yeah, that's not the one I just made for him. That's the one he has had
that's
for a
his
while.
old one?
Yeah. Maybe, actually. If there's a bit of green painted below that yellow,
Okay.
it will be a new one.
My girlfriend turned me on to yellow boards.
Yellow.
Like, yellow boards. I'm like, yellow boards. Okay.
So we can find you. Yeah. All the bright colored boards. Do a lot of bright colored boards these days for like Nazareth.
Okay.
You want to be
Of course.
fun.
You want to
there,
be
you
fun.
know?
Yeah.
stuff that's happening out at Nazaré these days is
unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, it's and it's, you know, the contest after contest and people getting hurt, breaking legs and screwing their backs up and putting their necks out of whack and cracking ribs and stuff like that. It's pretty wild. It's a scary occupation as far as I'm concerned. But I think extreme sports at this point in time, you know, like extreme snowboarding, extreme skiing, it's all, you know, extreme surfing now with like Nazaré and Jaws and places like that. It's dangerous, you know.
It is dangerous.
Skateboarding has always been dangerous as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
Right.
someone, I think you're...
Just had one.
Yep.
Martin.
Wait for the replay.
If we get a replay on that one, yeah. We're down to about 8.5 minutes here, so it's winding down. Well, so far the homies are taking it to my boy here. We'll see how he gave him a 2.0, so it couldn't have been much of a wave. But
Well-
it's actually enough if he gets another wave here.
The other two got the upper hand.
Yeah, the Vala's the
solely
only
on-
one that's really standing out with an 8.0 so far, huh?
They're locals. I mean, if Martin should be, you know, stuck on them because they know where it's gonna.
Yeah.
If you can see, like Santiago's paddling north.
Yeah.
Banking on that left and right. Do you see Salvador on the screen?
There we go. This is a one-heat event for the kids.
There's a lot of talent coming out of Carcavelos these days.
There's just a lot of
little Jaime Veselko.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Have you
he
seen him
surfs.
surf?
He surfs. His sister surfs. His dad surfs. I made a couple boards for Kika Veselka,
his sister.
A couple weeks ago. Yeah, that she picked up, and when she went up to order them, she went up with her coach and that. And, she said to me, I'm thinking 5'6", and maybe a 5'8" or whatever. She said, you know, my mom wants me to get a 5'8" and a 5'11". My dad wants me to get a 5'6" and a 5'8".
Go with the dads?
I think I'm going to go with my dad because he surfs better. Yeah, Joe rips, eh? Joe used to come up to Coach this occasionally surf. He surfs really well.
Someone asking for a time call?
Looking at 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Duda.
There he is, Aritz Aramburu. Look out for him. Well, he's getting ready.
Is your boy Gunny watching?
I don't know. But he sent me a couple photos. The surf looked pretty sick, so he might
probably surf.
He might check the replays later on, from what I can see. You know. All right, so I guess
I'll tell you
from the looks
story.
of it, we're going straight into the event, eh?
Yeah.
They must have made a call on that one. Okay, we're straight into the final for the men's after this. And it's probably well done. If just, I think if the tide gets too high, it'll get a bit backwashy, and maybe we'll get a sit down on the tide where it's going to slow things down.
You can see by the...
we're starting to get a bit of feet on the inside, so get it while you can situation, huh?
Wow. 5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes.
Those boys are scratching out there.
Yeah, let's see if...
No one's happy, and no one's going to be happy if they don't catch waves.
Oh.
Some parents are going to have hell to pay tonight.
Nah.
No?
All right. They'll be all right. They were fortunate to get here to the
True.
event. You know, it's a good one, so...
You think gratitude all the way?
There you go. I would, however, like to see Martin get another one.
Me too.
And Santiago get another one, because they're both sitting on kind of small scores. So...
I think that was Martin, kicked out.
Was it?
Yep.
Okay. We'll see if that
Think
was
so.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was him. Let's get a replay on that if we can, just to see what went down. As we look at Kirin Jovar.
Thrusters, pintails.
Yep. 3-fin pintail. Arish was on a squash tail, wasn't he? Or was he on a pin also?
Not
Might have been a
sure.
pin. I know Booman's on a pin, 4-fin. And Corey Lopez beat that one, correct? Yeah.
Did you see the footage of...
He's got a couple pins also.
Yeah, thruster.
Yeah.
Did you see William Aliotti in Nazare on a twin fin? On a twin fin.
Where?
Nazare.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't see that. Or I did see a clip from that, actually. I did.
Minion.
Yeah, yeah, pretty mean, huh? Yep.
That's on a swallow.
Swallow. Yeah, there you go. Always like swallows.
Wow.
I'm a big swallow fan. Swallows and pins. Never like squash tails personally. I know a lot of guys who do not ever surf squash tails. You like squash tails?
I've been surfing fish for the last 10 years.
What, swallowtails?
No, fish. Proper like
Oh,
fish.
okay. Yeah, well, it's a big swallowtail.
Twin.
Fish tail, yeah.
I had a swallow once. I think I bought a board off Grego years ago.
One of those.
Swallowtail.
That was his little, a pretty flat board, yeah? Flat and fat and wide.
Fat
I
and
made a
wide.
model. I've got a model out of that one. It's called the jig model. It's kind of a, started out, he used it for Greg when he was in the contest up in EPS, the European Junior contest and that.
This is
One of
98.
those miserable ways. He just,
98.
he dominated on that thing.
Yeah.
And then I started making it for the Mediterranean, and it went really well. And it became a model. It's called a jig, and it's a good model for kind of gutless waves, but it can be surfed up to a meter and a half or whatever, depending on the surfer. All right, see how this is winding down.
2 minutes remaining. Salvador out in front.
If that was Martin Forts in that one, it was insignificant. Hang on.
Hang on, there's someone. No, didn't make it out.
There you go.
Here goes Santiago, slowing down. Doggy doors it.
Oh.
That could be...
Got out the doggy door, but he got snuffed after that. I don't know if
Yeah.
that would be counting that or not, but that was a decent little wave.
Might get him in second. See.
Homie, Bowman. Yeah, that was a 2.5 they gave Santiago on that one. So who are you rooting for? Oh, Martin Forts, 4.75. So that one we didn't see. We didn't get to replay on that.
I think that was one. I think he got barreled and made it out. I'm not sure.
Right.
Maybe we can get a replay. That would be...
Yeah. Okay, he's in second then. So we're down 2.
Minute remaining. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, that was him.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah. Started not on that one. So we're down to about a minute and a quarter here. Just winding down.
And here goes... No, this is Martin. Yep. Could get him into first.
That could do it. He's got a 4.75.
That could get him into
Challenging
first.
the leader.
Yeah. I think the previous surfer was Salvador.
Challenging the leader.
Played the waiting game.
Wow, that'd be wild. So tell me, give me your... Who are you looking for in the final here?
Aritz.
You're on Aritz. All right, I'm with you on that one. I don't want to push favors in that, you know. It's nice to see the homeboy do something. Booming. Because he's been like... They've been the two most untoughable surfers today, pretty much. I mean, as far as dominating heats, they've both gone wild.
Salvador? Ups to kick out.
In and out. Wow, this is going to be down to the wire.
Yep.
Oh, they gave him a 3.4, I guess. Would that be correct?
No.
No. No, that was his other wave, excuse me. All right, well.
Still waiting. Yeah, you see Salvador's backup wave it's not there. It's just not there.
Yeah. Coming down. All right, so we'll wait for results on this one. Wow, like the little action in the end there, huh?
Wow. Hang on. I think we were waiting for scores.
Yeah, we are waiting for scores, definitely. So what do we get there?
I don't know. He's thinking.
Yeah, they're both thinking about it, huh?
Yeah.
Who's taking home the bacon?
Well, I wouldn't want to take home his temper.
Oh, has he got a bad temper? All right, well, he could be a contender in the future. Most of those winners have bad tempers, huh? Vala. Salvador Vala. Martin Fortune second. So there you go. It's good heat. Good to see the kids out there charging.
Excellent to see them out there. So happy.
Well, we are heading straight in to the big final, and I'm going to put Mr. Paul Evans back on the line here. And it has been a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon for another perfect chapter. I'm going to leave Kieran also with you. I'm off to the wine stand, to the VIP area.
You're the true VIP out here, man. You're
All
the
right.
True VIP.
And we'll be up next year again. We'll be back.
Hopefully.
All right.
I haven't seen you in 2 years.
Well, it's been COVID.
It's been 2 years.
Nobody's seen anybody for 2 years. Huh? We've all been stashed away.
Allegedly.
Eh?
Allegedly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's been a lot of sneakers. All right. I'm going to pass over to Mr. Paul Evans here. Have a rest of a beautiful afternoon, folks. Kieran?
See you
soon,
later.
bro. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Mr. Nicorici leaving us for the VIP area where he belongs. Master shaper, fountain of culture, local legend, Mr. Nicorici.
Oh, so I thought you were talking about me there, mate.
You're
if I come in at the wrong time.
You're an absolute legend. I've been learning.
How's the
loads.
Groms? Is the future bright, mate? How bright are we looking on a scale of sort of blinding to just sort of, brighter than that even?
Were you watching it?
I saw heaps of ripping and deep tubes and kids getting like double, triple overhead shacks. So looked pretty good from where I was.
Yeah, that kid's going to be very happy. I think it should be pizza night.
Saturday night in Cascais.
Pizza and soft drink night, for sure. Chocolate cake.
A video game? Nah.
Video game.
Video game.
He's into video games.
Yeah.
Wow.
All of that good stuff. So we're getting close to our final.
I think,
what a cool final bracket we got coming up.
Local boy.
What a day.
Peter Boonman must be.
Boon man. I tell you what I did like while I was sort of creeping round and about. I saw Marzo running the board shorts. He's out there in trunks. Not even board shorts actually. They're like kind of like basketball shorts. They're like kind of mesh shorts. Fresh as a daisy. He doesn't seem to be slowing him down. He looks great.
Well,
Surf well in the
I
semi.
think that must be the idea because, as Nick was saying, he's from Maui, so putting your wetsuit on for him must be like being in a
especially for half hour.
Yeah.
For half hour, you're thinking I'll be all right in shorts.
I've seen it.
So just on your screen there, as we bring it back to Perfect Chap to chat, as we set up for the final, we're going to have a little redirect down the beach. So just slightly moving in the competition area. So I think just down the beach to the west, it looks like where the bulk of the free surfing is going down. It does seem to be a bit more energy down there. It looks a little bigger. So we're going to head a little bit down the beach. Bear with us as we just adjust camera positions. Getting ready for this final hit.
According to Nicorici, they're going north. According to us, they're going west. So down the beach. I think that right-hander is where it's going to be working. The one we were watching previously. I can hear Salvador Vala over the speakers here. Very happy for him. Go Salvador Vala.
So what a day, really enjoyed it. You know, we came down this morning, it feels almost like another lifetime. We were down here and it was sort of single digit temps, brisk offshores and kind of small, right? Like, yeah, it was like head high in that region and we were like optimistic and we like to stay positive. However, Until you can actually see the swell coming through, we were like, is it going to happen? You never really know in surfing. It has delivered for us today, Kieran.
It has. And sad to say, but these days I like to stay negative.
Okay, fair enough, mate. Get grumpy? Get a little grumpy?
No, negative on the old, But yeah, look at this. Bright skies. The wind has dropped off a bit. It's just sunny. People are out. Life is good.
Beautiful day in Cascais, Carcavelos in Lisbon. And a super Saturday with swell blast. As you mentioned, the blue skies and the offshore. And it's been a tube fest all day. How many tubes have we seen ridden all day? A couple hundred. All up with all our heats. The grommets too, just absolutely gouging themselves on tubes. Really enjoying that. As we see the future of Portuguese surfing, getting the singlet on, pulling into tubes. Some cool little battles going down with the grommets. I like the intensity they're showing.
They were kicking and screaming. Shame they didn't get more waves ridden. I would have liked to see, more of a trade-off. I'd like to see more waves ridden, but I think they were possibly a bit nervy. We're headed into an amazing final.
Wow, another chapter of the Perfect Chapter competition about to go in the books because we get down towards our most important heat of the day. It will be our final. We're going to bring that to you real soon. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast throughout the day. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. We've enjoyed watching an amazing array of surfers with kind of a mix of talent. As we mentioned, there's international surfers and the local heroes, the grommets as well. A little bit of everything on display here. It's been super cool to see that. And some of those little competitive battles firing up and those rivalries and all of that good stuff that makes the surf competition. Most of all, we just appreciate the good surfing. Plenty of that. And we're going to take a couple of minutes just to readjust down the beach, get our new area set up. Always as ever. Perfect Chapter's all about putting the surfers in the best conditions, right? So that means a little move up the beach.
A little move up the
Some
beach.
new sand.
Get on that.
Should we go down here from the Ute then? Flash interview with the Groms.
The Ute. Ute on Ute.
Ok. E cá estamos aqui com o primeiro grande vencedor de uma final, nova geração, New Generation, que no Capítulo Perfeito. Vamos ouvir as impressões dele. Salvador, como é que foi?
Foi muito bom, fiquei super contente. Apanhei um tubo, entrei assim para dentro à última. Depois saí e nem estava a acreditar, fiquei tipo a olhar para trás. Saí, depois ouvi a nota e fiquei todo excitado, estava bem contente.
E o que é que achaste das condições ao longo do dia hoje?
Foi sempre a melhorar, de manhã estava relativamente pequeno. Depois fui mandar ali um surf, adorei, tipo altos tubos, toda a gente a curtiu, E depois neste hit também altas ondas. Se calhar não tantos tubos porque a maré estava um bocadinho mais cheia, mas apanhei aquela, estou super contente.
Ok, queres-me falar da tua prancha?
Mandei fazer esta prancha especialmente para este campeonato. Costumo usar 5.05 no dia a dia, fiz esta uma 5 actos e com a org, este modelo deles que é Electrikfatbike. E estou a adorar, acho que não há nada melhor para estas condições.
Boa, vá, parabéns, Salvador.
Obrigado.
Bad beds. The only thing more frothy than a tube comp is a Grom tube comp. How good are the froth levels? Love the energy.
Looking back into the tube going, I can't believe I made it. Yeah, super happy. I'm so happy for him. Actually, I'm bummed for the other Groms. I want to see all Groms win. They shouldn't compete.
I think surfing was the real winner, mate, today. I think we can all agree on that much.
For sure.
But what a fun event. And we're getting close to wrapping it all up. We are going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's final time in Portugal. Perfect Chapter about to conclude the final of the Perfect Chapter 2022, powered by Billabong, coming at you right after the break.
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Welcome back to live action from Carcavelos. Perfect Chapter 2022 reaches a thrilling conclusion. And we've been watching this swell build all day and filling here. This wind has been grooming it a little bit cross-shore. Still plenty of offshore energy in it. There's still plenty of tubes out there. Let's set the scene out in the water. We're going to watch Aritsaramburu, former winner Pedro Booman, local boy Corey Lopez, and Kieran Jabor. And there's a little bit of something for everyone in that 4-pack right there.
There is. It's the goofies against the regulars. There are lefts and rights. I think we're going to see a lot of action. What do you reckon?
So
here we go.
Plenty of time on the clock. 45 minutes for the final. Straight down to Biz. That looked like, was that a Ritz?
It's goofy.
Okay, definitely not unless he was surfing switch.
Yeah.
Just struggling a little bit right now with the glare from our position here.
I think it looked like Booman. I'm not sure.
So the opening ride of the final gets us underway. Corey Lopez. Let's get another look here. Yep, you're right, mate. It's definitely a goofy foot. I'm with you there, 100%. Okay, so this is Corey Lopez. So that's Pedro Booman on the left-hander. And
quick in and
so
out.
our two goofies getting our southpaws, getting in the action amongst early on. No massive damage done. What a great way to start things off with 45 minutes, plenty of time on the clock, a little bit more opportunity. Two best waves, of course. Aramburu coming in with all the heat and the form. Got that wave of the day, pretty much locked in with the 9.5. Of course, anyone of these four can improve on that in the final, but so far he's looked good value for that. Got a couple of scores in the top 5 as well, actually. Other excellent waves as well. It's on his road to the final. He's been impressive.
He has. You're not a betting man, are you? No.
Yeah. Sometimes. Depends what we're betting on.
The winner of this contest.
What have I got? What's at stake?
I
got my orange. I got my orange. I haven't eaten. Can I bet that?
Yeah. Orange against the apple.
I like the look of it. It's I mean, it's not a wild call, is it? Saying that he's kind of surfed the best scores so far. Tell you what though, I also like the look at Kieran Jabor a lot as well. I think he's been sort of quiet and deadly. The silent assassin. He's gone through the rounds looking super sharp. But I mean, it's anyone's really. They've all shown the talent in order to do it. There's no real, as we've been saying, there's no real kind of pressure or any of that kind of head noise from terms of like, where's my season going? What am I doing in my life? None of that. They're just kind of trying to go out and get barreled. Unlike you and me, mate, they're just here having an existential crisis live on air for everyone to listen to.
You nailed it on the head. Yeah. So I would say I'd go with that Eats too.
Okay, you're going with that Eats?
Yeah, going with that Eats.
I'll go with Jabor in that case, just to mix it up.
However, Corey Lopez can be deadly.
Yeah, he's in terms of like economy of effort, he's been impressive throughout the day. It's like there's not many ways he hasn't ridden. He hasn't ridden like many ways that haven't been a score as well. Do you know what I mean? He's managed to get his scores without sort of catching heaps of waves. So I reckon he's got a really good read on the kind of waves that he wants.
Yeah.
And obviously he surfed here less than pretty much everyone else in the field. Yes, he did surf here last time actually in this event before, but compared to Kieran, who of course lives in Portugal, or it's been coming here for 20 odd years, and of course Booman, who is very much a local hero from this part of the world. Corey Lopez doesn't seem to be having any sort of second guessing at all in the sort of waves that he wants. And watch the way he's put his heats together and his scores very much dialed in. Looks very relaxed and happy. Let's see how he goes. A little bit of that kind of cross-shore energy. You can see that just kind of ruffling things there. So the wind has backed a little bit. Slightly more around to the west. Here we go. What do we got? Live action here. This looks like in the tube on a nice little section to open up. Kieran Jabor in the black singlet. Just bear with us. We're struggling. Yeah, we're just struggling a little bit with colours here on our monitors. So, does that look like Kieran? Here he is, parking it. Get behind the curtain.
Yep. Wasn't much of a cover up. I don't think it would be the highest wave score of the so far.
No, the super deep tube. It just gets something on the board. And how often have we seen surfers not only in this event, but other ones, particularly at beach breaks, get a score while they're kind of making their way back out from a previous ride. Sometimes you just need to sort of break free of that sort of inertia when you can get a little bit anchored in position. He'll make his way back out. Just a small score drops in. He'll get a 4 for it, though. At the moment, it'll put him in the lead. I dare say he won't be keeping that by the end of this thing. Still plenty of time to go. So just under that 39-minute mark now. What's Boonman? Do you reckon Boonman will be feeling much pressure? He's the local hopeful. The Portuguese crowd want him. Big cheering squad for him when he made it out of his semi. How do you think he'll be dealing with that pressure? If there is any.
I think there's no pressure.
Okay.
I mean, probably on himself, but you know what I mean? But not like, I don't think he's got much to... Yeah.
Everything to gain, nothing to lose?
Pretty much. I think he's just stoked to be out with all those legends. That was, I think that was Pedro Boonman there.
Boonman finishing up on the inside, trying to put himself deep on the backhand, going the classic pig dog, grabbing that rail, sticking the arm in the face. A little bit of bum too, just dragging that in the face. Doesn't get the clean as the tube rides. Again, won't do major scoreboard damage. Still be Kieran Jabor with the best of things so far. Let's get caught up here. This is some more action. This is Eric Saramburu.
Yep. Quick in and out.
Boonman always kind of looking for that barrel section to come. By the time it did, just
hard
caught
to slow down, yeah.
Slightly off balance. And went through up a huge number for that. How are you liking the judging? It's gone so down so far today. Come on, mate. This is Lopez putting it nice and deep. Getting some tube time is Corey.
Tell you what, you go first. You go first on the.
Oh, mate, they nailed it. Yeah. I'm a company man. Yeah. No, I reckon they've done all right. I think. I don't know. What do you reckon? Are you going to just pop something nice into the suggestions box? You're going to pop something down on a note, fold it in half, and just pop that in the suggestions box, are you?
I think that grommet heat could have gone both ways.
Okay.
To be quite honest, I'm super happy for. I'm over the moon for the Grom, but yeah, I think there was a score that didn't come out there. Don't know. I'm not a judge, so. But yeah, overall, I think that the scores have been pretty much on point.
It is a tough job for them because they've actually been out in Lisbon for 3 days. They haven't slept, so they've been on it, you know. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, very much professional, using all the angles, just drinking tap water from their refillable bottles, and very much staying focused.
They do have the glare to deal with, and that can be very. I mean, it's hard for us. Can you imagine for them? Luckily, there haven't been many split peaks. That's always a hard one. Haven't seen any interference calls, have you? No.
Not yet, mate. There's plenty of time left to go in the final. 35 to go. Saw some crucial interferences go down over on the North Shore to kick off Wazzle season on the Championship Tour. Looking at numbers. Looking for stuff to drop in. No real big things to talk about thus far. Still waiting for scores, are we?
Still waiting for scores, I think.
Okay, Jabor with the best of it so far. We're picking up Lopez on screen. Oh, we're waiting for Locoy's last wave, aren't we?
Yeah.
He's just got a 1 on the board, and we just saw him ride a tube. It's probably going to be the best number. Hard to really tell from our angle how deep he was, but he looked like he was nicely tucked behind the curtain. Corey Lopez, he's looked great all day. As we see our jet ski out there, just kind of threatening free surfers. Get out of it. There we go. There's Lopez, just dragging the hand, getting under the ceiling, and that thing gave him a couple of nice sections, didn't it?
Mm.
Jet ski driver just cruising up. It's free surface. I know where you live. No, it's all very cordial out there, and it's super cool of the locals, of course, to give up their spot for the day and put on this competition. Just, a unique thing about surfing. And it's awesome to be here and share waves with this surf community, one of the kind of historic surf communities in Portugal and across Europe. It's super cool to be part of that with Perfect Chapter. We've been up and down the coast of Portugal at various places, Peniche and Nazaré in the past. Carcavelos feels like a pretty natural fit for Perfect Chapter.
Well, the organizer is local, so I think the idea was always to have it at this beach, because when it does come together, it is magic, and it is, the ending of a perfect chapter. Perfect wind, perfect swell, perfect waves, perfect barrels.
Lopez's number comes in. It's a decent mid-ranger. 5.25 for Corey for his left-hand tube. Puts him into first at the moment. There's the spread from the panel. Nice and even. 5.25 the number. And a pretty fair reflection from him. They left themselves some room in the range. We've seen deeper barrels, we've seen bigger ones. But that was pretty decent. And yeah, good enough for a mid-ranger.
Yep. Do you think these boys agree?
Yeah, Blanco and Bjerke just having a little debrief down there. Saw similar hairstyles in different colours, haven't they? Blanco obviously much darker in the hair. Bjerke's blonde and yeah, almost getting the little skullet action going, isn't he, on top there? Maybe on borrowed time, is Russ. How long are we giving him, mate? As a man who, well, I mean, I don't want to sort of say too much, but you got very short hair on top. How long are you giving Russ before he inevitably has to turn to the razor? 6 months?
Couple of years.
18 months at best?
Couple of years.
I mean, if I sound smug, it's because I am. I think mine's getting thicker. I'm talking about my waistline, of course, right? All right, where are we? Let's bring this back to serious business. Perfect Chapter, final out in the water. Corey Lopez here, having a good paddle. Backhand action from him. Goes to Pig Dog. Let's go. And he'll say, you know what? That's not my wave. That's not what I want.
I'm not even going to entertain the cutback, or we're here for the tubes. Tubes.
A little look there for Corey. Side's not going to do major damage. He'll probably improve marginally on his one, I reckon, by about half a point, something like that. Nudge up his score slightly. Jabor quiet, Bootman very quiet. Everyone being patient, waiting for opportunities. This is the final course, so all about finding the best ways.
Where's that Eats?
Prowling on the peak. Eritz will be looking to line up with some of that energy he's been carrying throughout the day out here. He's looked so tuned into it. Find himself the best waves. And when he gets them, that's only part of the job, of course, finding the waves. You've got to ride them well also.
I think his mojo's flowing. What do you think? I mean, thus far. I think he's been pretty much in tune with the ocean.
He's looked really, really good. Comfortable and relaxed. And as a winner of this event, before he knows what it's going to take, basically wait for the best waves, make sure you get barreled. It absolutely suits his surfing to the bone.
Oh yeah.
Such a good tuber. It's always been his kind of strong skill set, particularly known for the backhand tubes. Of course, he's good both ways. Here goes Jabor, having a little look. Gary Jabor will just pull through the back on that as it will run away from him. So no massive quality thus far in the final. We've lost just shy of 15 minutes of clock time on our G-Shock timer. It's probably time to give some solid shout-outs to our sponsors, because we do appreciate everyone that's made this event happen. Thanks, of course, to Billabong, powering this event.
Only a surfer knows the feeling.
All our sponsors have helped make this come together. Great to have them. It's an international event. Capitulo Perfeito, Tourism de Portugal, really coming on board. Of course, we had the trials, UVS, Carcavelos, Parede, in loving memory of Depin. They were held yesterday with the local club. Live action here. What do we got? A throaty one. We're watching a replay. It was a replay, of course. So I guess the clue in that would be the slow motion.
Slow motion.
I don't think waves break that slow. So main sponsor Billabong, thanks to them. Official sponsor Fidelidade, Electrikfatbike, Oitavos, Mayo, CMC, Cascais Tourism, UF Carcavelos, Parede. FPS, CRCQL, our media partners Fuel, RTP, Beachcam, Surftotal, Cidade, FM, and Waves. Pronunciation all right, mate?
Pronunciation was on point.
Nailing it. Yay. So massive thanks once again to our sponsors for helping make Perfect Chapter another great event, a fun event to be part of. Plenty left to come though. Under that half-hour mark, it's Corey Lopez at the moment in the lead. Got a paddle here. And nicely parked in a deep tube was Jabor, and that one will just collapse around him.
Corey Lopez.
Meanwhile, we'll pick out Corey Lopez. Backhand effort from him. You see him just coil, he was just waiting to tuck in. If that thing flared, he was ready to put that in and just drag himself into the deep tube. As he looks to be bringing it in. Let's have another look here, see what went down. Drags the arm. Doesn't really find major cover. And maybe a little reposition on the beach here. What do you think? It looked like he was coming in, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked like he was going to do a quick run around. Did you see his front foot? How far up it was? Up that board.
Gets that heel right on the rail of the board as well. So really on that heel side edge of the board and keep that in the wave on the backhand. You see really only the toes coming over the stringer. You get all of that foot on that side of the board. That allows the surfer to really just jam that rail in and just park it. You get that amazing control on the backhand in tubes. So we saw a paddle there. Was that a return burrow? Looked a bit like him.
Looked like him.
Unlike him to let an opportunity go.
Can he see? No, that's Adit's paddling now. I think that was Kieran Jabor.
There's Lopez having a jog up the beach. Wants to put himself further west. Further up. Basically upstream, up current. How do you like this repositioning move from Corey?
I think it's wise. I think he wants to get on that right-hander. That they moved it west. I don't know how west they've moved it. I can't really see from here. But yeah. I think he's trying to get on that right-hander where they were earlier. It's a smart move.
Looking for a fresh peak is Lopez. He's got the lead in this one. At the moment, not a massive lead though. So we'll pick up a paddle. I wonder where Boomin is. He's been awful quiet for a while now.
I think he was banking on those lefts. I think those right-handers took over. I think that peak is... Must be hard for the judges at the moment. The sun is low.
All right, so concerted arm movement in the form of paddling, just trying to claw upstream, up current, and now this wind really is kind of whipping across sideways. So certainly a time when you want to have early work done on the scoreboard, get those numbers up, because they will sort of tend to loom larger in those fives and those kind of mid-ranges. If you get them in the first couple of minutes towards the back end of the heat, they will kind of seem like much better scores if anyone is able to get close to that. You can see our surface dealing with a bit of water coming at them as well. There will still be gems out there, those proverbial diamonds in the rough. Who's going to find them? Will it be this man, Aaron Brewer? At the moment in fourth. He's not used to that today. He's been throwing out excellent numbers. He's been lighting cigars with excellent numbers and just tossing them away because he's absolutely been finding the best waves throughout each and every heat today. Well, he's got plenty of time to do that, but his work is yet ahead of him in this final. At the moment in fourth.
He is connected to these... he's connected to the ocean. He looks connected. He feels connected. You can see it in the surfing. Comes out. You were saying, is he originally from Mundaka?
He's from Zadouts, which is nearby.
Okay.
Yes, it's not far up the road for him.
Backhand bow riding.
Yeah, absolutely. Cut his teeth there. and then not averse
Been a
to
pleasure to watch.
a boot up the highway to Hossegorla Gravier either. So that's well within his range. They're both sort of about within an hour from where he lives. So he's been known to do both in the same day, even. Yep. Got plenty of energy in the tank as there is.
Amazing human.
As we'll wait for some sets to come into our competition area and offer up some legit tubes. Haven't really seen deep caverns so far in this. Corey Lopez is 5.25, the best of it. Here's a replay here. This looks like Anamburu.
Yeah.
Getting one to the face. It's a little clip round the ear from a Carcavelos lip. And it says cheeky. Maybe he's been a naughty boy.
Clip round the ear roll.
Mid-afternoon
heat
in Carcavelos. And this one yet to really light up for the final. It's not been a classic so far. Will we finish with a bang? We have extended our bracket out to 45 minutes for this very eventuality, just to allow a little bit more time. If things get slightly trickier now with that high tide and with that kind of cross-shore direction to the wind. Just coming a little bit in, blowing into it here. And it is kind of whipping up. You see that texture out the back in the line up there. And Buru will definitely be keeping his eyes on the prize here and looking for those nugs. Can he find something? Corey Lopez has redirected some ways up the beach with that little run around that he did. He's to the right of your shot, somewhere up there, looking for bombs. Meanwhile, Boomman has been very quiet. He's like someone doing his homework in a library and very much keeping chat to a minimum. Very quiet.
You think he's playing the waiting game? Don't know. I think here we go. Looks like some sets are rolling in.
Line standing up here. You can see almost like kind of smoke pouring off these waves out offshore, just whipping, well, cross-shore really whipping up. And then you also, the more beady-eyed among you would have noticed, as that line of whitewater made its way in, it got that little kind of hydraulic jump on the inside, also known as backwash. And that's because we're getting up towards that higher tide part. We've got a sort of flat mid part of the beach, so it kind of feels almost like a pool. And you've almost got that kind of wall, that steep berm at the top of the beach, just underneath where our spectators are. Fortunately, the wave is still basically in the same place it was at low tide, so the backwash not really affecting the wave that you're riding at the moment, but tide ever a factor in Europe, and no exception at Carcavelos.
I think that that was an influencing factor in starting this final when they did that tide. Is this Cidade?
Having a look here. Anamburu's not going to find himself on that particular wave. And we're going to lose a little more time off the clock. It's going to come down to basically a 20-odd minute final. Lopez still with the best of it. That 5. Jabor got a 4. Well, about 23 minutes ago or something like that. Feels an awful long time ago that we saw Kieran Jabor riding a wave in anger. And some energy heading in towards our bank here.
Corey? That was Billy Booman.
The Boon Man on a bomb. He waited for that one. He found a meaty one, but it just ran away without him. It didn't want him. Didn't let him in.
I thought I'd seen one of Corey's. Oh, wrong.
The Boon Man will have to continue to be patient out here.
I think stress levels are rising out there.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how abreast time they are, but they know they've been out there a little while. 25 minutes now, and if you've only got a 2 and a 1, you'd certainly be aware of that as a competitive surfer. looking to really add to that as soon as possible. Does feel like we've got a lot of ways shutting down now, though. And that little kind of triangle peaky thing that we had happening throughout the quarters of the semis, really.
I think that was
gone off the ball a little bit.
I think people would be coming more towards the inside.
Well, Lopez, you did see him catch a wave. The judges saw it too. They gave him a 5.25 for it, so he actually improved. Meanwhile, in live action, nicely done. There he is, connecting. Whoa, there's the classic Aritz layback turn. So Corey Lopez getting another 5 and turning the screw for first. And then just behind that, Aritz Anamburu could jump.
He could jump to first. What do you reckon?
Probably going to be still in second. Let's see.
He muscled his way out of that barrel.
Corey Lopez got a couple of 5s.
Beautiful.
So Corey's on a 10 something. If Aritz is carrying a 2 to get himself to a 10, he's going to need an 8 something. Not sure it will go quite there. Let's see what the judges think. But he's going to put himself in a strong position. Let's see where he is. He's certainly going to set himself up for a good remainder of the heat. And I'll just put a little extra pep in his step as well when his score comes through, because he'll know he's not really had the rub of the green in this so far, and this could crucially be turning the heat for him. Let's have a look here as we'll see. Paddle effort from, it looked like Jabor, was it? So Aritz gets a 4.5 into second place. He goes. They're now looking for just under a 6, a high 5 will get him into first. Jabor now drops down to third place, not a long way back. Booman still will have to be patient and wait for his opportunity.
I thought it would have been higher.
Yeah, mate, I registered your surprise. The score came through.
Minutes to go. Still anyone's game, really. Just gotta get that wave.
Interesting though. Think about Corey, the way he puts heats together. Got that redirect up the beach, ran up there, and he made it count. He ran up there, he waited, added to his score, improved on his high score, crucially. And just put that little bit of extra daylight. And you think of that total, think about some of the scores we've been seeing throughout the quarters, well, the latter part of the quarters and the semis, and you think, okay, that's not going to be enough. Do you know what? The context of this heat, a couple of 5s is pretty decent. It's all about getting first right now, though, and mimicking that reposition.
Yep.
Is that it's Anamburu, and you just see that nice sort of canter from him, calling that a canter.
Smart move.
Sort of somewhere in between a trot and a canter, I would say. Sort of equine terminology.
That's how far down he was. My goodness.
So that that sweep has brought our surfers way down the beach. Basically,
I think that is Aritz. Yeah.
That's him. Yeah, he's trotting up the beach right in front of where we're sitting and making his way, trying to get back up onto this bank. Meanwhile, outside, looks like Corey Lopez behind the curtain, comes out, does it well. So disappears there, had that difficulty factor to that tube. It was a little weird one with that wobble it had from that lip line being kind of buffeted by that kind of cross off. Let's get another look here, see how deep he gets.
Wow. Perfect.
Not massively behind the curtain, but still a technical wave to ride. Does it well. Crucially, make sure he gets a completion. Judges will think about whether that's better than a flat 5, which is his low score if it is. He'll improve on his lead.
Do you think waves look smaller on screen? So I was looking at that wave live. Now I watched it on screen and it seems smaller.
I reckon they always look smaller when you're commentating them. Sometimes when you watch them back again afterwards, they seem to get more impressive.
Okay.
I'll say that much.
Wouldn't want to be a judge today.
So we're waiting on a number for Lopez. We're waiting on a wave for Pedro Booman. Has been so quiet. It's taken that pretty solid left that wouldn't let him around the section. He had to straighten out since then. Haven't really seen much of that white singlet from the Portuguesa. Where is he? Kieran Jabor as well with work to do. Dropped to 4 early on. Since then, he's not had much to talk about. Can Corey Lopez hang on, or it's Aaron Buru? Can he join the party? Find out as we'll wrap up the final of Perfect Chapter right after the break.
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
Welcome back to live action. You're watching the final of Perfect Chapter 2022. Carcavelos plays host to Tube Pigs from around the world, looking to get tunnel vision, looking to get scores from our panel of judges. So far, doing the best of that in this, the veteran out of Florida, Corey Lopez. Plenty of championship tour pedigree, plenty of pedigree from waves of consequence around the world. Corey at the moment doing well out here. Leading this one, not with huge numbers on the board, crucially in that first position right behind him. And it's Aaron Buru, another former CT surfer, a former winner of this event 4 years ago up in Nazaré. In third place, Kieran Jabor. Fourth place, it's Pedro Boonman.
Local boy.
You're looking at your leader right now.
See how this works out. 12 minutes remaining. The ocean seems to have dropped a tad, and the tide hasn't been that cooperative. Maybe we'll see some good barrels towards the end of this heat. Fingers crossed. Here we go.
Well, 12 to go in this, not a lot of time left. Time ticking away quick. Pick up Corey Lopez. Putting himself into one. And again, he's not super deep on that one. Does get a little coverage. Not sure he'll add to his score. He didn't on his previous, it didn't count for him. Not sure that one will either. Let's get another look here, Kieran.
Very technical. Look at that hand drag. Managed to slow right down and then come out just in the nick of time. I hear whistling. I think we're going to see big things on a replay here. I think
well, it looks like we just saw on that replay, was that a wave of Corey Lopez that we hadn't seen? So
no, it was same one, I guess.
Ah, okay,
yeah.
Right on, just a different angle.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks fired up anyway, it looks pretty happy.
But I think we missed something. There was some whistles down the beach west, so we might have a replay of what happened.
So a throwaway comes in for Corey, just gets the 3 for that last wave, doesn't go in his top 2, won't count. Let's see where our judges go when we get all caught up with scores. And on the G-Shock timer, 10.5 to go, squeaky bum time in the final of the Capitulo Perfeito is nearly upon us. Getting into the last quarter of this final, still plenty of time, and it's wide open as well. Corey Lopez with the lead, but just a couple of 5s. He's always vulnerable with that score.
I think people are scratching out there, are they?
Corey making his way upwind into the chop. Might put a couple of tacks into that paddle as he tries to make his way up the beach towards the right, put himself in a strong position. That wind really whipping across here now. He find himself some clean water, find himself a nice position on the bank. He can build on that total that he's done well.
He's put himself in the best spot for the tide. See.
Let's see. Seems like a set rolling through.
All right, well, we got a change on the scoreboard. We heard whistles up the beach. There's a reason for that. The man in red, the Basque, Erik Aramburu, goes up into that good, close to the excellent range of 7.5 for a draining right-hander for Aramburu. And we saw him run up the beach. He made it count, crucially. Got on that right-hander you were talking about there, Kieran. Got himself a really good number. And I tell you what, that 2-point plus difference between him and Corey's best wave, that's a massive 2 points right now. Aramburu now leading the perfect chapter final with under 9 minutes to go. He's had this feeling before of taking out this event, and crucially now he'll move into the lead. Let's start to think about his backup of 4.5 and how he'll start to get to work on that. He knows all about how to put the heat together, looking for a total of 2 ways, but so does Corey Lopez.
That's what I was looking at the board thinking, there's not much to go to first.
At the moment, it's those two really. It feels like it's going to be between them. There's a spread from the panel. One judge goes excellent, one goes, nah, that's a 7. A couple goes 7.5, and the average comes in at 7.5. It's a good number for a Ritz. You think the context of that heat, that's a big 7.5 because this has not had a lot of quality in it.
He must have loved to see replay.
Using that reposition up the beach very wisely is a Ritz, and getting a score with it, making it count. Even the way he saw that little extra energy and those stocky little legs of his is running up the beach, just a little bit more in it, wasn't it, from him? He just
tell you what,
puts in that little extra effort.
Is this Corey Lopez in front of us?
Looks like Corey is sitting slightly to the left as we look out to see from everybody else, so just slightly on his own. It's not traditionally been the part where the best scores are coming though, and he is kind of slightly sluggishly making his way. Meanwhile, live action, Aramburu on the backhand, having a little look around, and he might run around again here because he's not looking to do little maneuvers on the inside. This will be a reposition. And I tell you what, with 7 minutes to go, I just love his relish for this. He's like, you know what, plenty of time to do a run around here. I'd like to see how much pace he's got on him. This is his 4th serve today from Moritz. Let's see whether we still get a canter or more of a trot. I'd like to see a bit of sprinting.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be sprint.
Erik Aramburu, there he is. Sort of nice loping stride from him. And he'll just be breathing. And he'll make his way around and think, you know what, I've got enough time here to get myself back on that right-hander where I just got myself a 5 and get another one of them because I ain't paddling against that rip. Corey Lopez is trying to do exactly that, pretty much straight out. There are some lefts as well. That's Corey right there we're looking at. So he's actually headed back the other way now. He's been paddling up the beach to your right, and now he said, I found myself a left here. Live action. Here goes Lopez looking for a number. Good looking wave. Tries to stall originally on the wave, and then it just won't barrel in front of him. And he wanted to get in straight away. Realized it wasn't barreling. Got a pump in, and once again the wave just kind of wobbling a bit. So those lefts are being ruffled by that wind, and I think it's really affecting the scoring potential. There's not a lot of left tubes. Meanwhile, what do we got here? As we're watching a replay, well, that's just another angle of that last wave. We'll pick him up from just slightly further down the beach, and you'll see that little extra wobble. It does have that high tide feel to it now. Anyone who's used to surfing a kind of European beach break will know that sort of high tide feel when you get a little bit of a wobble from the takeoff rather than being able to drop straight down the wave. You just have to wait a little bit while it kind of sorts itself out, so to speak. And it's Aramburu back on the peak. Can he turn the screw? Your heat leader just over 5 and 20 remaining in this. Lopez on the inside, he'll be in the rip too. So by the time he gets out the back, it will drag him down to the left of your shot there.
They're telling free surfers to move. These boys.
Wow.
See that rip.
This final really has been lit up by that 7.5 from Erik Aramburu. It was kind of a slow one. In a little bit bereft of major quality. Erik has just kind of turned it up a notch with that right. I'll tell you what, be looking for another one now. Left the bit between the teeth. And he'll think he's got a good idea of where the best scoring potential is. And that is just to that bank to the right of your shot there. Coming into shot from the right on that right-hander. And that's where just with the way that bank is and the way the kind of rips coming down, it's just kind of cleaning up those chops a little bit, just providing that clean face. And you can actually get behind a section there. That's what a Ritz did for the 7.5. And tell you what, he won't mind either. It's just the clock ticking down, closeouts coming through, nothing really happening in terms of scoring. He won't mind that one bit because he's in first place.
True.
4 minutes to go, 4 to go.
Here we have him in our shot.
It's your heat leader,
Positioning
Aaron
himself.
working those arms. Corey Lopez is that second place position, and he is trying to make his way back up towards that right. It's hard to do it by paddling.
You've got wind and current against you.
Yeah, the run around is the preferable option if you've got enough time to get around, if you're so inclined, unless of course it still could be hunting those lefts as well. Thinking he might be in position to get a wave similar to the one he just rode. We'll pick up.
That seems like the plan.
Paddle from him as he's basically just kind of holding position there, so not really struggling particularly hard to get his way up the beach there. He'll just wait patiently, hope something comes through for him. Down to 3 minutes though. Eats up a little bit more time. Boonman, where are you? Kieran Jabor. Haven't seen anything from those two.
Quiet.
Saw Jabor was just doing his little run around, doing a few high fives as well, so, you know, he's enjoying himself. He's in a final, but nevertheless, he's very much having fun, getting tubed, putting on a bit of a show for the crowd. Always cool to see that. 2.5 to go in this one. Let's pick up your heat leader, Aaron Buru, at 7. His high score, 7.5 to be precise. So consistent with those scores.
Backup isn't too... not that high.
Yeah,
Backup.
he's vulnerable with that, Corey.
Yeah.
He can get himself a 6.25. It'd be enough to get him in the lead. As we'll go down towards 2.5 minutes. It's not a big requirement at all for Corey Lopez. We'll need a wave to do that though, and those lefts have been a little awkward. The ones he's caught, not been classics. That bump is really affecting things. Looks
2
like we've got a
minutes.
little belt of energy. This could be one of our last major sets of the final, making its way in. You see it just kind of coming out of that wind belt outside and then get into what looks like a little bit more offshore energy to wrap things up. The final part of this final heat. Perfect Chapter 2022, presented by Billabong in Carcavelos, Portugal. Under 90 seconds around Buru the Basque. From Zaralt's former champion here. At the moment, he's got one hand on that very cool looking trophy made out of kind of stuff that's been gathered from the beach. It's a driftwood and that kind of good stuff. He's got an impressive trophy cabinet. He could be adding to it here, Kieran.
He could. Did we pick out winners? No, we didn't. We didn't get to.
I think you had a Ritz.
Did I?
Yep. I like Kieran Jabor.
I think Nicarici was on. Yep. I think.
Final 50 seconds now. It's crucial. Next wave,
on, boys,
will be really,
crucial.
Really important. Jabor and Boonman have been so quiet.
Corey Lopez is in position for a closeout.
And we're watching vision there of Lopez. He'll probably bring that one in. He went for a right hand. He had to do something. He's done all the right things, really. No mistakes to speak of. Waves not cooperated with him particularly. He had a couple of lefts that could have offered a section in front of him, and they just didn't really.
I think he surfed an impressive contest.
It's been really good all day long. Very impressive at all. So no signs at all of kind of slowing down. He's been nailing this kind of tactically. The waves, been surfing the waves themselves. And it's Aaron Buru is going to take this one out. What a cool moment for that man there. And you got to say,
stoked for him.
The scores he's been putting up all day. Got the 9.5, could easily have been a 10. He's had 8s as well.
I agree with you.
He's got a 7.5 in this final, which you could probably add a 1.5 on that, just the way the waves and how much scoring potential there was out there. And he's been really good value. parabéns, Aritz Aramburu Zoroniak. Big congratulations to that man right there. He is your champion of the Perfect Chapter 2022, Aritz Aramburu.
Wow. Great. Impressive surfing all day long. That man there on your screen.
Lopez back
And
on the
this man.
beach already. And this is Aritz, and this will be a nice moment for him. Always good to take out a win, always good to do it in basically a tube riding
Switch.
contest. A little bit of switch dance, the switch floater from Aritz. Always having fun. Great positive energy. One of the most positive characters you'll find in the world of surfing or in anything else. And a big favourite across the shores of Europe. Getting some nice high fives from the Grom squad on the inside. He's your champion. Perfect Chapter 2022, Aritz Aramburu. And he's dominated the scoreboard throughout the day. Crucially, he got the biggest numbers in the final. That's
Impressive
7.5. Big note for him. And there he is. He's our champion.
Quad swallowtail. Nicorichu. Aritz got a quad swallow. That's an unusual setup. Swallow, quad. Wow.
Beautiful moment for Aritz. So he'll get chaired up the beach, as is a tradition. And he will get chaired up the famous sands of Carcavelos as another edition of Perfect Chapter goes in the books.
Wow.
Absolutely stoked for that man
Super
there.
happy for him.
Another win at this event from him. Just showing his class and his pedigree and how good he is in the barrel. It wasn't the size of waves we come to expect down the years from this. We didn't have like 8-footers or anything like that. Nevertheless, we had some great waves throughout the day, and the man who made the most of them was the man who ultimately prevails here. Got himself out of a tricky final by basically a run up the beach, put him in position, got himself that 7.5. What a performance from Aritz.
Got to give it up for his stamina. Man surfed from 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. Smart heats. Wow, impressive surfing. Like Nicorichu said previously in the day, he put on a clinic. Aritz Aramburu put on a clinic. I think all the Groms down in the sand were watching it throughout the day.
What a way to bring it home. Fine style in the finals. Up against the ropes a little bit at one point with well over half the heat gone. He was in 4th place. Got himself to 2nd, and from there he went, well, there's only one way I can improve this. Got a wave, came up the beach, ran with a good bit of purpose to his run too. Repositioned, went up to the right as we look out to sea. Put himself on that right-hander, nailed a score. Judges went 7.5. Great stuff from him as he takes his plaudits and his congratulations. Well done, that man, Aritz Aramburu, a multiple champion at Perfect Chapter 2018. He won at big, glassy, beautiful Nazaré. Not the guys we're used to seeing that wave. And he looked very much at home in those barrels down there. Here at Carcavelos, he has found himself in deep tubes. He's surfed them well. He's made very few mistakes. Brilliant wave selection. Got a natural touch for the barrel. And that one left, really, you got to say, that 9.5 could easily have been a 10. He disappeared. I even called it. Well, he's not making that. And guess what? There he comes. Made it. Give him a big number. Give him a winner's check. Get that man on the podium. Aritz Aramburu, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll see if we can get a word with him shortly. Have a word in his shell, find out how he's feeling, but I reckon he'll be pretty stoked because, well, winning is a feeling that professional surfers do love. And particularly when you've been doing it for a while and you've been doing a lot of travelling and putting in the hours and sacrifice and all that sort of thing. It's basically here still to have fun and be part of events like this, because it does have that kind of fun feel to this one. It isn't one of those kind of super serious events where we've got points and ratings and kind of careers at stake as such. It's all about just getting as barreled as you can and having as much fun as you can. He's done exactly that today. Aritz Aramburu. Good value for his 2nd Perfect Chapter title.
Very impressive.
I'd like to get a mic in front of this man and have a word with him. So that's going to wrap things up. That perfect chapter. That is the view of Carcavelos Beach, the iconic fort. And we are waiting to hear from Maritz Aramburu as we just drink in these afternoon scenes. Beautiful sunny afternoon in Portugal. It's been a really fun one to call. Let's go and hear from Maritz.
Sí, la final estaba complicado, pero bueno, había que buscar el tubo, era la misión y bueno, me encontré ahí.
E este evento, o que é que sentiste do ambiente, da praia, do clima, do pessoal todo?
No tengo palabras para Portugal, siempre que vengo aquí es como en mi segunda casa. Todo el mundo me trata con los brazos abiertos y la verdad es que me encanta estar aquí y hoy, bueno, hemos conseguido la victoria y sí, muy feliz, la verdad.
Esta é a tua segunda vitória aqui. Bisaste. O Nicolau também tem duas, é a tua segunda vitória.
Sí.
Vais voltar para uma terceira?
Sí, siempre tendré ganas para volver, pero sí, quería felicitar a toda la organización, a Rui, a todo su equipo por hacer eventos así. La verdad es que a mí me encanta competir toda mi vida, pero también me encantan los tubos. Hay competiciones que no hay tubos que a veces quedas un poco frustrado, ¿no? Pero estas condiciones al final son las que gustan y puedo seguir soñando y cumpliendo más objetivos y nada, feliz. Gracias por...
Parabéns, Aritz. Parabéns mais uma vez.
Great stuff from Maritz Aramburu. Stoked for him. And like a second home to him, being down in Portugal, a home from home, all the time he's put in down here. Got great friends in this part of the world. Loves the waves, of course. And he showed that today. Good value for the win. So let's just remind ourselves how that final went down. And bring the story of the final. And, well, Kieran, not a classic in terms of the waves compared to today. Just went off the ball a little bit out there, but crucially, Eric's able to make the most of it. That's Kieran Jabor early on, getting himself a 4.
Corey Lopez.
Woo! The Oitavos heat recap, just reminding ourselves of what went down. Lopez looking for cover. Just had quite a few waves that didn't particularly barrel as he wanted them to. Meanwhile, Aramburu, well, he's always having fun, and never more so than when he's in the tube.
That was the... Yeah, that was that one.
Got a 4 for that, and that put him in a position. He kind of built a platform with that score. Got him into second place. And from there, he was able to come in off that wave, get up the beach, nail a 7.5. And the result at the end of all that, he's sitting on his mate's shoulders. His feet don't touch the sand as he makes it up into our contest area. And massive congratulations to your perfect chapter champion 2022, Maritz Aramburu. Well, that's the scene here at Carcavelos as we're all wrapped up from a great day of competition. It's been really enjoyable to call it.
Amazing.
Alongside me, Paul Evans at the studio. It's been Nick Oricchio. It's been really fun having him. Kieran Grant as well with our local knowledge and some cool little insights on this wave and what makes it tick.
Thank you, Paul.
It's been a really fun day, mate. When are we coming back? Next week?
Next week.
Bring it on.
Next year, I hope. I hope next year we're back. Carcavelos turns on.
Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed the show today, enjoyed the surfing. Of course, perfect chapter is only really made possible with participation from fans as well. So do look out in our next editions of the events. We do have that voting format online where you can pick your best surfers. You know, we have options up there and you can cast your vote. So stay involved with that. It's been really exciting as well to see, well, the youth, the next generation do their thing.
Youth and youth.
The youth. And I think that's pretty much us done for the day. It's a beer o'clock. Feels a lot like beer o'clock. Well, it's time to say...
Get hydrated. H2O time.
It's time to say até breve.
Até breve.
Até breve. See you soon.
Say gedge.
Gedge?
Yay.
It's easy, isn't it?
It's a hard one.
Muito fácil.
Portuguese is a hard language.
Thanks for tuning in. It's time for us to say bye. We appreciate having you online. We've loved the surfing. We're going to go and get a refreshing cold drink, and we'll see you next time. Ow!
Peace. Stay free.
Doesn't feel like I belong. Trying to keep it alive on this hungry side for a better confirmation. Yeah, I'm heading for the station. I can feel love is real. Now you try. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel no more lies. A simple dream of you and all my friends by my side told me that I should find some love. I've been walking around trying to catch you with my eyes, with no one in the heart, but I guess it's a start. An easy conversation. Get a bit of your attention. I can feel love is real. Now you try. If you're willing to just come along with me, we can feel no more lies. A simple dream of you and I. A simple dream of you and
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De Oitavos, Embracing Nature.
O programa Multicare Vitality, ao caminhar, já está a ganhar. É simples. Tem um seguro de saúde Multicare, instala a app e pratica exercício físico. No final, o seu esforço poderá ser convertido em bónus no seu seguro, descontos em parceiros e na compra de um smartwatch. Aceita o desafio de ter uma vida mais saudável?
Chegou o 5G do Mel à máxima velocidade, de norte a sul, do interior ao litoral e ilhas. Sente que é real. Mel 5G. Humaniza-te.
Ok, sim, estou a falar. 1, 2, som. 1, 2, 1, 2. Alô, 1, 2, som. Alô, escuto. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, som. 1, 2, som. 1, 2, som. 1, 2, som. Tá, até já.
outra vez, unmute, ok? Se por acaso quiseres dizer alguma coisa e não quiseres que... Quando quiseres falar outra vez, unmute, ok?
Chama os surfistas aqui ao palco. Teste, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. É lá. Bem, antes de mais, boa tarde a todos. Eu começo por chamar os surfistas que estão aqui envolvidos com esta 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito e que chegaram também aqui às fases finais da competição. Sempre. Uma vez mais, atenção, os nossos surfistas, por favor, venham até junto de nós. Queremos iniciar então esta cerimónia final. Temos aqui alguns troféus bem interessantes, muito engraçados. Já vou falar sobre eles, são os troféus paralelos também. Temos o troféu da competição, do vencedor, portanto, desta 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong. E depois temos alguns subtroféus ou troféus paralelos de outras categorias. Eu, se calhar, começo então por agradecer aos locais aqui da Praia de Carcavelos, também ao nosso público. Muito obrigado pela vossa presença. Fizeram ali uma moldura muito interessante. Nestes tempos de pandemia, voltarmos a estar juntos, eu penso que é sempre um bom sinal. E ainda bem que a situação está melhor e também que as medidas já estão a ser atenuadas e já estão também a aliviar. Bem, dito isto, eu se calhar começo por agradecer aos nossos patrocinadores e parceiros, porque são eles que tornam possível precisamente esta competição. Temos alguns parceiros, nomeadamente na área institucional, a Câmara Municipal de Cascais, a União de Freguesias, Carcavelos e Parede e também a Associação de Turismo de Cascais. Patrocinador principal da competição, eu penso que está aí a algures, é a Billabong. Portanto, dizia eu, main sponsor, a Billabong. Patrocinadores oficiais, Oitavos, Fidelidade, Mel e ainda EFB. O relógio oficial da competição, G-Shock. Muito obrigado também à G-Shock, então, por marcar presença neste evento. Bem, outros parceiros, também eles importantes, a Go Chill, 58 Surf, Quinta Alta, Bessushi, Skyness e ainda Eden Bay Resort. Parceiros na área de mídia, na área de comunicação. Peço desculpa, mas este evento não está a ajudar. Bem, temos a RTP, a Fuel TV, a Cidade FM, Mel Beachcam, Waves, Surftotal e depois contamos também com o apoio de um clube local que é precisamente o Lombos Praia, é o Quinta dos Lombos Clube. Dito isto, se calhar vou avançar, já temos aqui alguns competidores, portanto vou avançar aqui com os prémios especiais nesta que foi a 8ª, ainda está a ser, a 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito Powered by Billabong. Os nossos atletas, se quiserem, podem aguardar aqui junto às escadas. Exatamente. Eu começo então por entregar o prémio G-Shock Wipeout. Portanto, é um prémio que está relacionado com a maior queda. com a queda mais impressionante aqui durante o campeonato. É um prémio que tem um cheque atribuído no valor de 500 euros, que vai ser entregue por Hugo Silva, diretor de marketing da Cássio Portugal. E o grande vencedor desta categoria do prémio G-Shock Wipeout é Clay Marzo, do Havaí. Attention. Well, Clay Marzo, we need you here. Clay Marzo, please. Clay Marzo, we need you here. Clay Marzo is the winner of the G-Shock Wipeout Award. Here it is. Este free surfer, oriundo da ilha de Maui, a marcar presença então aqui na 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito. Thank you, Marzo. Podem aplaudir. O Clay Marzo tem aqui um detalhe impressionante. Ele veio para Portugal, foi convidado, veio para Portugal, não trouxe fatos, a Billabong ainda lhe deu um fato, mas como puderam observar, ele usou o fato uma vez, depois o fato estava molhado, ele não está habituado, preferiu entrar 2 vezes seguidas sem fato. Com este ventinho, parecem facas a cortar, mas ele aguentou. Não conseguiu, foi chegar à final. Bem, mas fica para outra edição. Vamos continuar. Prémio Go Chill, Best Score, é um cheque no valor de 500 euros. Vai ser entregue pelo diretor da Delta Cafés, José Sequeira. E o vencedor, imaginem só, Aritz Aramburu. Prémio melhor score. É o prémio para melhor score. Parabéns, Aritz. Parabéns, Aritz. Malta, temos que ser mais efusivos nessa salva, nesse aplauso. Tem que ser com mais potência. Prémio 58 Surf Best Tube. Cheque no valor de 2.500 euros. Uau! A ser entregue pelo representante da Billabong, Senhor Doutor Bruno Lisboa. E agora, não sei se conseguem adivinhar quem é que será o vencedor para este prémio. Pode subir, Bruno, se faz favor. O grande vencedor, então, do 58 Surf Best Tube é Aritz Aramburu. Uau! Agora sim, obrigado. Eu quase que arrisco dizer, Aritz, o jantar hoje fica por tua conta. Já vão 2. Força. E convém dizer também que o Aritz já venceu uma edição passada aqui do Capítulo Perfeito. Portanto, ele conhece bem as nuances desta competição. Vamos avançar. Peço desculpa aqui pela logística, mas não está fácil. Bem, é um prémio especial. Foi instaurado o ano passado, este ano voltou a ter lugar. Prémio New Generation Powered by Eden Bay Resort. Este prémio vai premiar o melhor Young Gun, portanto o surfista mais jovem na competição. Foi um hito especial dedicado a eles, só tivemos 3 participantes. O Matias Canhotos, infelizmente, está em isolamento, mas tem mais anos pela frente para marcar a presença. Bem, então, Carcavelos e este evento proporcionam a estes surfistas uma estadia dupla durante 10 dias neste resort que fica nas Mentawai. O nome, eu volto a repetir, Eden Bay Resort. O prémio vai ser entregue por Alexandre Ribas. Pode subir, Alexandre. Muito obrigado. O vencedor deste troféu também vai receber um cheque viagem de 500 euros que vai ser entregue por Francisco Santos, diretor-geral da Skynet Travel, assim é que é. Eu chamo também então aqui o Francisco Santos da Skyness Travel. Portanto, temos a estadia oferecida durante 10 dias e depois temos aqui um apoio de 500 euros para ajudar na viagem. O grande vencedor, atenção, grande vencedor deste troféu, Salvador Vala! O homem atirou-se aqui para umas valas de Carcavelos. Francisco Santos, atenção, se não temos o Francisco Santos, eu chamo aqui ao palco Rui Costa. Olha, parabéns, Salvador. Salvador Vala, como disse ali o meu colega o Bruno durante a competição, atirou-se ali para umas valas. E valeu, leva aqui dois cheques interessantes. Força! Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Salvador, e parabéns. Eu reforço que a estadia é dupla. Quem é que irá com o Salvador? Bem, avançando. O prémio seguinte é o prémio Best Portuguese Powered by Multicar Vitality. Visa premiar, ou melhor, irá premiar o melhor português com um cheque de 1000 euros. Vai ser entregue pelo Marketing Manager da Fidelidade, Dr. José Vila Freitas. Entretanto, eu aproveito. Multicare Vitality. E não foi o que eu disse. Não foi assim mesmo. Multicare Vitality. Dr. José Vila Freitas vai entregar o cheque, então, a este rapaz que se chama Pedro Buman, surfista local. Um bocadinho mais para aqui, se faz favor. Pedro Buman, surfista, free surfer local, a mostrar aqui que também tem um apetite voraz por tubos. Parabéns, Pedro. Muito obrigado, Dr. José. Vamos continuar este prémio. Este prémio agora que se segue é muito especial. É o prémio Ricardo dos Santos Atitude. Atenção. Vai ser entregue por José Chaves, representante da família Lima, o nosso primeiro embaixador, que sempre teve atitude dentro de água, com as ondas e também com as pessoas. E este troféu, este prémio Ricardo dos Santos Atitudes, é uma homenagem precisamente a Ricardo dos Santos, surfista brasileiro que já não está entre nós, mas que marcou a sua curta carreira pela atitude em dias como a que este evento tenta promover. Antes de mais, uma salva de palmas, pelo menos, para o Ricardo dos Santos, que já não está entre nós. E o vencedor, and the winner is, tchan tchan, Russell Burke from Australia. Eu aproveito também para chamar o Rui Costa aqui ao palanque, porque... Obrigado, Rui. Do not leave, Russell, do not leave. First of all, thank you for coming to Portugal and to Cascais and to Carcavelos Beach. What do you want to say to this lovely audience?
Thank you so much, everyone, for having me here in Portugal and turning up. And it's just amazing to see how much surfing is supported here by the whole community. And yeah, it's been such a great day, so fun. I'm honoured about this. This is amazing.
Sick, thank you for coming and congratulations. Agradeço aqui a presença também do José Chaves. Eu agora, pode seguir se quiser, eu agora vou aproveitar aqui o Rui Costa, que é o mentor, um dos grandes mentores, foi ele que idealizou então este capítulo perfeito. Rui, fala-me um bocadinho deste evento e também deste troféu que tem um sentido muito especial para ti.
Acho que o evento... Acho que o evento foi incrível, não é? Ver pelas pessoas que estão aqui, as pessoas que estiveram na praia. Acho que o evento foi incrível, queria agradecer a todos. Desta vez, normalmente eu agradeço ao público, mas eu gostava de fazer aqui um agradecimento especial. Em primeiro lugar ao Pedro Lima, a quem homenageamos com este prémio. Foi o primeiro embaixador do capítulo, deixou-nos no ano passado. Esteve cá na última edição como embaixador e, portanto, antes de mais, pedi uma salva de palmas para o Birk e agora uma salva de palmas para o Pedro Lima. Depois, muito rapidamente, normalmente eu agradeço aos surfistas, agradeço ao público, mas este ano tenho que agradecer à minha equipa. Foram incansáveis, todos. Ninguém imagina como é que foi para levantar um evento destes em 3 dias, depois da pandemia, no meio disto tudo, trazer pessoas, conseguir que elas cheguem a Portugal. E, portanto, eu gostava de dar um agradecimento especial a todos, desde as viagens à produção de vídeo, televisão e principalmente à número 1, que é quem manda neste evento, como eu costumo dizer, que é a Andrea Silva, que é a diretora de produção deste evento. E por último, agradecimento a todos os surfistas que aqui tiveram, surfaram desde manhã, não houve uma reclamação, sempre disponíveis, sempre prontos para fazer tubos, e ao público todo que esteve em Carcavelos, que foi muito. Obrigado a todos.
Obrigado, Rui. Troféus paralelos estão terminados. Ainda falta aqui, exatamente. É assim mesmo, vamos continuar. Subtroféus já não há, troféus paralelos. Portanto, eu vou passar a entregar agora os prémios correspondentes aos finalistas. Começo por chamar o 4º classificado. Quem entrega este prémio é Nuno Alves, presidente da União de Freguesias de Carcavelos, Parede. Pode subir, Nuno, muito obrigado pela sua presença. E o grande vencedor, criam, e o 4º classificado, assim é que é, 4º classificado então, nesta 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong, é Kiran Jabur. Entretanto, Kiran, se calhar vou aproveitar, não sei se queres dizer algumas palavras. O ano passado, ou melhor, na última edição, 2019-2020, tiveste aqui uns contratempos, abriste o sobrolho ali numa queda. Eu penso que desta vez as coisas correram melhor. Chegaste à final, 4º lugar, começa a aquecer isto.
Primeiro, obrigado a todo mundo que organiza o campeonato, o Twiga, Billabong, todo mundo, campeonato alto nível e amarradão de poder, muito feliz de poder competir aqui e aproveitar as zonas de Carcavelos. Eu gosto muito de Carcavelos, já surfo durante os anos, surfei muito aqui. Pois é, o último evento eu estava indo bem e me machuquei e agora consegui fazer melhor. Foi bom e foi legal ver a galera puxando o nível e Mardão, obrigado.
Ok, correu muito melhor. 4º lugar, Kiran Jabur. É um surfista de nacionalidade havaiana, residente em Portugal, aqui nesta zona já há alguns anos. Podes ficar por aí se quiseres, sim, pode ser. Eu vou chamar o 3º classificado já agora. Quem entrega então o cheque ao 3º classificado é novamente o Dr. José Vila Freitas, da Fidelidade. Falta chamar o surfista. Portanto, terceiro classificado. Atenção. Pedro Buman. Surfista aqui da Praia de Carcavelos. A alcançar a final. Fotografia da praxe. Agora sim, está feito. Parabéns, Pedro. Eu acho que há uma pergunta que se impõe, sendo local desta praia, que conheces tão bem, qual é a sensação de chegar a uma final de um evento como este?
É uma sensação incrível. Não estava nada à espera, mas isto é mais ou menos a minha onda. Eu procuro bastante os tubos, é o que eu mais gosto de fazer. Estou bastante satisfeito e muito cansado.
Ok, é isso, é uns tubos, a tua onda é uns tubos e uns aéreos a seguir. Diz.
Não. Posso. Em primeiro lugar, queria agradecer à organização, excelente organização. Depois queria agradecer à minha família, aos meus amigos e a todos os que me vieram apoiar. E não é o primeiro lugar, é um terceiro, mas este terceiro lugar é dedicado ao Alexandre da Pim.
Isso mesmo, obrigado. Alexandre Serfim, emblemático, mítico surfista da linha aqui da Praia de Carcavelos, deixou-nos no passado mês de novembro. As triagens que foram realizadas ontem, vencidas também por um surfista local, o Pedro Monteiro, que é o Pecas, foram dedicadas precisamente em memória desse surfista que é o da PIM. Bem, vamos avançar. Segunda posição, entrega então o cheque para o segundo classificado, Bruno Lisboa, em representação da marca Billabong, portanto, um dos nossos patrocinadores. E quem recebe este prémio, atenção, second place, attention, Corey Lopez from the USA. Corey Lopez dos Estados Unidos. Congratulations, Corey. Not your first time here. You did. I think you placed second on a past edition of this event. Tell us a little bit more about this, the feeling of this event to you.
Yeah, I remember when I got invited to this event the first time. This is my fourth time doing this event, and I came here and just had a great time. Really, always have loved Portugal. And so every time I get invited back, I always make sure to catch a plane and get here. This time, I've liked it so much. This time I brought my children with me, and we're going to hang out the rest of the week and just try and find some waves and have some fun and show them a little bit of the Portuguese culture, and just hang out. But just want to thank all the fans for coming out today. The beach crowd was awesome having you guys there. When people got a good wave, they were cheering, and it was fun like always. European crowds are great, and just thankful to be here. And not quite what I wanted. It was super close till Aritz got that bomb at the end, and I heard the crowd blow up. I'm like, oh, anyway.
For 20 minutes, you were in first, so that's not bad. But congratulations for your second place, Corey Lopez. Podem aplaudir. É um dos clássicos que marca a presença nesta prova. Eu não sei se perceberam, penso que sim. Ele vai aproveitar, vai ficar aqui mais uma semana, veio com a família e com os filhos, vai aproveitar para conhecer mais de Portugal. Bem, vai passar uma semana maravilhosa, muito seguramente. Vamos continuar. Peço desculpa por esta demora. Portanto, já só falta entregar o prémio ao vencedor do evento. Temos uma prancha single fin dos anos 70, vai ser entregue por Rui Costa, que é o organizador do capítulo, como eu já referi. Também temos esta bicicleta elétrica que é oferecida pela Electrikfatbike, que vai ser entregue por Miguel Sanchez. Bem, e por fim temos o lindíssimo troféu que vai ser entregue pelo Dr. Marco Pina, da Câmara Municipal de Cascais. Muito obrigado pela vossa presença, a todos. Rui Costa, também Miguel Sanches, ainda Dr. Marco Pina. E o grande vencedor do evento, já só falta um. And the winner is Aritz Aramburu. Aqui está, surfista basco, já foi surfista do Championship Tour, do CT. Aqui está a prancha então, produzida pela Podium e que remonta à single fin dos anos 70. Não deixes de dizer umas palavras primeiro. A few words first. Take. Aritz, a few words. Second time. This is the second time you win in Carcavelos in Portugal. Tell us a little bit more about this win.
Vale. Bueno, voy a tratar de falar portuñol. Nada, obrigado a todo el mundo por estar aquí. Ha sido un día increíble para mí, muy especial. El crowd en la playa habéis sido increíbles. Da gusto surfear delante de vosotros. Obrigado a toda la organización, Rui, todo tu equipo. Es increíble estar invitado para este evento. Y parabéns, congrats to all the surfers. And el nivel ha sido muy, muy bueno y nada, parece que ahora me van a mojar, así que nada, yo pago las cervezas. Obrigado a todo el mundo.
Teste, 1, 2, teste, 1, 2. Não. Podem aplaudir a Aritz Aramburu, vencedor então da 8ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito Powered by Billabong. Bem, são os últimos instantes. Eu não sei se é possível, mas se calhar voltava a chamar o Dr. Marco Pina da Câmara Municipal de Cascais, se possível. Dr. Marco Pina, se possível, da Câmara Municipal de Cascais. Aqui está. Doutor, só preciso de umas palavrinhas para encerrarmos então aqui este grande evento. O que é que significa? Isto é a consideração de muitas coisas do surf em Portugal, mas também de uma afirmação de Cascais para o mundo. Fale-me um bocadinho sobre isso.
É óbvio que, boa tarde a todos, é um gosto estar aqui, é óbvio como Cascais, com esta orla costeira que tem, o surf é sem dúvida um desporto privilegiado e que nós queremos sempre apostar muito. Aliás, Cascais, primamos por costumar dizer que somos o maior ginásio a céu aberto que existe em Portugal e o surf, como é óbvio, é uma modalidade fundamental para nós, que vamos querer continuar a apostar, não só por aquilo que promovemos em Portugal, mas da forma também que promovemos para além fronteiras, para fora do país, porque efetivamente Cascais não é só este pedaço que aqui representamos, é muito mais do que isso tudo, é a coesão territorial e o desporto é isso mesmo, é a diminuição das assimetrias com esta massa envolvente que nós queremos continuar a dinamizar, a apostar e por isso contem connosco nas próximas edições.
Era isso mesmo que eu queria ouvir. Muito obrigado então pelo vosso apoio e também pela vossa presença aqui. Bem, entretanto já dispersou metade do nosso público. Eu só quero agradecer a presença de todos. Foi um dia fantástico. Bem, eu penso que em breve o Rui Costa, juntamente também com os nossos parceiros, tratará de dar mais informações sobre a próxima edição. Esta 8ª edição está concluída. Muito obrigado por terem comparecido. Até sempre. Vão em paz e segurança. Olha, foi ao banho, peço desculpa. Não. Ele quando estava a falar os outros... levou com um bocadinho... Mas está a funcionar. Está a funcionar agora. Pois. Os resíduos na placa de circuito. Pois, acredito. Agora falas com a Andréia. Está bem? Pronto. Ok. Uma vez duas douradas.
O vento não ajudou nada. Fez um bocadinho de tempo.
Sim.
Isto é muito perigoso para o material. Levou um banho de champanhe. Ele agora está a funcionar. Mas os líquidos deixam resíduos na placa de circuito. Daqui a 2 ou 3 dias pode ter isto. Falamos? Pronto. É só para saberes o que aconteceu, está bem? Eu falo com o Bruno. Tranquilo. Pronto. Correu bem? Tudo tranquilo?
Tudo impecável.
Certeza?
Certeza.
Obrigado.
Com um livro desse até empresa.
Com a tapada?
Sim,
ok,
já
boa.
são muitos anos de casamento.
Boa. Ainda bem que estão contentes com
Já é um parceiro que eu não prescindo, não troco.
Ok, boa.
Portanto,
Ainda bem que correu bem.
impecável.
Vai fazer o primeiro.